And then we let in the public.
Start webinar.
Can you do that from yours?
I can.
Yeah.
Webinar has started.
Okay. So let me just say, folks listening along online, thanks for joining us. We've got a few official pieces of business to put on the record at the beginning of our meeting here, but we've been in executive session, which is a closed door session, and we're now rolling with our public session. So again, thanks for joining us. Hand it over to Ed. Thank you.
Good morning again, Commissioners. My name is Ed Hamrick. I'm an Assistant Attorney General, and I represent the State Board of Land Commissioners. This morning, we've been in executive session to discuss an ownership dispute concerning a staff of Section 4, Township 1 North, Range 64 West in Weld County, Colorado. This matter was noticed on the agenda for executive session and was authorized for attorney-client communication under 24-6-402 3A 2 and 3 of the Colorado Revised Statutes. The discussion was limited to attorney-client communication, and no decisions were reached in the executive session. The board is now on the record and ready to proceed with the rest of the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, people are filtering in. I think let's proceed with the open public comment for non-agenda items not going to be usually discussed for our agenda today. So if anyone in the room has any comments for non-agenda items, or if there's anyone online, or Alec, I should say.
Excellent. Yes, if anybody has any public comment to make on non-agenda items, please step forward and take a seat and address the board. Anybody online that is looking to make a public comment on a non-agenda item, please use the raise hand function on Zoom, and we will move you over so you are able to address the board. Commissioner Frobe, I'm not seeing any hands raised online, and it does not look like anybody.
Thank you, Al.
I'm sorry, this is Attorney General Ed Hammer, or Assistant Attorney General Ed Hammer. Yeah, I neglected in my closing comments to mention that today's date is August 14th, and that the board had determined that there was a quorum of 4 commissioners present to start the meeting as we went into executive session. Just want to make sure that's on the full public recording.
And for the benefit of this recording, we just take attendance again, please.
No problem. I was wondering if we're going to do. Okay.
Yeah.
May I let's take attendance. Commissioner Harvey.
Here.
Commissioner Preble. I think so. Commissioner Deep here. And the chair is here. So we have a quorum. All right. Well, welcome everybody, and thanks for attending the August meeting of the Colorado State Board of Land Commissioners. We have already asked for comments for non-agenda items, so let's move to announcements.
I have one announcement. Department of Natural Resources has recognized our very strong Director Nick Massey as a rock star. And it's because of his incredible ability at times to wear 3 hats, leadership, and his grace and human expertise through some friends.
Thanks.
You're here. Nice.
Metal horns.
Thank you, and I'd like to then welcome up Tim Brass as a representative from DNR to give the DNR report.
All right. Good morning, Commissioners. Chair Frobe, Tim Brass, the Director for Parks, Wildlife, and Lands at DNR. Glad to have the opportunity to join the Lahara property tour yesterday. It's been a long-standing priority for DNR, and yeah, look forward to that conversation continuing. A couple of staffing updates. Some of you may have heard, but our Deputy Director, Tim Mock, was recently appointed to serve as the new Deputy Director over at Colorado Parks and Wildlife. His last day, it'll be next Friday, and we have his position posted right now and are hoping to fill that vacancy ASAP. Moving on to House Bill 1332, the RFP to hire a consultant to support the State Land Board Working Group and study as required by House Bill 1332 was posted, and we started the interview process last week. And we expect a contract to be awarded by the end of the month, and then be able to get to work soon thereafter. Well, the official working group appointments have not yet been announced. DNR is currently working with both the governor's office and legislative leadership to support the appointment process. And as a reminder, the group consists of up to 25 members, with 18 of those seats to be appointed by the legislature, 4 by the governor, 1 by the Colorado Commission on Indian Affairs, and then 2 appointed by the tribes. The appointments must be made by September 5th. Then we expect the working group to begin meeting soon thereafter. Quick budget update. On August 4th, DNR had held its first hearing in the budget making process for the fiscal year 26-27, which starts July 1st, 2026. That hearing was with the Office of State Planning and Budgeting, and will ultimately help inform the governor's final budget. As you all are likely aware, state faces an increasingly significant budget shortfall, which is likely to impact a range of state programs. And for now, I'll probably leave it at that. Couple of federal updates. Several federal agencies recently released their new NEPA implementing regulations and guidance after CEQ rescinded their implementing guidance and directed agencies to each develop their own. DNR submitted comments which expressed our desire for the state to continue to be involved as a cooperating agency throughout those processes. One other quick federal update, the land management plan revision for the Cimarron and Comanche National Grasslands in southeast Colorado is starting to move forward, and DNR is just joined as an official cooperating agency. If your team has questions on that, please reach out to our federal policy advisor, Lisa Gentry. Moving on to energy, ECMC is undertaking a rulemaking to fulfill the requirements from Senate Bill 19-181, Senate Bill 24-229, and House Bill 24-1346. The proposed rule change will require certification and training for workers in specified fields. It will clarify that oil and gas operators must obtain and maintain a license to conduct oil and gas operations. It'll codify the marginal well fee imposed by the Oregon Well Mitigation Enterprise. And it will extend the statute of limitations to 3 years for continuing violations of ECMC's rules. The rulemaking hearing is scheduled for August 27th. Additional update on July 23rd, ECMC announced the issuance of a notice of alleged violation. The 7 operators related to the submission of falsified remediation data to ECMC. This marks the start of the enforcement process at ECMC. On August 4th, the Colorado Energy Office shared with stakeholders a draft of the renewable siting study that was required by Senate Bill 24-212. CEO is currently taking comments. Those comments are open through August 22nd. They've also scheduled listening sessions with stakeholders to provide additional feedback in the coming weeks. The final study will be submitted to the legislature by September 30th. DNR is currently interviewing candidates to serve on the board of the Geological Storage Stewardship Enterprise, which was created through House Bill 25-1165. The appointments to the board by the governor must be made by September 1st, and the enterprise board will begin meeting this fall and fees on operators injecting carbon dioxide for sequestration purposes will take effect in the spring of 2026. Couple of tribal updates. On August 5th, House Bill 25-1163 became effective, which allows tribal members of the Ute, Mountain Ute, and Southern Ute tribes free entry to state parks in Colorado. Tribal members simply have to present a current tribal identification card to enter the state park at no cost. To better ensure a welcoming and culturally respectful experience for visitors, CPW has provided some internal guidance and training to park staff. The next Colorado Commission of Indian Affairs quarterly meeting will be held September 4th in Ignacio. DNR will be providing an update on the implementation efforts of the Colorado Wildfire Strategy. And as part of that, we'll be covering the guidance framework for tribal consultation that was included within the outdoor strategy. And then just a reminder that these meetings are open to the public, and a virtual option for participation is provided. Couple CPW updates. CPW recently announced plans to clean up a privately owned reservoir in Eagle County, which was found to be infested with zebra mussels. CPW continues to do extensive sampling in the adjacent rivers, and while 4 samples have been found to have zebra mussel veligers, no adult mussels have yet to be found. Brief wolf update. CPW recently confirmed a series of wolf depredations in Rio Blanco County, which meet the definition of chronic depredation and warrant removal of the depredating wolf. But this is the same area where the wildfires forced evacuations, and so CPW is not able to move forward with the removal at this time. A couple of forestry updates. The CoSWAP program's next round of workforce development grant program grants is open for applications in September. And would encourage folks to reach out to Fort Young at DNR if you have any questions or you're interested in applying for that funding. That funding supports wildfire mitigation work completed by Department of Corrections SWIFT crews, the Colorado Youth Corps crews. Last update is Colorado State Forest Service Restoration and Wildfire Risk Mitigation Grant Program open for applications, and we're accepting applications through October 9th. That concludes my updates, and happy to answer any questions or yeah.
Tim, could you review the first item you mentioned? I don't understand what that is.
First item,
Let's see. The very first thing that you said that there had been an agreement on.
Oh, the working group?
No, it's one.
the staffing updates, the House Bill 1332.
No. Sorry, keep going.
Staffing updates, House Bill 1332, budget update, federal updates.
That was a federal update on the agreement. There was an
What
agreement.
about the Comanche, management plan? No?
The EPA.
The NEPA.
Must need.
NEPA. Okay. So not necessarily agreement, but we submitted comments on it, just asking that we remain cooperating agency throughout the processes moving forward. So CEQ was previously the lead on these NEPA implementation regulations, and now each respective federal agency is having to develop their own. And so we have submitted comments more or less just saying, most importantly, DNR wants to ensure that we can remain a cooperating agency through those processes, regardless of who's overseeing them.
And Tim, what does CPW do to plan for mitigation after a fire such as the Meeker fire? Are there things already in play, or do you have a sense of how that's gonna change that whole corridor?
Yeah, I think at a DNR level, I think there's several agencies that could potentially be involved. CWCB through their grant making process. CoSwap would be, some wildfire remediation and some fund grants for that. The NIFWIF Restore program has been pretty effective funding mechanism for restoration projects. I mean, there's a long list of
Yeah.
Various state grant programs that help with work afterwards. But yeah, from CPW side of things, I think, yeah, I'm not sure, maybe, I don't know if they have
Yeah, I
more.
suppose a lot of that's federal land. I'm just curious how you, I don't know, anticipate different herd movements and.
Oh.
And wildlife behavior up in that.
Gotcha.
Those big.
Yeah, I think the research staff definitely track
Mhm.
movements and have an increasing number of collared animals.
Mhm.
And so, yeah, we'll definitely be monitoring that. And I think through the DAU herd management process, things like wildfire are factored into the overall,
Yeah.
forage availability and so forth. So they'll adjust season dates and quotas and so
Right.
forth based on that.
Mr. Tim, refresh my memory about 1332. What's the time frame and what's the deliverable?
Yeah, so we have to kick things off shortly after September 5th. And then there's two reports that are due. The first is in March. This next coming March, and then the second will be the following fall. So those are the two deliverables. I don't have the specific dates on hand here, but
You have any anticipation that any of those outcomes or recommendations or deliverables would necessitate or motivate legislation?
yeah, potentially. So our report will be given to all of you, and to the legislature. So I think it'll be to the legislature, whether enough.
Thank you.
Any other? Yes, sir.
Just on that 1332, I think one of the things we should expect is that the recommendations coming out of 1332 will actually be taken up by the state land board and the land commissioners to consider the recommendations of that working group. And my guess is that would be the next substantive policy outcome. And perhaps after that, one can never predict the legislature, but perhaps after that, we don't see some legislation proposed. So that's a couple of years out.
Yeah, but as you point out, the legislature could choose to act on its own irrespective of what the land board recommends.
And irrespective of the working group comes up to the end of time. You could act on anything next January.
Good. Yeah.
But of course, the state land board staff will be working closely in support and what we're looking.
No doubt.
And on that note, I want to lift up something that Tim mentioned, which is the SB 212 energy siting study in CEO. DNR really provided ample room for state and board staff to engage on that really important study with CEO. Will be finalizing in September, so thank you. And a number of our staff that were involved, and so that's something for you all to be looking for when it comes out, because it's really addressing that important issue that we've heard before today. How do you balance conservation and some of these uses in this space and much?
Thank you for your report. Any other questions? All right, we will move on then to the information items, and we've got a couple of things from you.
We do. So first off, our staff leasing report. Staff has been ever so busy, and there are 70 lease actions for this month. And if you don't want to take the time to tally them up over 14 pages, it comes to $2.4 million in value. And number one was ag, number two, towers, and number three was commercial real estate. So continuing to to do that work and bring that revenue in. And that is a great segue to the next part of the report, which is that fiscal year 25 was the agency's best year ever. The board continues to break records every year, and so there was 257 million in operating revenue, and then the permanent fund earning was 57 million, which comes to $314 million for beneficiaries. We are working on filling vacant positions. We have a number of them, but we are busily working to do those hires. And I think most critical, real estate section manager and the carbon rights of way and towers manager. And that position will help free up current staff who there's one to and focus more fully on renewables as we escalate our work in the renewable space. And then I wanted to highlight that the school that was under renovation that you visited in June is now complete. Weldon Valley School had a grand opening, so that's in Morgan County. Here we are in the Southwest, and that was in the Northeast District. And so wanted to mention that. And then just for fun, the Chico Basin Bird Banding Station grand opening celebration will be scheduled I think for August 30th, and you'll get a notification on that. And so that's my short synopsis for the staff leasing report, for the staff report. Think anything you want to add there?
Nothing bad. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, everybody, business goals.
There is we had a lot of fun, worked hard, full court press from all the staff to put together the annual business goals. These are tasks that are tiered to the strategic plan, but they're really meant to be project specific and go beyond the sort of day-to-day or work of each line of business, and bring some creativity, innovation, and energy to the plan. Just a reminder, we are getting ready to revamp the strategic plan because it runs through next year. So you know, Nick and I have been talking to folks about consulting on that effort, and hope to get that off the ground pretty soon here in the next couple months. So this is the last annual business plan that's tiered to the current strategic plan. So we want a strong finish. And so I wanted to thank all the staff. We got a late start on this, but I'm happy that it's now in place. And so we can work diligently for the rest of the fiscal year to make good on this goals. I'll go through each of the four areas briefly. Again, just touching on highlights. There's a lot in there. Really encourage you to sit with the entire list of business goals. But under goal 1, a financial trusteeship, always aiming for a higher growth rate for the permanent fund. It's really important. And then a detailed analysis of our existing assets and returns by the end of the fiscal year. We have some dates in there because we just see this as really critical and something that will help guide the next item, which is more strategic deployment of our non-simultaneous exchange funds and also our investment and development funds. And then we want to really continue to pursue those innovative revenue flows from the 4 areas that I just want to highlight briefly: recreation, renewables, conservation, and affordable housing. And so then under goal 2, real property stewardship, wanted to highlight advancing regenerative grazing through new technologies. These are really exciting, such as virtual fencing, as well as connecting state land board lessees with other state programs that will help incentivize the uptake of sustainable agriculture practices, including the tax credit program, CBA standing up, as well as programs through the Natural Resources Conservation Service. We want to advance state greenhouse gas reduction goals through agrivoltaics. There's a lot of exciting work being done in this space. So you can have renewable energy and agricultural production on the same acreage. And also geological carbon sequestration, really critical. And that new hire that I mentioned, would be working on that in part. And then working with solid mineral operators towards their own GHG reduction goals and carbon neutrality goals. Next is our goal 3, organizational excellence. We have great staff. We want to invest in our staff. A lot of folks have been at the State Land Board for a long time, whether new or veteran. We're really looking to support professional development so that they can help our staff flourish in their position or new positions. So there's an emphasis in business schools on that, and as I mentioned, building the next strategic plan. And that will also entail incorporating in relevant state plans. There are all of these plans out there that relate to our work. I'm thinking of the Natural and Working Land Strategic Plan, SCBA, as an example. So I think these plans should be talking together. And this is in part that goal of integrating and intersecting with our sister agencies in ways that make sense. And then again, on organizational excellence, we want to document standard operating procedures. A lot of this sounds dull. It's important. We really want to make sure that folks coming to the agency have a blueprint on how to dive in, get started, and if we want consistency in how we implement things like lease inspections and compliance, across all of our lines of business. And so there's really more predictability and transparency within the agency and also external. And then finally, very important communications led by our very able Emily Bargo. We want to create a proactive public relations framework and supportive materials. And by proactive, mentioned Emily Bargo, really proactive. This is something I know that fuels Emily, and I share her excitement. And one of the inspirations here is the State Land Board has a really exciting story to tell, but we're sort of a lesser known agency, and we'd like to change that. We'd like the public to know what we do, how we operate, how we get our revenue, and how we support public schools. Along those same lines, we want to host annual open houses at each of our district offices. We do want those district offices to continue to be the friendly and knowledgeable face of our agency throughout the state, and also really ramp up the informational materials at those district offices so that the public sees can walk into the office and really be a lot of helpful pertinent information. And then I'll just close on communications with the anniversary of events around 150, 250. I'm really inspired to have a State Land Board presence for the events. If you have anything to add.
Just to highlight that, I think it wasn't just fortune that our last plan carried us for 8 years really, really well, or 7 years. It was through a lot of hard work and intention that we got there. And it was board involvement. And so we absolutely expect and request full board involvement in developing the next plan. So staff can effectively establish those annual goals from the guidance that the board has signed off on and blessed and contributed to. That reflects the expertise that we ask you to bring to the board in the first place. So we're looking forward to it. It's some of us really, really enjoy strategic planning, some of us dread it. But at the end of it, we'll have a product we're excited to move forward and look forward to a great process.
And I agree with you on what makes a strategic plan successful, and all the factors you noted are important. I imagine then that you and Nicole will be in touch with each commissioner as to how we can participate.
Yep.
In the timelines and
Yep, for sure. We're already to the point where we're formulating sort of what a work plan might look like over a period of 5 to 6 months to build the whole thing out, with some help. And yeah, we'll be very clear in our communications and how to engage and what we need and, when we need group efforts and things.
One. We're two things. First is that Commissioner Cribble reminded me that Charles Bedford, who actually wrote Amendment 16 for the revision to the Colorado State Land Board, lives nearby. And I was thinking it would be so useful to have him come and present to us as someone who really had that vision for what the next chapter should be, to talk with us about his ideas and just reflect for us on where he intended that to go. I think it made a big difference in the, really importance of the State Land Board, and he's an incredible resource.
Thank you. Yeah, so the report from the board and the company, I got a good report from, first of all, to call Charles Bedford, a friend for now 35 years, along with Josie. And when he had a home in Leadville, he stops in occasionally from Hong Kong, where he actually lives and works. Spent 2 hours with him on Wednesday afternoon on the way down here. And he was greatly excited to hear about all of the good things that the land board's done, and very enthusiastic about his role in Amendment 16, passed many months ago, about 30 years ago, 1996. Yeah. And I think he'd be a delightful resource, and we can access his I Zoom or maybe hopefully in person. I don't think yeah, would be a great asset.
The other thing, so with that, yes, that'd be good. The first is a more minute question, but also important, and that was under goal 1, I think F. Talk about innovative, identify 5 innovative recreation things. Could you say more about what that means?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak more. Elliot Hoyt, Assistant Director of Sustainability Working Land. So recreation is, under my side of the business. When we talk about innovative, the vast majority of our recreation uses are hunting and fishing, which we also are very aware of. So innovative is another way of saying, sort of thinking above and beyond all the ways in which recreation, applies to trust lands. And so certainly the Colorado Outdoor Strategy has a number of very interesting components in it. We have visited properties yesterday that were recreation uses on trust lands or potentially uses on trust lands that are what we would consider innovative. Things like the trust huts, things like the different forms of camping and so forth. There's agritourism. There are all kinds of ideas that are available to us and that they're models for, and that we'd like to lean into and to see other ways that trust lands can be earning revenue in the recreation business.
In terms of the goal of getting a better return on the permanent fund, is that managed entirely by the state treasurer, or do we have some input in?
That is an excellent question. The treasurer is charged with responsibility of managing those assets. There was created through Amendment 16 an advisory board that guides the treasurer in the investment strategy of those funds. The chair of the State Land Board is one of those committee members, and there are 2 others appointed by the treasurer who have expertise in the investment world. So that body is advised the treasurer's office in the investment funds. Having said that, there is room for both participation through that means, as well as potential legislative initiatives. One's passed last year, it's not passed, that we're sort of working with DNR to think about how to move forward to adjust some of the limitations on investing response.
So is it my understanding we're getting, is it roughly 2% or 1% off of that fund?
A little over 2%, and it was edging up as we changed the mix from flat to.
Okay, well, I'm curious, because haven't treasuries been kicking off 4 or 5% the last several years? It seems like a fairly safe investment. Well, it used to be anyway. And I'm just curious, the limitations, is it state statutes where you, in terms of risk? Because that's not even that, that's not even that close.
Yes,
Yeah,
what I would say about that would be, one, I think it would be useful for us to have perhaps in September, a workshop about some of the limitations on it. It's a complex set of constraints that arise both from a statute perspective and a constitutional perspective, and a limitation on capacity perspective in the treasurer's office. So it's a mix of a number of things that inhibit the more agile implementation of strategy. So I think that it would be really good, particularly for new commissioners, to dive into this, that we've got some good materials and you might have some ideas on how we might structure our approach.
And I think what really affirmed that for me was at the national conference, when we visited with other states and learned what their returns were. I mean, it was pretty discouraging to see what Colorado has achieved versus kind of the same circumstances in other states doing far better.
Right.
I wish I had my voice to concern about that paltry return, that barely, no, it does not barely, it doesn't even keep up with inflation.
Indeed.
It's unconscionable.
Yeah.
I don't understand how that's a thing happened.
Yes, agree, and it is top of mind. It's been top of mind for me. It's now top of mind for our director. We have a very bit of a set of actions we're undertaking right now to kind of understand what is the most effective approach to start knocking through each of those constraints.
Were there any states in, Commissioner Heath, were there any states in particular at that conference that that came to mind getting much better returns?
Well, I need to go back to my notes to see, but I think it was very clear to me that almost across the board, they were doing better. So it wasn't as if it was a unique experience.
Yeah.
So I would say it might be useful, and perhaps you've gotten that, but for the new commissioners to receive the packet that we got from the consultant that sort of detailed really the whole process, and the consultant was hired by the landlord about what changes should be made. So if those papers haven't been made available to them, I think it'd be very useful.
And it might be useful if we saw any exemplary states that have a good mix of risk and return.
Yes.
That we could talk to them and learn from them.
Yeah, we can go back and years.
If I make it, I might be, this is anecdotal, but I think Josie was at the table at lunch with me, and it was a presentation or rather the colleague, I think from the state of North Dakota, their land board governance is constitutional officer. They have an executive director who actually is empowered to, it is the investment manager. It doesn't go to the state treasurer's jurisdiction. And he was reporting returns 7-8% over many years.
That would be.
Yeah. And so that's just one example to answer your question.
I mean, you got to stay ahead of inflation.
Exactly, yeah.
Right.
And then secondly, we have to see the document that's available to Josie.
There are two. We have
No, it's a real packet that we
Yeah.
got from the consultant, was fairly excellent recommendation.
there's a consultant, and then there was also the work of a working group that was formed to some education representatives and others that went through and came up with a series of recommendations. So,
And when was this?
that report was finished
Years ago. 2 years ago.
2 years ago, and the consultant, I think our work with the consultant prior to that. was-
2 years before that.
Yeah, how many of those recommendations?
Um. We have tried and some progress has been made and composition of the portfolio. Has moved from virtually 100% debt to. We have, I think, we're up to 30 or 35% equity. So this is a highly complex and complex subject. And what I'd love to recommend is, I think particularly for new commissioners, this is such an important issue. That we do have a workshop perhaps associated with our September meeting, if we can, we'll send the materials out ahead of time. And tackle it then, because you may have some, as new eyes, you may have new ways of looking at it and untangling the web, because it's everything from distribution formulas to risk management strategies that have been codified, all of which do not contribute to an active, informed, intentional investment.
Yes.
And let me just say, I think it's so important that it has to be number one on our new strategy. And yeah, because we look at these little things that maybe we can do to enhance recreation by a tiny bit, or the dreadful thought of increasing racing fees. None of that even begins to touch the laws we've had and what's happened with them.
Yeah.
So it is number one, and Director Marino.
Yes, so, state self-performing as Commissioner Heath mentioned, on this. But certainly that needs still North Dakota. As well as Wyoming, Minnesota. Yeah, I mean, we're really trailing. And so one of the things coming out of that conference was the executive team and the staff is going to be reaching out to those states to learn more so that we can look at potential other models to be following. So we're doing that work at the staff level, and I think the September timeframe for a workshop to brief you on where we're at. I know the Permanent Fund Investment Board will be meeting on August 25th, and I'll be attending this later this year. And so, yes, and provide you.
Madam Chair, to the extent that this consult recommendations from 2 years ago identified statutory impediments to a more innovative and productive investment strategy. Have we ever pursued any of those legislative, repealing or revising any of these legislative impediments?
It was a key priority of the former director, and we have been trying to do that. And
Have we ever run legislation or sought legislation?
we have tried to do that. We have pursued that. We're looking at that right now. And in fact, the legislation that was run last year was to include some of those recommendations. And those recommendations were dropped in favor of the community investment strategy that was in fact passed. So we've been trying, and I think this would again be a very rich subject for us to discuss further with the background materials in September. Thank you. All right, are there any other questions? Thank you, Commissioner Yu. Bring that up. Oh, Mindy,
Wanted to. Good morning, I'm Mindy Blacksaken, Conservation Services Manager for the State Land Board. I wanted just to bring to the board's attention that on the former subject of meeting with former Director Bedford, I just want to let the board know that in September 2011, the board at that time held a special board meeting just on the subject of the Stewardship Trust and the vision for the 21st century. Charles Bedford was invited as well. He attended, as well as two former commissioners, John Stolpen and Jay Kenny, and developed what we now call the Stewardship Trust Guidepost, 12 principles. And I just wanted to make sure that Director Rosalina can share that with all of you prior to this meeting.
Thank you.
Sure.
Good. I actually remember.
Yes. It was held just before the board made the decision in terms of the context on the future of how we address oil and gas leasing and water usage.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? All right, so then let's move to the simultaneous statement. And as Matt Fontaine is coming up, I'd like to interject that for this meeting, we're going to try a new program, which is to insert some bio breaks, if you will, intermittently throughout the long day of meetings. And so ask that people can anticipate those. And I imagine that we will have our first bio break following the national outdoor strategy update on the information. Thank you.
Hold on.
All right, good morning, commissioners. I'm Matt LaFontaine, Acquisition Disposition Manager. And while the slides are getting up, just take a brief moment to introduce this topic. Today I have in front of you an information item. So we are seeking the board's discussion and dialogue on this topic, but no action in particular. And it's around the non-simultaneous exchange fund. So the non-simultaneous exchange concept allows the board to sell and buy properties, any real property, in a 2-year window. So the first part of that being a disposal, the receipt of disposal proceeds, evaluation and replacement acquisitions in that 2-year window. And I'll talk through some aspects of that, but feel free to ask any questions as we continue. We can have this be back and forth communication. Up on the screen right now, you'll see just a picture of Williams Park. This is one of the properties that we purchased about 2 years ago with non-simultaneous exchange funds. So these sort of acquisitions are what the NSC process enables. Perfect. All right, we have the ability to do non-simultaneous exchanges or NSCs due to constitutional and statutory authorities. They facilitate asymmetric and asynchronous exchanges. So what I mean by that is they don't have to be of the same value and they don't have to be at the same time. So when we dispose of a property, we receive cash proceeds. Those go into our NSC funds, our NSC fund, and they can be used in increments of any amount to purchase large or small replacement properties, or aggregated with proceeds from other non-simultaneous exchange disposals to purchase a larger property. So it really provides a lot of flexibility in our ability to conduct these exchanges, as opposed to, say, a simultaneous exchange where we would need to do it at the same time. And if it were symmetric in terms of value, then it would be kind of very impossible to find perfect exchange property. And then I mentioned this 2-year window. That's the general idea.
I just want to clarify something. I think I understand that the 2-year window was established by the Constitution rather than statute.
Yeah, do you know the answer off the top?
It's in both.
It's in both.
Yeah, the statute is really just a repetition of the Constitution.
Okay, thank you. So the 2 years runs from the beginning of the first sale?
Correct.
Or the date of the first sale?
Date of our receipt of the proceeds from a disposal.
Receipt of the proceeds.
So when we close on a sale for disposal.
And then if we haven't done that, it goes to the permanent fund.
Exactly, and I'll talk through that in a minute. So we have that's kind of, you might think of it as the natural courses, is it's going towards the permanent fund unless and until staff identifies a compelling replacement property acquisition in that 2-year window that makes better use of those funds, the board's determination. And there's certainly a lot of objectives that the board has, and a lot of opportunities to use these funds for acquisitions of real property and instead of allowing them to go to the permanent fund. But that's it's not a use it or lose it concept, as you might say, but it's rather a use it for a compelling purpose or allow it to go to the permanent fund.
And that those actions then generally will take place within an umbrella framework called an asset allocation.
Exactly.
Which is a process we'll also be undertaking in the next 6 to 9 months, which is which assets should we be owning for what purpose, what return, et cetera. So those decisions will be made with that as an overarching framework.
And that will provide kind of the goalposts that we can do shorter term annual investment planning around and be more deliberate with our use of NSE proceeds to ensure that we can start aligning toward that target asset allocation over time. I should note that while our NSE proceeds come from disposals, the board has generally seldom been a seller, and only when a certain kind of criteria set is met. One is when we have a market disruption, so the opportunity to dispose of a property for significantly above maybe its market value. This comes about when there are particularly interested parties, a competitive bidding process with unique interests at play. And we sometimes refer to this as an inducement premium, but ultimately it's a compelling reason for the board to dispose of a property, as opposed to, a at market value, at appraised value, at a reasonable value, is oftentimes more that can be brought to the board for justification. The second reason, and this is can be a larger bucket, but is the disposal of non-strategic assets. It could be any size, but they don't fit with the board's objectives and they don't align with the board's strategy. At the end of the day, any disposal needs to be determined by the board to be in the best interest of the trust. And I haven't talked about what the disposal process looks like. I know that there are some new commissioners. Generally, anytime that we sell a property, it goes first to the board for determination that's in the best interest. But then it goes through a public bid and notice process. And we do a sealed bid auction with two exceptions. One is transactions with the federal government, and the other is transactions with local governments. There's a couple of different statutes that govern those disposals in particular. This chart that you see on the screen shows the NSE fund, projected NSE fund balance over the next 2-year period, along with expiration. So if you follow my cursor in this kind of yellow filled area is the NSE fund balance. So we were at approximately $22 million. Yesterday, we closed on the phase 2, or the Bohart phase 2 disposal, which brought in another $5 million into the fund. So now we're at approximately $27 million. Each of these blue bars is a NSE expiration, or what you would say is that the roll off of those deposits, at which time they'll be transferred to the permanent fund, unless they're otherwise used to purchase real property prior to that occurring. And the replacement property acquisitions are not depicted on this chart. So this would just be the natural roll off of those funds. And so you'll see in October, we have a rather large expiration upcoming, about $19 million. Then a smaller, approximately $500,000 expiration in December, then nothing until December 2026. And then lastly, you'll see the August 2027 final roll off, which is the deposit of the Bohart phase 2 funds got yesterday. So you see the uptick here, and then that's the related roll off. So the source of all of those NSE funds is from disposals I mentioned. And we have a pretty robust disposal pipeline in progress right now, in process right now. And so I wanted to make the board aware of that. sometimes we look at disposals individually, but you can remember that there is actually a pipeline and you can look at those in aggregate to an extent. This doesn't depict every disposal that's potentially on the horizon, but rather ones that are a little bit further along in the process. And so you'll see off of these really 4 transactions: Bohart, the Glade Reservoir Direct Exchange, Lahara, and Table Mountain. And noting that we already received this $5 million, but there's approximately $111 million of potential NSC proceeds from disposals, depending on if the board approves those disposals and they're ultimately, the transactions ultimately occur. On the rightmost column, you'll see that of these, only 2 have been approved. Only 1 has been approved by the board, which is the Bohart disposal. Bohart is one of the REPI disposal properties. It's being disposed of in phases under a purchase option that Yelp currently holds. We would expect that the remainder of that will ultimately transact. The other properties depicted have not yet been approved by the board and will require additional board action before any transaction were to occur. So it's kind of our sources of our funds. The opposite, the other side of that is kind of the uses of our NSC proceeds. And this is where, I'd really love to get some thorough board feedback on what you are particularly interested in. I think we'll use that to help inform the asset allocation planning that's going to occur. But taking a pulse of the board will be helpful for us. Obviously, we have some new composition. And so maybe we can talk through some of that. This is actually a picture of Bear Creek. So this is a ranch that we acquired about 3 years ago down in Huerfano with NSC funds. So uses, we kind of have a large bucket that we call multiple use large properties. We formerly refer to this as accretive agricultural properties, but we recognize that the potential uses are often a lot more than in agriculture on these properties. So these are properties that sometimes are in close proximity to existing state trust land. They allow us to block up or aggregate larger pieces of land, maybe add some selective improvements or a headquarters or something that might make state lease more desirable, and increase the incremental revenue that we would receive off the existing state trust land. We might seek to aggregate title. We've done that successfully with undivided interests that we've pieced together, and then ultimately resold that property with a perfected title. We look to our various lines of business to see what we can kind of layer on these. So that might be agriculture, might be recreation, ecosystem services, pore space and carbon, any mineral opportunities. The next major category that we've been looking at are water shares and water rights, with the idea being obviously this is a scarce resource within the state, and we have the ability with our existing portfolio oftentimes to immediately put to beneficial use any water rights that we can acquire. We also have a dedicated program manager for water now, which has been a terrific resource for our staff and the board in identifying, quantifying, and really understanding these complex water rights. The board has the ability to look at land banking lands, and it's kind of run the gamut from more rural to more urban, but we are very well positioned to hold for a very long time, sometimes an indefinite period. We are, as a tax agency, exempt from ad valorem taxes, so we have very low carrying costs, and we don't put any debt on our properties. So there's no real risk of loss from that perspective. I should note, especially for our new commissioners, while we are tax exempt on an ad valorem basis, our lessees pay a possessory interest tax on it that goes to the tax fees. And then we kind of have kind of an other opportunities bucket that might be filled by something opportunistic that comes along that makes sense that we're not specifically seeking. Last but not least, that we're out there as a use of funds and potentially viable one is deposits to the permanent fund, kind of the alternative investment to replacement property acquisition. So these are kind of what we're looking at. And I would love any and all of your commentary.
Well, thanks, Matt. So I'm new to the commission and trying to get my arms around how you make these decisions or how we make these decisions. And we went out and saw the La Jara Ranch yesterday, this incredibly gorgeous ranch. And if you were going to be, as Commissioner Heath mentioned earlier, we have two goals. We have income producing stuff and stewardship. And hopefully they work together. But if you really wanted to be mercenary about it, you'd probably sell everything except the oil land. But talking to staff and seeing, all the expertise in the innovation and the desire to be moving, towards renewables, towards carbon sequestration, towards biodiversity, I think we really need to. Some of it becomes philosophical because La Jara's, it's not producing a ton of income relative to its value. It's half of 1% or 1% or something. And yet it's sort of a crown jewel property. And I know people have been working hard on getting it over to the BLM. Just in general, I certainly question whether the feds could do any better than we do, even though for as much land as we manage, we have a small staff, 50 hardworking people. So I'm still, trying to get my arms around the philosophical or monetary decisions between strict income and being a great land manager. And I'm a land hoarder, so I hate to dispose of any land. And I know there's certain properties that probably don't make sense. But when I look at La Jara, I have real questions about that. If you just looked at what it's producing in income, you'd sell it tomorrow. But if you look at what the staff has become, a lot of experts on water, on renewables, on biodiversity, then it gives the state land board a whole new, personality. I don't know if it's new, but it's certainly different than what I expected. So no answers there, but it certainly, to me, raises a lot of questions.
I think, and I'm really glad you presented this to us as like an information item because it is sort of a input and lead up to that asset allocation exercise. It seems to me that if we look at our strengths and our weaknesses, I suppose that those really kind of enter into guiding this strategy, which is we have the ability, unlike most other competitive investors, institutional or let's call it institutional, we have the ability to hold on to things, absorb the opportunity cost of holding them, even if it's the financial, not the taxes. So we have a lot of flexibility in how we could own properties that would mature into greater than normal uses that could be creatively deployed for other things that we could use to a little like you're suggesting, where the state land board can continue to play a leadership role, even though it's not our mission, but a leadership role for the rest of the state on how we think creatively about creating value for the state with land and water assets. So it seems to me that as we think about this, the ability to acquire land, hold land for the long term, to perhaps create value through the aggregation of pieces. I love the idea of the retitling or strategic acquisitions, bulking up. I'm a big fan of scale. They don't make things larger, they make things smaller generally over time. And the opportunities that we have, again, with the patient money that we control to aggregate assets, much like we have in the Southeast, those have much more value than isolated 640. So the work we've done in aggregating to date that I've observed seems to be value enhancing. We're also an asset investment and management organization. We are not an operating entity. Those are two really different things. So you look at a commercial real estate portfolio where you not only have to buy it right, you have to operate it right. There's a lot of moving pieces there that, as an example, don't play as much to our strengths as doing the land banking or the strategic aggregations. So, from the benefit of having been involved on the committee now for 3 years, I do really like the idea of us assessing our strengths and what we aren't, our weaknesses, as we entered into the asset allocation process. And I also like the idea that we would be building this pipeline ahead of disposals so that we can be strategic and intentional. Because it isn't really like, oh my gosh, we have the money and, well, if we don't have anything, let's go to the permanent fund. Ideally, the permanent fund, after our collective efforts over the next 3 years, will be earning something closer to an industry norm of, let's just say 5% on the lower end. And so then that is another factor where we look at where are we? Do we want to put more money into financial assets? Or is it time to put more money back into a land portfolio or water? Because those are unique assets. We can take more risk than a lot of other competing buyers. And I think the management of that risk tolerance is a little bit of our hidden sauce. So I'll stop there.
Very thoughtful. Just in a broader sense, as we begin our planning, one of the things, obviously, anytime you can't anticipate what exterior forces will do to change your strategy. And one of the things I've been thinking about a lot is part of our strategies for alternative energy and revenue sources will be changed now that the tax credits will not be there for solar and for other alternatives. And so I need you to give us sort of a sense of how that might impact what we thought were important investments. And the other is, I think, an example of is that when I first came on the board, I looked at the commercial office space that we owned in downtown Denver. And I thought, how could that possibly be part of the state land board? But at the time, it was sort of the value of resources were so great that it looked like investing in buildings would increase our revenue. And that still could be, but that is so far apart from what I think our mission is, that we want to look at this whole broad question. And we may very well have to continue to do some outside things just because the environment in which we're functioning is not conducive to the things that we thought were incentives. So I just want to put that into the mix as well.
Yeah, I really like what Commissioner Frobe said about leadership because, again, I didn't, as a new commissioner, I didn't know a lot about the direction and leadership of this group. And so I've been so pleasantly surprised just to go out on these site visits. I've only been on one, but I've read literature of the last site visit. And, to see that this board is really future looking. It's not just, doing one thing, homogeneous grazing or something. It's really trying to take care of Colorado land, which is the name of our group. So I really think, I really like the idea of us, and it goes with the, goals of communication and getting ourselves out there of leadership in Colorado, leadership of the land, taking care of the land. And it goes hand in hand with the Wildlife Commission. So, I hope we can continue down that path.
And as a land person, it really is true, I believe, and I'm personally very committed to the fact that stewardship enhances asset value.
Absolutely.
And particularly with the time horizons that we have, it's even more important. And all of that said, it's part of the challenge and the satisfaction of this group and being a commissioner is constantly balancing that the forces outside of you, the forces from within, the opportunities and to make money and to enhance the assets you have and walking that fine.
Yeah. Sure.
So I think this is really just spot on to what we should be challenging ourselves to do. Does anyone else have any observations or insights from that? We assume that you'll be around, so if something comes to us in the middle of the night, we can send you an email.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I won't see it till the morning, but.
We'll do the delay send. Yes.
I just want to thank Anna, for your incredible leadership in this space, in this leading the positions and disposals. Really appreciate your tremendous expertise. So thank you.
Thank you.
That triggers something else, because Matt had been very instrumental in this other one, but Josie, like you said, we don't control these external events. And so although I really believe that we need clear strategy and we need to adhere to that strategy, I always believe you need a 20% opportunity tour. And the Repi transaction, it looks like we were very strategic to come up with that. And we in fact were pursuing it, but the fact that we could harness federal funds to protect federal interests, you know, the betterment of Colorado and military installations, maintain land and agriculture, and receive full value for these lands, which we could then reinvest. Those are the kind of external factors and opportunities that, you know, we ought to keep being prepared for.
I don't want to draw this out, but let me just add on to that last piece in that, do we know that proposed REPA funding will continue with the new strategy?
That's a good question. I think that that funding is unlike the Lahara Land and Water Conservation Funds that we've discussed. It's not appropriated today. I think it comes out.
It is appropriate.
It's not appropriated to my knowledge. And further, it is it's allocated both to the services and then further allocated to the installations based on their priorities. So while there are, and as TPL and TNC have explained to me, they anticipate this kind of causing a snowball effect where the early successes will allow for greater asks of Repi funds going forward. It's not in hand, so to speak, today.
And Matt, just so that, because we have two new commissioners, could you really summarize what the Repi funding opportunity was?
Absolutely.
Just so they know what.
Yes, so Repi is a program that is through DoD where funds are made available for installations to acquire conservation easements, generally speaking, to provide better buffers around their installations and increase the surety, the surety of their operations, training and national security in general. We were able to partner with TNC, TPL, and Palmer to arrive at a construct where instead of us selling a conservation easement and retaining those lands, we would sell the entire fee land to one of those entities. They will put the conservation easement on it through Repi funding sources, and then seek to sell back those eased lands into the agricultural use that they were already in, frankly. At a much lower, reduced post easement purchase price. So there are 6 properties in El Paso and Fremont County that were identified as particularly important military installations down there. Schriever and those installations being Schriever Space Force Base, the Air Force Academy, and Fort Carson. And obviously those are very high priority installations. So that's the kind of general concept behind Repi. Where it works particularly well for us as Commissioner Frobe mentioned, we are able to receive the full unencumbered value through those disposals while still ensuring a permanent conservation aspect to the lands. And so it's kind of the best of both worlds in that regard.
I guess my question is, ongoing, do we think that that will continue?
I don't have I can't answer that, I guess, because I don't know. Hopefully that it will continue. I haven't heard specific reasons that it won't. I think that regardless of my personal perspective on this, is regardless of any administration in charge, the national security aspects that is seeking to protect through REPI are still going to be there, and priorities under any administration, presumably. So I guess my short best guess is I think it will likely continue. Thank you all very much.
Thanks.
All right. Mr. Berry on this language for lessee owned water.
You already give us legend.
I do not. Good morning, commissioners. Justin Berry, Water Program Manager. No slideshow today, just a brief discussion, I suppose. Today, I'm here to update you on some proposed lease language changes regarding lessee-owned water. This is an information item only, and it's also an opportunity to get your input. We're coming to you because this topic matters a lot to our lessees, I imagine, and we appreciate your feedback. For reference, this is item 1D, tab 6 in your board packet. As you might know, the land board lessees privately own water and use it beneficially on state trust lands. This generally is a win-win. The trust earns higher lease rates because it's an irrigated or there's water, there's a additionality to it. The land benefits physically from water application, and the lessees benefit from a higher production. However, there are a couple challenges. One of those being privately owned water is a real property right. So they're bringing their real property onto our real property. And also, once applied to the land, the water can create lasting impacts that aren't easily undone. And I think we saw one of those impacts yesterday. We own the water there, but you get a sense of what dry up can do. Current lease language does address water. It includes situations like when lessees develop a water right on land board property, use land board assets. And the lease language also addresses what to do or opportunities when a lessee brings their own water onto state trust lands. Under the current lease terms, the land board has exclusive control over the future use and ownership of that water, of the lessee's water. So I want to say that again, because this is a really important point. Under the current lease language, the land board has exclusive control over future use and ownership of that water. So the land board can require it to be sold to us or to an incoming lessee, or the land board can permit it to be removed from state trust land under a reclamation plan. In practice, this means the lessee gives up their decision-making power over their own property, which is a common point of concern. It's a big rub with the lessees. So the proposed changes, working in conjunction with Attorney General's office and with stakeholder input, we've drafted some new language to the leases that aims to both protect land board interests and respect the lessee's ownership of their own property. The draft language includes a right of first refusal. That is for the land board to purchase the water if it's offered for sale. And it also outlines a process of executing that right of first refusal. The lease language went from about 2/3 of a page to 2.5 pages. But I think that's more protective for both the land board and the lessee in outlining that process. It makes it much more clear that the land board has the ability to purchase it, but it's not a requirement.
There's also a greater emphasis on the approval process of bringing private water onto state trust lands. And in that process, it requires the lessees to outline a reclamation and restoration plan should the water be removed from the property. That's already in existence, and again, it's super important. We just want to bolster that language up a little bit. So you'll find the proposed language on pages 53 through 55 of your board packet, and that's all I have with that. I want to open it up to your questions and comments. Again, no formal action here, just appreciate your input.
Justin, this is the first I'd ever really heard of and thought about this issue.
Sure.
And so I wondered if you could share with us, what's the frequency of one, the lessee water bringing to our lands? Is it mostly, I'm guessing, irrigated croplands versus ranching land?
It's both, yeah.
Both. And so kind of how big is this universe out of the universe of our land, productive land?
A great question.
And how many times has a lessee taken the water off of it prior to expiration, and even some of the examples of it after expiration?
Yeah, great question. And the short answer is I don't know. I have a sense that I think there's more privately owned water being brought onto state trust lands than water that we actually own. I'm not 100% sure on that, but the more I dig into it, the more I'm like, oh, that surprised me. So, and how many times it's been removed, I couldn't tell you.
And Justin, I assume on this side of the state anyway, a huge amount of the water's aquifers. And how much of that is appurtenant to the land and how much is not appurtenant to the land? And that's a broad question, but in general.
Yeah, great question in general. So groundwater in general, especially in the San Luis Valley. So that the heavy regions of groundwater use in Colorado in general are San Luis Valley, the South Platte, and Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
And so those waters don't have to be attached to the land necessarily, but often they are.
Mm-hmm.
For landboard property, at least in the San Luis Valley, we saw one of the properties yesterday where it was exclusively appurtenant.
Mm-hmm.
We have another full section on the north end of the valley that's the same. And then there are some conjunctive use situations in the valley where we have both surface water that landboard owns, surface water that lessees own, and wells. We have less, trying to think of the inventory in my head right now. In the South Platte, we own more ditch shares than groundwater, I believe. And I want to say the same is true in the Arkansas Valley. If we're talking tributary water, yeah, it's you can move it all around. But if it's non-tributary water, it's absolutely appurtenant. It's the footprint of the land.
Okay. And with all this new the gray satellite technology they're using to measure groundwater and seeing these huge depletions, is the state land board, are we taking much leadership in the whole conversation, especially in the San Luis Valley, in terms of the aquifer?
Right. Well, yeah, that property we visited yesterday, that was an opportunity where we were able to contribute both towards retiring and trying to reach the sustainability goals here in the valley and to monetize it. The Republican River Basin is another one where we're actively figuring out what do we want to do there with our irrigated assets, as it is a depleting aquifer more rapidly recently.
Is that something the state engineer is more involved with, or should the land board have a more active role in the whole thing?
Yes, the state engineer is involved in all.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's a lot of local leadership, especially the Rio Grande Water Conservation District. They're the ones at the point here in the valley.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Republican River Water Conservation District, they're also kind of at the point, and the Republican
Okay.
Basin. The land board's role in the Republican Basin, would probably be more prominent than in the valley here, just because our land holdings are much larger.
Mhm.
Out of the approximately 13,000 irrigated acres that we have, about 6 or 7 of those are in the Republican River Basin.
Mhm.
So it's not insignificant.
Yeah.
And we definitely have been gauged.
Mhm.
You know, that raises for me a question, again, back to our planning. Might be useful for us to have some presentations in the subsequent board meetings from the water commission, and have the kind of reports, not unlike what we had several years ago from the attorneys talking about the water. Remember it was an excellent presentation, but you know, with new members and changes in who's working on that, it might be very useful.
So just to clarify, because over the years we do lots of presentations on water, are you thinking of excuse me, and this is Ed Hamrick, Assistant Attorney General. Are you thinking about a presentation on the basics of water law, which we've done several times and we're happy to do, or a presentation from, say, the state engineer's office about what the goals and vision of the state engineer, which we've also had.
I think both.
Okay. Well, our office will be happy to put together a overview of water law for a presentation, and we can do that fairly, when it fits how the director and staff would like that on your agenda. I am confident that the state engineer's office will be happy to make a presentation within their schedule. They've certainly done that before, and we can open up conversations with them.
I think the statewide look and their view looking forward would be especially useful. But the state, whether it's ideally it's the state engineer and it's the 2 active districts that are executing on sort of in accordance, I would imagine, with the statewide plan and constraints and whatnot. But the big picture would be helpful because we spend a lot of time in these acres, that watershed, and to help us knit it all together at a high level. I think that's a great idea.
And with these GRACE satellites, they're getting much, much better at estimating the entire volume of groundwater using gravitational measurements.
Mm-hmm.
And it's pretty alarming, just at least on my side of the state, and I'm sure it is on this side of the state, just the lowering of groundwater. It's like the whole state's just drying up fast, and we don't always see it because we just see the surface, but satellite data is pretty alarming. So
I just wanted to highlight a couple of things from the business plan that Justin and Elliot are going to be implementing that can get to your point, Commissioner Harvey. One is identifying opportunities for storage, recovery, and recharge. And another element is working to identify 2 new opportunities to sustain in-stream flows to benefit riparian health. So it's very much on our radar for the further dialogue about it.
Very good. Any other input about lease language?
sort of went off on a tangent.
Just now, I'm just curious how lessees signed these agreements in the past.
Yeah, I am too. It's been amazing in learning that this language existed and yet they continue forward, and I guess they didn't read it, or I don't know. So yeah.
I mean, I think this is a great addition, and it's
Great, thank you. Appreciate it.
Likewise, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Right, now grazing rates.
Give me a minute, Justin, pull up your, Jerry, pull up your stuff.
Yes, please. Morning, Jared Smith, Northwest District Manager. Out of the Steamboat office, and I am here to present an information item on our grazing rate process. PowerPoint.
I do, I'm working on it.
I did Google Slides, is that?
For sure. Not a lion.
This is kind of fun, because we have that land where we relocated the wildlife sanctuary area down southeast, but from the lion.
Oh.
But we have, didn't we exchange some land?
Did a while back.
It was, help me, it was like 3 years ago, and it was land for the wildlife sanctuary was gonna have a new place for animals that were being brought in, including animals such as you had on your picture. Nobody remembers this?
No.
You remember.
You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, Matt, did that deal with the wild animal sanctuary?
Yes.
I think if you click with your mouse, you'll have control again.
Yep. Okay, yep, it's working, all right. Again, I'm Jared Smith, Northwest District Manager. Present an information item on our grazing rates process. Just as an overview, 96% of our surface ownership is leased for agriculture use. And 91% of these leases are utilized for grazing. So the other 5% are solely farming or other agricultural use. And out of these 2,000 grazing leases just this past fiscal year, the State Land Board brought in just under 16 million in revenue. Our grazing lease rates are set by board policy, and that was included in the board packet as an attachment. I just wanted to do a quick overview on how our grazing lease rates are set versus how our other agriculture programs, the dryland crop and irrigated cropland are set. And it's difficult to see on the PowerPoint, but essentially our dryland crop leases as well as our irrigated crop leases are set using commodity price inputs. That's how the State Land Board will establish our cropland leases, the lease rates, versus our grazing lease rates, which currently we set our lease rates based on a private market survey. So as you can see, the two irrigated and dryland crop programs are very similar in how the rates are set versus the grazing rates. So this private market survey, the process was implemented in 1996. It was established with other stakeholders. So the State Land Board worked with Colorado Cattlemen's as well as other groups to come up with this process. A third party typically conducts the private survey. So in the recent past, CSU has conducted this survey. They send it out to private operators and landowners throughout the state and solicit information on their private grazing leases. This survey currently occurs every 3 years. So our current timeline, this would be a survey year where we would typically send out surveys to gather information, which that input is then used to adjust grazing lease rates the following year. an overview of our grazing regions that we currently utilize. So in 1996, process that was set up broke the state out into 5 different grazing regions. This was mimicking, I think, a breakdown that the NRCS had for the state that just grouped similar ecosystems together. When we compare this to our district boundaries, it's different. So we have 5 grazing regions with different grazing rates, and we have 6 state land board districts. As you can see, the boundaries do not change. So we have some districts that will have 3 different sets of rates for grazing leases. So again, the survey that we utilize, it pulls in rates from across the state. The district staff also collect, in the past, we've tried to collect at least 10 private lease rates from our areas just to either include that in the data evaluation or to just compare to make sure that the survey rates that we got back, we're seeing the same thing in our areas. We also utilize competitive bid results internally. So anytime we have a grazing lease that has more than one bid submitted on it, we will compile that information again, just to compare what we're seeing on our end versus what we're seeing with the survey results. Can I ask, Nick, can you move the bar to the side? So I can't see what the slide. There we go. Thank you. When we're talking about our grazing lease rates, we do have a tier system for all of our grazing leases, and we have 4 tiers. And I forgot to mention at the beginning, if anyone has questions throughout the presentation, please ask, because there is a lot of information. I know we have a lot of new staff members, board members, and there's a lot to go through on this. So with every grazing lease, we break it out into one of these 4 tiers. So tier 1 is a 10% adjustment below what the private grazing rate is for that area. And tier 1 are leases where the state land board owns most or all of the improvements on the lease. So that 10% adjustment still allows the lessee, it allows them money to for improvement costs and maintenance, because even though the land board owns the improvements, our lessees are still required to at least maintain them at the current status. Tier 2 lease rates are adjusted 20% below what the private market rate is for the area, and this is our most common tier. These are grazing leases where the lessee owns most or all of the improvements. And so again, that 20% adjustment allows them some room for those improvement costs and maintenance. Tier 3 is kind of an odd tier. These are parcels and leases that we consider isolated within one landowner. Either a private landowner completely surrounds a lease and it has no public access, or a federal grazing allotment. There's only one operator that can utilize the lease. Because of that, I think in the past we wanted to make sure we weren't overpricing a lease that had no competitive value. And so because of this tier 3 level, we adjust these leases 25% below what the market rate is for the area. Our final tier is tier 4. We currently use this for our large properties that go through an RFP process. And this is essentially what we start the baseline AUM rate at for these large properties. And when we have a request for proposals, we always have bids that come in above our base rate. So as you can tell, tier 4 and tier 1, they're the same, that 10% adjustment down for improvements. So all that information, when we put that together, this is the grazing rates sheet that is available to the public that our lessees utilize to try and see what they're paying for their leases in their areas. And as you can see, just on the screen, it's hard to read. When you're looking at it on a sheet, it is confusing. There's a lot of information that we do, in an effort to try and accommodate different areas and make sure the prices match certain regional differences. This is the end result. So the last round that we went through, which was the 2023, was the last rate adjustment. The board did direct staff to conduct a review of our process just to make sure that the way that we're doing things makes sense. This process is nearly 30 years old, so the board directed staff to just double check to make sure there wasn't another way to do this. Staff assembled a grazing rates roundtable in the fall of 2023. This included state land board lessees, CCA members, Farm Bureau, Colorado Livestock Association. I think there's a number of representatives on the grazing rates roundtable because we wanted to pull in as many stakeholders as we could, as well as lessees, to make sure that we were being as transparent as possible. So the roundtable did include two staff, state land board staff members. Elliot Hoyt, assistant director, has also sat in on these meetings just to be familiar with the process and the discussion involved. With the grazing rates roundtable, we did look at how other states in the West with similar agencies set their grazing rates. This is a brief summary of 9 states. As you can see, there are differences in every category, whether that's the lease rate method, how most states charge by an animal unit month, which is how our agency charges our grazing lessees. Oklahoma does a per acre or it's lease specific. The review method, when we're looking at do states use a formula? Do they use a survey? It's a mix again. So in summary, this table does show us that there's no perfect approach to this. No state has come up with either an equation or a survey that really captures, the market exactly. And so this at least told us that there's things that we can try. There's not one approach, one right way to do this.
I have a question on the feed formula.
Yes.
It doesn't mean anything to me. Feed formula, were all these states using different components into a feed formula?
Yeah, so some states with their fee formula, they'll either have an annual adjustment for inflation. They may pull in commodity prices. Every formula is different, and so it's kind of hard to. It's just an approach that, it's state dependent on how they implement their fee formula.
Is it safe to say then they're all starting from a base AUM? Driven by either NRCS recommendations or someone else's about, the precipitation, the forage, et cetera?
Yeah, again, it's different. It's, some states will have a base rate, some states do not. They'll base it entirely off of market prices. It's a mixed bag. So.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I noticed earlier in the document, you conferring with Colorado Cattlemen's Association, and then later in the document, the Colorado Livestock Association. Is there a difference in who those associations represent? And is there a difference, and please identify it, of what they advocate for with respect to grazing rates? Or are they all, they're certainly not the same.
Right. Yes, they are different. So Colorado Livestock Association, it's just a different, it's a different member association. So members of that group are not Colorado Cattlemen's Association members. And what we wanted to do is we wanted we didn't want to work solely with one group.
Well, I think that's admirable. Can you identify any difference in opinion of the two respective groups? They're obviously advocacy groups for their membership. Is there a difference in what they advocate?
I believe there is, and I couldn't tell you what it is. I know that when people aren't a member of CCA, of Colorado Cattlemen's Association, it's maybe because it's something that they supported, or there's always a disagreement on maybe something that they stand for. Therefore, they'll go to a different.
But I mean, with respect to grazing rates specifically, is there a difference of opinion between these two stakeholder groups who represent leasees of grazing leases? Is there a difference of opinion? And if so, what is it?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't understand that. I don't think the groups, they don't have specific recommendations for the land board to follow. I know that they wanted to be involved in the process and the discussion to try and ensure that what the end result was fair for their members as well as fair for the agency. So I think between the CLA and the CCA, I don't think they both had differing opinions or recommendations. It was more of a collaboration.
Thank you.
I think how I would look at that is, do you think that there is support from both groups and other stakeholders for what you have developed?
Yes, and when you say I developed it, it really was a group effort. This wasn't an idea solely from the state land board. So we definitely worked for a group consensus as much as we could.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, if no more questions, we'll continue on. We did cover this again. The grazing rates roundtable included Colorado Cattlemen's Association. I guess this is more of the outreach that the state land board has done with this process and how we set grazing rates, because we don't want anyone to be surprised when we come out with this. We want everyone to know that this was coming, to be involved in the discussion. We've solicited as much comments as we could in different settings. So we've presented this discussion and approach to the Colorado Cattlemen's Association at their midwinter and their annual convention. We presented it at the agriculture roundtable that the state land board hosts annually. And again, that includes a lot of different industry groups and stakeholders. And this outreach will include direct communication with our lessees. Once we decide on the either rate adjustments or how we approach the grazing rates process, we will send out direct communications, either postcard form, emails, to our grazing lessees across the state. So just to get into the meat of what I will be presenting an action item in September, which will essentially present our idea for you all to review and either approve or give us different direction for the process. And just to kind of give a broad overview of what we will be presenting, we are looking at a formula-based approach that pulls in cattle and corn commodity market prices. This approach will allow us, the information that we're looking at is published publicly by different trade groups. So with this approach, we would be able to make adjustments annually to our grazing rates. So our current process, we do feel like there is a lag between what our grazing rates are, what the truth is on the ground. So when we set our rates, it's a 3-year period before they're adjusted again. With a commodity market data, and a formula, we could make those adjustments annually, every year. Whether, and that keeps us, I think, more in line with where the, the private market is, as well as what lessees are seeing. Because the issue with a rate set for 3 years is there are different cycles in the markets. And so sometimes if the bottom drops out of the cattle market and our price is still stagnant, our lessees are paying more than what they're receiving when they sell their cattle. This data would be utilized in a rolling 3-year average. And so again, the idea behind this is to take 3 years of data, average that out to try and level out any kind of market, highs and lows, because again, we don't want to have a 20 or 30% adjustment in a year. We ran different models with either an annual adjustment, a 3-year rolling average, or a 5-year rolling average. And the 3-year rolling average, the group agreed had the least amount of inconsistencies. When we're looking backwards, with our model, we compared kind of what the grazing rates were set by the state land board and applied the formula and kind of saw what it looked like. And the 3-year was, I think, the most consistent with our rates, as well as the least amount of variability. And
How far back did you go on that period?
We went 20 years.
Okay.
So, and I think that was the most easily available public data that we could utilize. The 5-year rolling average had actually a little more variability than the 3-year, which was surprising, but it seems to catch 2 different market cycles. And so some years it would be higher than 3-year, some years it'd be lower. And so that's the idea behind the rolling 3-year average for our equation. We'd also like to propose a 15% cap on adjustments, an annual cap. That way, if we do see really big market swings, at least that again tries to level off the variability year to year. If we do see tough market year. We are also going to propose a one statewide rate. This is very different than our 5 grazing regions approach. The idea again behind this is to simplify what we're charging lessees. We do get comments of, especially lessees that have leases on 2 different grazing regions. If there's a county line and they're paying significantly different from one, on this invisible boundary. With a statewide rate, it does make it a lot more simple, especially with when we're bringing on a lessee that has never had a state lease before. It's a lot easier to explain. This is our rate versus, what area are you in and what tier would this be? And that does bring me to the tier system. We're looking at trying to simplify that as well, just to have maybe a 2-tier system where we are only looking at the difference in ownership of improvements. So we would maintain the tier where if the state land board owns those improvements, that's 1 tier. And if the lessee owns most or all of the improvements, that's the other tier, and just leave it at that.
How would
Yes.
that be impacted by drought?
By drought? Well, so our current process, which we would keep, is in years of drought, we do have a drought relief form. So a lessee can submit a form if they're in a drought area, and we can make an annual adjustment for that year. And that's a year-to-year thing. And we've utilized that before. I will note in the board packet, the cover sheet does have a summary of the historical grazing rates and the amount that they changed. If you look at 2003, that was a pretty severe drought throughout the state, and the land board the board approved a 50% reduction in grazing rates across the state because of how bad it was. Since then, I think our droughts have been pretty regional, and that's why we'll just do it case by case basis. So that's still available to lessees. Yes.
Jared, looking at your average AUM across the state, it's close to $18. Are you able to compare that with similar states, Rocky Mountain states such as, I don't know, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, or something? What's their average AUM?
I did not do a comparison just of per AUM rates, just because with every state doing a different approach. It's kind of similar to us comparing ours to the feds, right? The Forest Service, the BLM, they charge, I think, $1.50 AUM.
Pretty good deal.
Yes, it is a good deal. So it's difficult when you're looking at it from that angle. I did notice states that utilized kind of a fee formula or commodity prices, their rates seem to be a little lower than states that used private market surveys. And so we're one of the states that does a private market survey. So we're on the higher end, but I know that Nebraska, Oklahoma, they seem to have higher rates. I don't know if that's based on lack of state lands. I know Oklahoma does not have as much available land as Colorado does. Wyoming, New Mexico, Arizona, they have a lot more state land. So the rates seem to be lower because there's less demand for those.
And are we getting full subscription when one lessee gives up their lease? Is the market, are rates attractive enough where we have any number of applicants to get that?
I believe so. I can't speak for across the state, at least in my area in the Northwest. If I have a lease either turned in or, leases, all of our leases are available for public bid.
Yeah.
Of course, a lot of neighbors don't want to bid against each other. I understand that. But when we have a vacant lease, we constantly receive bids, I would say 30-40% above our base rate, which tells us, I think, where our rates are not overpriced.
Yeah. And improvements, I assume it's mostly fencing. What else would you include in the definition of improvement? Some water setups?
Yeah, typical improvements are fencing. That's both exterior and interior fencing, water development. We also include stock ponds, corral systems. I think those are the main typical improvements we'll see. When we're talking about the new process that'll be presenting in September, what are the benefits to this? We're really the main goal when we set up the roundtable is we want to be as transparent as possible with our with how we set and adjust our grazing lease rates. I think we did a private market survey. It's difficult to take all of that data and know that it's either all accurate, it is relevant to what we're looking at. If someone said, I want to see all the survey results, that this way, a lessee, if we have this commodity-based approach with market data, they could even predict kind of where their grazing lease rates will go during the next year. We also want to be fair to our lessees as well as our agency. We're still in the business of making money for we're a fiduciary, and so we don't want to underprice our product, but we also don't want to take more than we should from our partners and our lessees. Consistency, when we're talking about a formula that's, I think, as consistent as we can get. When we're looking at our private the private market rate survey. The last survey that we did, and I know the board members that are still here remember the results that we got. The number of responses was really low compared to previous surveys. CSU wasn't entirely sure why this was. I think, you know, it was shortly after COVID. They did mention that they'd seen a lot of surveys, that other surveys that they did, other groups that were sending out surveys, there's just a lower response rate. I think people were tired of answering surveys. And so with this approach, at least we can count on market data every year, every month being published versus not knowing if we're going to get enough response or results from our surveys that we have been doing. I think with that, that's the end of my presentation. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
I want to provide a point of information to the board. I did a little online research. Colorado Livestock Association appears to represent cattle feedlots, feeders, large scale operations, confined operations, both hog and cattle, whereas Colorado Cattlemen would be much more the individual rancher, more likely to be leasing state lands than a feedlot.
Commissioners, any thoughts on this approach? Again, we'll have a chance to make a decision next. Thoughts or concerns?
I'm kind of curious what our mechanism is for evaluating the condition of the range, and do we have any base? I know it's a lot of land, it's 3 million acres, but do we have any baseline stuff? What's our mechanism for making sure our lessees are doing their job?
We defer to our director.
Or if I could defer to someone who actually goes out there and does those measurements in person.
Yeah, so the mechanism you're speaking of, that's our source specialist and our district manager. Is to, especially when a lease is either during a midterm inspection or at a renewal inspection, we're going out on the ground. We're ensuring that there's not overgrazing, resource damage, that the lessee is meeting the lease terms. And in that same process, we're also verifying that the AUM rate means that it's not overrated or underrated. But we also work with our lessees in that process as well. But it does come down to us putting our eyes on the ground and determining those factors.
And with 3 million acres and not a lot of staff, what's the cycle of seeing those 3 million acres?
Yeah, we're expected to put boots on the ground at least twice during a lease cycle, which is 10 years. And again, we try to get out for a midterm inspection, and then right before the lease renews, we have a renewal inspection. But of course, if something else comes up, a project, we can be out more frequently. We have other staff as well, our stewardship staff. They also do inspections. So it's not just the district staff. We also have other programs that are out on the ground as well. And that helps because if they see something that they may be concerned about, they'll alert us.
Do you have any sense what the cycle is for, say, the BLM to inspect their rangelands?
Ooh, good question. I'm not familiar with their cycle.
Be curious to know that since we're considering transfer of LAHARA.
Yeah, that's a good question.
And even portions.
Yeah.
Did you find that out?
Yeah, I mean, definitely you can, but together with Jared and Rachel Turner, who is field ops for everything, we can touch base, figure out BLM, US Forest Service, what their processes are, and see how that lines up to what we do. But it's an excellent question of how our fellow agencies monitor their issues.
Thank you, Jared. And I have a request, Ellie, maybe I'm going to direct it to you. Back in 2023, when we were concerned about the inputs we were getting for setting rates and wanted to review the process, one of the things I was hoping we could address, we can't dive into it today, we don't have the time, but I'd really like to look at the non-monetary aspects of our lease process. And thinking about everything from incentives that may affect rates to, you know, practices, application practices, consistent with what Director Rosenblum mentioned earlier, is stronger alignments with CDA, access to programs, thinking more holistically about, we have an incredibly valuable asset attested to the fact that we have all those people bidding on every single lease. And to really be thinking about how we're using our leasing process to achieve the stewardship goals. We do a pretty good job, but I'd like to have a more robust conversation and discussion about additional lease terms.
Yep, absolutely. We can come back to the board and report on what the process is for the competitive leasing, how we do those reviews, what kind of criteria we look at. We can review what our baseline terms are in our leases. You've heard about water, obviously, already. We're happy to elucidate more on the other terms and
Knitting it all together, the monetary.
Absolutely, happy to do that.
Thank you. And if there are no other questions, I'm going to accelerate the bio break. Take 10 minutes, please, and we will then be back 11:40, no later. We are going to start because we still have a lot to cover and too little time.
Thanks, Jared.
Thank you.
item, the Colorado Outdoor Strategy, outdoor recreational strategy.
Madam Chair, hold on.
We're good now.
Okay,
Recording,
Yes.
mics are live,
Back to live.
camera live.
Cameras live.
okay. Need that done? Commissioner Preble has a point he'd like to make.
Yeah, I actually called it a point of personal privilege. I wish to make an introduction and recognize a guest that just joined us. A woman who has contributed to the vitality, the economic success, the cultural cohesiveness, to the life in the valley in every conceivable way, working for over 20 years. Or starting, I think, with Representative Udall, Mark Udall. Ken Salazar, I'm sorry, and then Senator Salazar, Senator Udall, and then for the last 10 years or more, Senator Michael Bennett, Aaron Minks, please.
Sorry, thanks everybody.
Everybody in the valley who's in local government knows Aaron Minks. But she's now retired.
Where to start?
Yeah, started working in Boulder County.
Yes.
But Aaron is a go-to person for any local government official across the valley. And will continue to be.
Hope so.
Thank you,
Thank
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Preble. Glad we did that. All right, so we'd like to hear more about.
All right, sounds good. Well, Tim Brass, Assistant Director for Parks, Wildlife and Lands. I'm here with Jody Kennedy.
Yeah, good morning, Commissioners, Director Rose Marino. Good to be here, Jody Kennedy. I'm the Regional Partnerships Program Manager with Colorado Parks and Wildlife.
I'm really glad Jody can be here, as I think you'll hear this has been an effort that has taken many partners, but ultimately I think we really see CPW as the long-term steward of the outdoor strategy. And in addition, I think Jody has been at this planning process a lot longer than I have. So I'm really glad you can be here. And I know GOCO was interested in being here as well. I think they're one of the key funders of the effort, but they actually have committee meetings here today, so we're unable to join. In terms of the framework of our presentation, I'm going to give a little bit of background, talk about kind of the genesis of the outdoor strategy, and then I'm going to hand it over to Jody to give a more detailed report on some of the objectives and actions that we will be working towards as we start moving towards implementation. So I think those of you who have been here for a bit have heard me give reports on the outdoor strategy. This has been a longstanding priority for the Department of Natural Resources, CPW, Great Outdoors Colorado, and the Governor's Office. It was officially launched at the Partners in the Outdoors Conference this past April. We had a great event with Governor Polis and many of the partners who were involved in the strategy development. Governor Polis helped formalize this effort back in 2020 with the executive order, which called on the convening partners to kickstart this process. And it also formalized the Regional Partnership Initiative, which Jody oversees. And it was really born out of a recognition that the state really needed an overarching framework, which brought together various partners working to advance conservation, recreation, and climate resiliency work. It's really our hope that this will serve as a guide for those goals. And with that, I'm going to attempt to show a quick video which gives an overview of the strategy.
I'll get it for you.
Okay.
See it in the room, it's fine. You didn't rehearse this, can you tell? I wish that was all that was wrong with it. Right. But all my icons have disappeared. I can't see anything. Can't see what I'm presenting.
Ready? I can do that. Yeah, we can just skip it. It's all good.
Okay. No, that's not all that's wrong.
It's all right.
I can run it simultaneously on the phones.
Well, I think the video there is a part of a suite of communication tools that we have been working to try to push out following the launch of the outdoor strategy, and really is designed to just ensure that the community is aware that this is out there, and that the convening partners really see it as sort of the guiding framework for advancing those shared priorities around conservation, recreation, and climate resilience. If you want to just go to slide 3.
I really want to.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. So yeah, at its core, we really see the outdoor strategy as a way to help ensure that we have a future where our outdoors people, community character, and our ways of life endure for generations to come. And as I mentioned, I think the purpose is to provide coordination, new tools, but also to align the funding that supports conservation, outdoor recreation, and climate resiliency work. And so, hey, Nick, how do I go to the next slide?
Right arrow.
Okay.
Click on the screen just in case. Use a little mouse to click on the screen once, and that gives you, then it might engage the keyboard again.
Do a right click on that.
And then once you've clicked, then use the keyboard. It has to know you're in the system.
It's not showing the mouse, not sure if we're in the.
Yep. Go that way. Mouse. Everybody else mouse. Which there is. No, I'm just.
You're right. All right, and so as I mentioned, I think this is been an effort that has taken a lot of different partners throughout this process. We have had the convening partners, which have again included Colorado Parks and Wildlife, Great Outdoors Colorado, DNR, and CPW. We've also had a steering committee, which has included a wide range of nonprofit organizations, community leaders, state agencies. There's a long list of key partners here included on the screen that were included in either that steering committee or a technical committee. And so, as I mentioned, part of the strategy is providing new tools that'll help support efforts at the local and regional level. And that technical committee really helped develop those tools in partnership with entities like CNHP and some of the consultants. The partners, as I mentioned, were wide ranging. We had everybody from National Wild Turkey Federation to Nature Conservancy to CCI to the Cattlemen's Association engaged, and I think those folks were able to help join us for the launch at the Partners Conference, but also some outreach that we have done since the launch with the state legislature, which has been very well received. In addition to that, we have the Interagency Council, which also came out of that executive order that I mentioned that Governor Polis signed back in 2020. And the Interagency Council is supported by the Department of Natural Resources and is designed to identify actions that other agencies can take to help advance some of these shared goals. Abe Medina sits on that Interagency Council for the State Land Board, and it's been a great way to try to identify some actions across agencies that can help move the strategy forward. And then I should also mention the tribal engagement has been an extremely important piece of the development of the strategy. Stacy Coleman from DNR has been fairly engaged. We also have a consultant team that has been building out a new tribal indigenous framework and toolkit that's designed to help support community engagement of tribal communities in Colorado. And so the consultant team, we have had Keystone, SE Group, CNHP, Bending Mountains really helped lead that tribal engagement toolkit, University of Colorado, and several other independent consultants were engaged in the development of the strategy. And you may have seen this infographic. We have some little stickers out there with the QR code that is designed to bring folks to the website. This infographic really shows those three goals that I've mentioned: providing coordinated planning and funding, and providing for exceptional and sustainable outdoor recreation, advancing climate resilient conservation and restoration. And these are really the North Star goals for the strategy. They're all interrelated. And before I hand it over to Jody to give some more kind of a detailed look on some of the objectives and actions underneath each of these goals, I just wanted to say that I think we've been working to integrate the outdoor strategy in each of our respective strategic plans. So DNR went through a strategic planning process a couple of years ago, and what came out of that aligns directly with the goals of the outdoor strategy. Additionally, Great Outdoors Colorado just updated their strategic plan and pulled the outdoor strategy is central within that updated strategic plan. And CPW just launched their strategic plan update process, and will be pulling the outdoor strategy into that as well. So, we see this, I don't know, the plan of all plans, but it's also influencing those strategic plans for each of the competing partners. So with that, I'll hand it over to Jody to dive in on some of the details.
Thanks, Tim. So these are the three overarching goals, and just based on being present today, listening to the conversations, it's just, I think, really speaks to the to the need and the opportunity to really look at conservation and recreation and coordinated planning and funding holistically. And so the strategy really tries to set us up with tools to do that, as well as tools to just make it easier for us to coordinate with each other and to really like collaborate and think about how we work together, both at the regional level, but also at the statewide level. So there's these 3 North Star goals. For each one of these North Star goals, there are 3 objectives. And so this slide really touches on climate resilient conservation and restoration, where the core objectives are conservation, restoration, and then wildlife and biodiversity. So underneath all of these goals and objectives, there are 33 agency actions. And then in addition, there's a number of collective strategies. The agency actions are really targeted at the different state agencies and how we can collaborate with federal partners and our local partners. And these are areas where we're really looking to collaborate with State Land Board and with our other partners. So for instance, climate resilient and conservation has a number of sub-objectives where there's a lot of opportunity to alignment, including advancing conservation outcomes in collaboration with our agricultural partners, as well as advancing climate smart strategies. And then the next North Star goal is exceptional and sustainable outdoor recreation. Sounds like you all did a field trip yesterday and saw opportunities to advance some of these strategies at the Tin Can Camp. Certainly a lot of opportunity to collaborate across agencies and think about how we can advance recreation strategies and really do those in a way that are thoughtful to our local regional needs, our county needs, as well as thinking about doing that in coordination with our wildlife objectives and conservation objectives. So the third North Star goal is coordinated planning and funding. And again, this is an area where there's just a lot of opportunity to collaborate. We're working really closely with GOCO and other funders to think about how we can collaborate on funding strategies. And that includes working with other state agencies and State Land Board to think about how we can be strategic and coordinated in those efforts. So this is a photo of the launch. You heard about this. Governor announced the outdoor strategy at the Partners in the Outdoors conference in April, which was fantastic. We were joined by Los Animas County Commissioner Tony Haas, who's also an ag producer, and Pat Dorsey, who's with the National Wild Turkey Federation, and then Becky Lineweber is with the Pikes Peak Outdoor Recreation Alliance, also owns an angling outfitting company in the Pikes Peak region, and also with Carlos Fernandez, who's the state director for the Nature Conservancy. And I think their leadership on the steering committee and helping us to develop the strategy and then being there with us to help announce it just really spoke to the broad engagement and the broad interest that the strategy has really been thoughtful about representing and including and thinking about how we can benefit all of these different interests moving forward. So now we are moving into the implementation phase. And again, CPW's role, we are the stewards. And so our role is to really push forward this collaboration, to follow up with our agents and partners, to think through every one of these 33 agency actions. What do those actions look like? What are the timelines for those, for the partners, putting them together, and really shepherding this moving forward. Also collaborating with our other partners, our NGOs and federal land managers. A key piece to the strategy, as you've heard, is that it's really about resources and tools. And so it's really not seen as another plan, but it's called a strategy intentionally. And so I want to get a little bit into the resources and tools. I won't spend too much time on this, but I want you all to know that we have this resources hub that's now available online, has all these tools. And CPW is partnering with Center for Natural Heritage Program and Keystone Policy Center to do trainings. So if you or your constituencies or organizations are interested in doing a deeper dive into this resources hub, let us know. We will sign you up for training. And then that's an opportunity to really dig into this in more detail. And I'm just going to give a quick overview today. I will start with a data dashboard. So this is just a snapshot across the state that provides links to key resources. It also provides some key figures in terms of including the economic impact of outdoor recreation participation data. It also pulls in different climate resilient conservation data, including like percentage of high priority habitats and resilient landscapes based on the Nature Conservancy's resilient landscapes data. It really just tries to pull in kind of a broad snapshot, looking at conservation and recreation. So what you're seeing here on this screen is the statewide data dashboard. You can also go into this dashboard and choose any county in the state, and then it'll automatically pull up the data for those specific counties. And this is really intended to help us think about progress over time and how are we really moving the needle and advancing these North Star goals. Also available in the Resources Hub is a plan library. We did an inventory of plans related to climate conservation and outdoor recreation at the county level, at the state level, at the forest level, lots of regional plans, identified over 530 plans. And then the Resources Hub is a library where you can go in and you can say, I want wildlife plans, or I want agricultural plans, or I want Forest Service plans, and you can pull them up by county or by region and search that library. So it's a really valuable tool. Also really thinking about how are we building off all the work that's been done. As we all know, there's a lot of plans out there and a lot of great strategies and objectives and tools. So how do we build off all that work? A key piece to the Resources Hub is the guidance framework for tribal collaboration, which Tim talked a little bit about, just the effort around collaborating with tribes. So I'm going to touch more on that in a minute. And then there's also an equity, diversity, and inclusion resource guide and action guide that was designed and developed with a lot of partner input. Also on the Resources Hub are just a lot of tools and plans. There's a link to the Colorado Tourism Office Destination Stewardship Plan and climate plans and best practices, really there to just provide a resource for climate and for outdoor recreation and conservation. I also want to highlight Colorado Data Explorer. If you all haven't spent time there, I encourage you to dig in. It's a place where you can go and find geographic layers and look at those different layers collectively and build your own maps. You can pull out.
Where is that again?
So this is all on the website of Colorado's Outdoor Strategy. And I passed out some stickers, and in the center of the sticker is a QR code. So if you can hold your phone over that QR code, it'll take you to the Outdoor Strategy page. And then right there, you can find the video that you all missed earlier. And you can find a link to the Resources Hub. So Colorado's Data Explorer, you can really zoom in on an area of particular interest. You can pull up, like these are the state board lands. You can pull up fire risk. You can pull up critical habitat. You can also pull up recreation access. Trust for Public Lands did a data set looking at access within a 10-minute walk or a 10-minute drive to parks, trails, and open space, and you can overlay that data. We're also, really committed to filling data gaps and gathering more data. And as we do that, really making sure it gets entered into that Data Explorer system so that it's just easy to access and available to our agency partners and others. So just quickly, the guidance framework for tribal collaboration is particularly exciting. We developed this in partnership with the two sovereign tribes in Colorado, the Southern Union Tribe and the Mountain Ute Tribe. They both submitted letters of endorsement for the tribal framework, which was really exciting. It really advances three goals. The first one is to ensure that local and statewide planning for conservation, recreation, and climate include clear, culturally responsive, and mutual beneficial outcomes for tribal nations and communities. The second goal is to build trust and build relationships between tribal governments, Colorado's Indian and Alaska Native population, and public and private partners. And then the third is to facilitate a platform for tribal nations to articulate how interested parties and partners can engage with them as decision makers and as committed partners. And so really encourage you to check out this resource. We're excited about that. So almost done. As we're moving into implementation, again, CPW is the steward. And so some of the things that we're doing to really launch implementation is a statewide roadshow. So we're presenting to you all today. We're also presenting to others around the state, really trying to raise awareness and share the resources hub. Again, we're doing trainings on the resources hub, making sure folks are familiar with those tools and know how to use them. And then again, really collaborating with our partners to build out those partner actions, next steps for all those agency actions and collaborative or collective strategies with other core partners. And then lastly, I did want to touch on the Regional Partnerships Initiative, which I think has come up in conversation today. So hopefully folks are familiar with the Regional Partnerships Initiative. This again came out with the executive order that Governor Polis announced in 2020. Really, the intent was to build off successful collaborative efforts that were already happening in the state. Envision Chaffee County being one of those. Another one being SLV Go down here in the Valley, where these coalitions were bringing together broad interests and really thinking strategically and proactively about how to address conservation and recreation. And so with the Regional Partnerships Initiative, we are now offering grant funding to support these collaborative efforts and really trying to build them out across the state so that you can have models like Envision and SLV Go in all corners of the state. This map shows the 21 partnerships that currently receive funding now. We were excited to just recently get a proposal for the Northeast corner. We're very intentionally trying to fill out the entire state. So with the launch of Colorado's outdoor strategy, Great Outdoors Colorado's now invested $50 million over the next 5 years into grants to these regional coalitions to advance the strategy. So we just launched our first grant round with this new funding. Right now we're in the middle of it, and then we'll be rolling it out over the next 5 years, and just really excited to work collaboratively, recognizing that there's a lot of differences depending on where you are in the state, what those needs are, and how this strategy gets implemented is going to look different here in San Luis Valley than it is in the Northeast corner or the Northwest. And so really excited to support these coalitions and advance these goals and objectives through these regional actions. So that wraps up my presentation. I do have just one quote from Pat Dorsey, who many of you probably know. So she's with the National Wild Turkey Federation now. She used to be our Southwest Region Manager of Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And as she said, to plan for recreation and conservation as separate pursuits would be like planting two halves of a tree on opposite sides of the forest. They will grow at the same time, but they will never form the same canopy. The health of the land requires harmony and not division. So that wraps up, and then, yeah, happy to take any questions, or Tim, if there's anything.
So if we talk about recreation and conservation, 3 or 4 years ago, I spoke to some CPW managers in my region, and I asked them the greatest threat to the area they manage, and I thought they'd say energy development. And they said recreationists, that you know, we all love to hike, we all love to bike, we love trail building to a point, but they said in the region they were managing, so many people up in wildlife habitat flushing out animals, even unbeknownst to them, because animals see us before we see them. So I'm curious what CPW, how you guys are thinking about that in the future with so many people desiring to get out in the backcountry.
Yeah, well, that's a big question. I think we do hear this a lot. And so I can say from the perspective of Colorado's outdoor strategy and the regional partnerships initiative, we're really trying to support local conversations, bringing recreational users, and wildlife managers and land managers together with local government, the same table, and our producers to the same table, to really think about the direction that they want to go in and the challenges that they're facing. And also, we're really supporting like taking data to those conversations. So I can say in Casey County, they have pulled together a lot of data on where the sensitive habitat is, where the big game habitat is, and they then are able to sort of sit down and look at it and also bring in all the recreational users and think about all the tourists that are coming in to recreate, plus all the folks who live in Chaffee and want to get out there on their mountain bikes. And so really to try to support them to sit down and have a conversation about where they want to go and what are the opportunities and be strategic about where future recreation infrastructure is going to happen or where future conservation actions can happen to try to think about how we support our wildlife populations and conserve them into the future. And again, I think there's a lot of great examples, same here too in the Valley, where they're really thinking about these are places where we could support recreation infrastructure, but do it in a way where you're not overlaying it or where you're trying to be thoughtful about where that sensitive habitat is or where those migration corridors are so that you're not directing more recreation pressure to those areas that are sensitive.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jody captured. I think there's two other like statewide actions that I'd mentioned that I think help address exactly what you're saying. Like one, the CPW recently updated some new trail planning guidance, called planning trails with wildlife in mind. And it's really designed to ensure that when trails are being planned, that those sort of considerations are being thought of. And then two, with an investment from GoCo as part of the whole out of the outdoor strategy, we're able to put some money towards purchasing mobile phone data to have a better sense of where people are currently recreating. And so where if there's overlap with sensitive big game habitat or whatever it is, that we have that information to plan with.
I'd like to drill down on that, exactly that theme that Mark brings up and you speak to. 14 years ago on the Colorado Parks Board, before the merger, a couple of us led the effort to integrate consideration of exactly that, wildlife impacts on wildlife corridors on the grant programs, the trail grant programs, both non-motorized and motorized, so that in any funding from the state to expand or develop or enhance trails, both motorized, non-motorized, impact on wildlife was taken into consideration. What's your sense? Is that being, how rigorously is that being pursued and followed now 14, 15 years later?
That's a great point and a great question. I think CPW does invest in trail projects around the state through the Trail Project Trails program, and we invest in conservation projects. And so, yeah, I think what's happened through the Trails program has really evolved to consider wildlife impacts. I think with the release of our new wildlife habitat and connectivity plans, we now have really good data on wildlife corridors and priority habitats for conservation and restoration. And so we're able to really be strategic about where the trail projects that are funding and what ones are not going to be invested in. And so I think with Colorado's outdoor strategy and the regional partnerships initiative, this is just really trying to line us up to be even more strategic and thoughtful about where we're investing in future recreation projects and conservation projects so that we really are being more strategic and thoughtful and are just better able to perpetuate our wildlife populations.
Good, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. The website looks really well developed. Resource, there's a lot about that I didn't know.
One more question. What is the liaison between our board and CPW? Obviously, there's lots of connections, but maybe I should ask Elliot this, but I'm just curious about the communication between our team and your team, and probably varies region to region, but can you give me a broad picture of that?
Sure. Well, I mean, Tim is obviously a key connection there, directly within, the DNR group, through Tim, and then more specifically to individual entities within CPW. Certainly on the recreation side, Abe and Alec work very closely with various wildlife managers in each of the different districts where we have state trust lands. And then, all the way down to the specific levels of how we're. Certainly CPW has a review at many points in the process when we have leases and, projects that are happening on land, so we can get direct feedback on how it relates to the programs that they have. So it's from high levels all the way down the chain, but always looking to enhance those connections. So,
Yeah, so we are a division within Department of Natural Resources. And Executive Director Dan Gibbs convenes the division directors regularly to have discussions. I am in close contact with CPW Director Jeff Davis. And so in addition to what Elliot was pointing out, we have robust lines of communication with CPW. I really appreciate it. I did have a couple things next here. One is you reminded me, Tim, that as we undertake our new strategic plan, the Colorado outdoor strategy, there's so many intersections. So really appreciate both you and Jody's presentation, reminder on that. And then I wondered on the regional partnership initiatives. Jody, I know you've been deeply engaged in that for a long time. Do you see more room for state land board or land board lessee involvement in those partnerships?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of those partnerships are new. They're just forming their coalitions and coming together and developing their conservation and recreation plans for the region. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for them to think about how state land board lands play a role in their long-term picture and vision about how they achieve their goals in the region. And then I think in terms of implementing the strategies and advancing, whether it's recreation leases or collaborating in just the working lands and ag strategies for conservation, I think there's definitely a lot of opportunity to collaborate. And so we actually convene monthly, we convene a meeting with our leads from each of the regional partnerships. And I will say Abe Medina's definitely jumped into those meetings and presented, which has been really valuable and fantastic. And I think has helped too to get all the different coalitions really thinking about the role that the state land board plays and how they can be just thinking about those lands and that resource as an opportunity moving forward.
And it seems like SLB goes leading the way. They're one of our lessees and heading up a partnership. So thank you.
So I was gonna say, to follow up and actually maybe drill in a little bit more. I was curious, like in the list of folks that you all convened to develop the strategy, were any of the ag groups like reps of CCA or CCALT or whatever, was the ag sector represented in the development portion of this?
Yeah, absolutely. So Colorado Cattlemen's Association, Aaron Carney was a representative on the steering committee, which is really fantastic. Commissioner Tony Haas from Las Animas County, who's also a ag producer, was on that committee. Colorado Cattlemen's Agricultural Land Trust is a member of the Colorado Outdoor Partnership, who's also been kind of a key voice in developing the strategy. Keep It Colorado, the Land Trust Coalition, also really involved on the steering committee and developing the outdoor strategy. So I think that private lands voice and piece, and certainly partnership and implementation is really important.
Don't you mention that you have done grants already, or that you have, like, what kinds of groups are eligible to apply for grants?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we really try to fund coalitions. So we encourage the regions to pull together a coalition, including local governments, other land managers, as well as conservation, recreation, and agricultural interests. For each region, who holds the actual grant really varies. Sometimes it's local government, sometimes like here in the San Luis Valley, it's the nonprofit organization As Help Go. So we awarded our first grants in 2021. Since then, we've awarded just over $6 million to coalitions around the state. Again, there's 21 coalitions right now currently received funding. And historically, we've just been funding really this collaboration and capacity to convene the coalitions, as well as doing this planning. So that includes data and research to really help inform planning, as well as, all those different pieces, workshop, public engagement, surveys to get those plans done. Now, with the launch of Colorado's Outdoor Strategy and the new funding from Great Outdoors Colorado, this year will be the first year we're actually funding projects. So we're really encouraging everyone to get their regional conservation and recreation plans done. And then within those plans to identify their top priority projects. And then those are the ones that we're really encouraging them to put forward for funding with this evolving grant program. So excited to see grant applications are due September 2nd. So really excited to see, what projects come out of the funding round that's out right now.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you very much for making the trek and sort of illuminating how the strategy is put together and how it can be.
Thank you.
Okay. Emily, welcome.
Hello, commissioners. For the record, I'm Emily Barbo. I'm your public information officer. I also use the title Outreach and Communications Manager publicly. And I'm here to present an information item to you about the National Association of State Trust Lands annual conference, which we've already discussed a little bit today. I do not have a formal presentation for you. I just wanted to share a little bit of feedback, and also several of our commissioners were able to join us for at least part of the conference. And so my hope for this conversation is that we can all share some feedback and I can learn more about what your takeaways were from the event. So a quick overview, we've hosted about 150 participants and speakers from more than 30 organizations across 16 states at the end of July. And the feedback we've gotten so far has been vastly positive. My goal for this event, myself and Rachel Myers were the leads on organizing the conference. And our hope was twofold. Our mission was to, one, present the incredible work that's happening in Colorado, and show our other state land boards how we're approaching some of the complex issues in front of us. And also to share information, to ask questions, and provide resources to the folks that are in our positions in other states so that they could go home with something useful, a new idea, a new contact, so that they could implicate or a new tactic in their day-to-day work, hopefully right away. And I think that we were able to accomplish that. One of the takeaways, I had this really great moment. It's an anecdote, but I think it's indicative of the conference overall. At the final day of the event, we did a tour out to the Lowry Ranch. And after we returned, fought through the Denver traffic and returned back, and the conference was over officially, which is a big sigh of relief for me. One of the New Mexico delegates came up to me and he showed me his notebook, and it was just chock full of ideas and phone numbers that he'd collected from us at the Colorado State Land Board, but also the other folks that he was able to network with. Chris Smith, our assistant director, was really the lead on the networking on behalf of the Colorado State Land Board. Rachel and I were very much focused on the logistics of the event and making sure it was running smoothly. And Chris shared with us a very long document of ideas and opportunities and follow-up conversations for the Colorado State Land Board, both to share our expertise and opportunities that we've been developing in our state, but also opportunities for us to learn from others. So I'd really like to hear from Commissioner Tribble, Christine Scanlon also joined us, but she's not here today. What your thoughts were on the event?
Well, first of all, thanks to Chris and to you, Emily, and to Rachel. I mean, this was a mega job. Mega, not mega. And I really appreciate it. You represented us well, and I think really had good feedback. I had a few things that I wanted to share specifically. First, one of my takeaways was about messaging, and I found it so interesting that I brought this along, and that the advocates for school trust lands have these signs that it's not public land, it's school trust land. And they use that on all their signs on properties and on their material and everything. And I think that's a really important thing for us to think about how we talk about these lands. Because first of all, it differentiates us from other public land. And it's very clear about what this is. So I thought that was a really good. And so the second was, I took away the very clear realization that the organizational models are clearly not apples and apples. You know, in states like Oregon and North Dakota and others, they're the constitutional officer. So like in Oregon, it's the governor and lieutenant governor and secretary of state or whoever is designated, and they're the ones who make the decisions. And that really, and New Mexico is elected, and they're very different models. And who manages their investments, that the Commissioner really makes a difference in terms of their authority to invest. So I came away realizing that we can't always compare ourselves because the models are so different in each state. A smaller thing was that they talked about who they invite to these general meetings. And they talked about how important it was to have the school superintendent present because education is eventually the beneficiary, and that we might focus on individuals beyond just that initial group. One very interesting state talked about their distribution of funds, and they literally divide up the revenue, the annual revenue, decide how they're, what the distribution model is going to be, and then they go to the school district and hand them the check from that year of what they got. And I thought that is a very direct way to do it. I also was curious, Chris, I know you presented on positions on federal legislation. I wasn't aware that we ever had taken positions on federal legislation at the state landlord level. And I guess that's what other states do, but I didn't know what the process was for here. And I know that was presented. And then finally, I listened to the presentation from Mary Wickersham and Kathy Gebhardt and others, and heard some information that I found interesting, one of which was that it was said that there would be 3,000 employees who will own homes by 2030 in Colorado to the as a result of the new focus, the community investment. And I thought that was, other states came to me and said, gosh, they had no idea that was already in process. I didn't know that either. So that's kind of so.
Yeah.
Jill.
Something
Go ahead.
responsive to, sorry, Commissioner Purple, just, it's directly responsive to your second one, Commissioner Heath. That process of decision-making on federal legislation, that is something that we aim to take up with national leadership.
Okay.
Because there are plenty of opportunities to with that process and to get you all in the meeting.
And so I should probably conclude by saying, I came away from there wondering, first of all, what it costs us as an organization to belong, how much it costs us to have people involved, and whether that's the best use of our resources. It was very evident on the last day in how we supported legislation vis-a-vis how other states supported legislation that that the majority of the state land trusts or boards were not in alignment with where we were. So I guess it raised for me a question of just as where we think about the future, whether this is a place we want to continue to be in. I'm not questioning that. I'm just putting it out as an item that we don't consider.
So, like with Josie, I attended 2 full days, not the tour on the 3rd day. And so first of all, many thanks to Emily and everybody on staff that worked on planning, organizing, staging, executing. It was splendid in every way. A great learning experience, interesting networking experience, as Josie has said. Lots of different tidbits of knowledge, obviously great differences between states with respect to governance, as well as execution and then of course, management of invested funds. And like Josie, I was fascinated by the policy discussion. So for of the 21 states, I don't know, did Chris offhand with all 21 represented or Emily, but when it got to the policy debate, it was apparently one vote per state. Didn't it all take into consideration population difference or amount or value of state trust lands or whatever? It was just one vote per state. So what you had is the classic red state, blue state division on any given federal policy issue involving management of public lands, climate, air quality for Pete's sakes, etc. And so I brought this up in a debrief with Director Rose Marino, that that's something we ought to engage the board on, educate us, and talk about how any of this might be improved to reflect Colorado values, Colorado philosophy, and Colorado principles. So that's what I've got to share.
So for the uninitiated, you're saying that as an organization, NASTL was taking votes of its membership on how NASTL would
Lobby.
support or react to federal legislation.
Right, so NASTL employs a contract lobbyist, I'm sure a competent fellow from Utah. And their NASTL positions are determined on a vote in this policy portion of the agenda. Each state gets just one vote. So routinely you'd have, as I suggested before, red state numbers numerically dominating that policy outcome, which does not at all reflect the values and position of Colorado. Now, Chris did an eloquent, articulate, and courageous job of defending.
Courageous.
But nonetheless, we lost time after time after time. And so, that kind of begs the question, should we have a different face advocating for us, a different organizational face, at least with respect to federal legislation? At least that's one option. Another option is to change the voting model from something that's more representative of population, one person, one vote. There's, in other words, which would obviously tip the scale, although, as Nicole pointed out, you get California that would vote blue and are progressive or whatever you wish to call it, and Texas would vote contrary. Well, so be it. We can have that discussion. I think that all it suggests is that the trade association serves multiple purposes, one of which is information sharing, education of amongst the governing bodies and staff. Another function is federal advocacy, and it's that federal advocacy that on the first point, it was a marvelously successful experience. On the advocacy side, I'd be considerably dissatisfied because we are paying for a federal lobbyist to advocate positions on federal legislation totally contrary to Colorado.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Commissioner Purple. One correction, we lost on one of 4 measures. So I think, again, Chris did an excellent job of advocating. We believe that there is appetite to change the process, including on the part of that federal lobbyist. So it strikes me that the question hasn't been asked, not necessarily that there's resistance to change.
It could well be.
Yeah, what I'd love to do is have dig into some more of these conversations that I know our executive team is having with other states, including on that policy decision-making approach, and report back to the board September or October meeting. For information, Joe's Commissioner, he pay $5,000 a year to super asking that question.
5,000 to be members.
To be members. So that's an easy answer to that question. The other issue I think it's really critically important is what we're getting out of it and where we might be served or not served. So I think on the policy making front, definitely we'll report back to you on whether we've made progress. We had 2 days with the red line policies. And I think a lot of folks in the audience, including some of the states that weren't necessarily taking the same policy positions we were like, we could use a bit more notice. And then there's this other dimension of staff engagement before we publicly take these positions. So we'd love to do a deep dive at the staff level and come back to the board and let you know and continue this, I think, important conversation. I think it's always an important conversation of what we're getting out of, a consortium that we're members of. So happy to do that follow-up. It's really easy.
Chris, is there anything you'd like to add?
No.
Basking in the glory of all these conferences.
All right, well, thank you very much, Emily, and again, my sincere thank you for the effort you put that you and Rachel.
Footnote. And maybe Emily mentioned it, but I didn't hear it. Next year's conference is in Medora, North Dakota, which is the entrance to Theodore Roosevelt National Monument or National Park. And I don't know, you might figure out the dates and let people know.
Sure.
In case anybody wishes to sign up or volunteer to go to Western North Dakota.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Right.
Your request for review will be discussing hearing from Ken Teschner on the geothermal on Mount Princeton.
I believe we are also into final action items as well, right? Or
You are, yes, you are wonderful.
No.
No?
This is us for
Request for review, different. Apologies. Good afternoon, commissioners. This is Ben Teschner, your solid minerals manager. I am also overseeing geothermal leasing. I'm here to talk about two requests for review. Both of them involved in Mount Princeton parcel, which is a subset of our 12 park parcel. The image on the screen you see here is sort of a Google generated air photo looking south down the Upper Arkansas Valley. Buena Vista would be sort of about below where this is. Again, the Mount Princeton parcel sits roughly in the middle of the image. It's a little bit unique in that there is one cover sheet in your board packet. There's one presentation, but there's some continued requests for review. The reason for that is because these two requests for review are related to the same parcel and the same geothermal resources on that parcel. So in a way, they are quite linked. The two requests for review, the first is from Mount Princeton Geothermal LLC. They are asking the board to reinstate and extend geothermal exploration lease 113192 on the Mount Princeton parcel, which expired July 1, 2025. Staff is recommending that the board deny this request. The second request for review is from Princeton Holdings LLC. Princeton Holdings is the company that operates the Mount Princeton Hot Springs Resort nearby this parcel. They are asking the board to accept their application for a new geothermal lease on the Mount Princeton parcel. Staff is also recommending that the board deny this request. Both of these organizations are present. The Mount Princeton Geothermal has representatives here in the room, and I understand that Mr. Thomas Warren from Princeton Holdings is here representing his organization as well. Both organizations will have an opportunity to speak after my presentation. The Mount Princeton parcel is roughly 3,700 acres. It is located in central Chaffee County. And I thought it would be important to talk a little bit about why we're talking about geothermal on this particular parcel. This is a map that was put together by the Colorado Geological Survey. And the details of this are not particularly important, but the red and orange is hotter subsurface, and sort of the yellows and paler colors are the cooler areas of the state. And so, what you can see here is that this parcel is located at the top of what we call the Rio Grande Rift. And this is a macro geologic structure where the Earth's crust is literally pulling itself apart. And the effect of that is if we look down the Rio Grande Rift, which is here at the tip of the county, we see that, and we took a slice out of it right here. We see that the Earth is actually thinner. The crust is thinner in this location as it's being taken apart, and heat is coming up from Daryl's core and mantle closer to the surface.
Speaking of a rift.
Heat is closer to the surface here in Chaffee County, and particularly in the central rift zone, than it is in many other parts of the Earth. So going back to the Mount Princeton parcel specifically, you can see that it is right at the tip of this rift. And we zoom in, or first if we overlay our state land board parcels, we'll see that many of them are located in the cooler parts of the state. But if we zoom in on Mount Princeton specifically, there is a bullseye here that the Geological Survey has mapped as one of the hottest zones in our state. And if we overlay the Mount Princeton parcel, you'll see that it is right there on nearly on top of this bullseye. So that's the why we're here and why we're talking about geothermal. If we take a look at the property, you can see the Mount Princeton property is outlined in sort of this orange color here. On this map, Univista is located just north of the map area, and Salida would be a little ways south. 285 that comes in from the east, comes in here at Johnson Village, and then goes south towards Salida. So let's begin by talking about Mount Princeton Geothermal LLC and their request for review. Mount Princeton Geothermal held lease 113192 for geothermal exploration on this parcel. Prior to holding this lease, they held a prior geothermal exploration lease, and there was a gap of a couple years between their old lease and this lease. During that time, they've conducted a number of exploration activities on the parcel as they've searched for a geothermal resource. Because of the exploration work they've done, including some geophysics and some other novel geothermal exploration techniques, they had targeted a geothermal science well at approximately the location where you see the star on this map. And a science well, for everyone's information, is a well that would be drilled to understand the geothermal resources on the property. Mount Princeton applied for a 5-year extension of their lease, which was set to expire on July 1 and has expired at this point. They applied for this a number of months prior. They cited a number of reasons for their why the board should grant them an extension to this lease. They had received a $500,000 grant from the Colorado Energy Office in order to help them advance the project. They had applied new exploration technology at the property. They had registered as a geothermal operator with the ECMC. And they had negotiated merger terms with 2 companies, Western Geothermal and Reykjavik Geothermal. And Western Geothermal was poised to become the primary operator of the property moving forward. So we had, in addition to those Reykjavik Geothermal and Western Geothermal, Mount Princeton also enlisted TVA Power as well, which is an organization also represented here today. Mount Princeton Geothermal was the lessee and project proponent. Western Geothermal was providing financing and Colorado permitting expertise through hiring Mimi Larson, who was I can't remember which law firm she was with, but it's written in your cover sheet. But she has extensive permitting experience in that she was an assistant director at the ECMC in a previous episode. Reykjavik Geothermal is a company that has geothermal project development experience all over the world, including the Cayman Islands, Africa, and Iceland. And TVA Power was bringing geothermal exploration consulting experience. Staff was prepared to recommend to the board that we grant this extension. We'd gone so far as negotiating a rental agreement for the subsequent 5 years, escalating along with the advancing project. It would have resulted in 5-year revenue just for the exploration work of nearly $200,000. Most importantly, this project, this would have given the board more information about the geothermal resources on the parcel, because we would been getting to the point of drilling a hole and understanding better about the resource. And it was providing a potential opportunity to bring an item to the board at a future date further on regarding a geothermal production lease, and giving the board more information and the opportunity to decide whether that was the direction that you wanted to go.
should, if this had advanced to that point, with all of our leases that use this exploration and planning and then production model, the production phase is always where we make the real quantities of money for our trust. However, on June 11th, which was the day before the June board meeting where staff was prepared to make this recommendation, Reykjavik Geothermal and Western Geothermal announced that they told staff they were pulling out of the project. Staff changed course, and as you may remember at the June board meeting, recommended that because the key partners had exited and staff did not believe that Mount Princeton Geothermal was therefore able to conduct the exploration work in a timely manner, that we allow the lease to expire on its own terms on July 1. This is where we sit today. Staff is recommending on this request for review that the board uphold the staff decision to take no action with respect to renewing Mount Princeton Geothermal's lease 113192. Okay, let's change to the second request for review. Let's talk about Princeton Holdings and their application. Return to this map, we can see the area again ringed in orange, which is the Mount Princeton parcel and is the area of the Mount Princeton Geothermal's lease that we just discussed. The star is again where Mount Princeton Geothermal had planned their geothermal science well. South of the parcel is the Mount Princeton Hot Springs Resort, and this resort operated by Princeton Holdings LLC. Princeton Holdings applied for a geothermal lease on the same property where Mount Princeton Geothermal also held their lease. They stated in their application that the lease was for continued and expanded use of a 180-year-old hot springs resort facility. Staff was unable to meet with the signatory, Mr. Thomas Warren, for further information. In an email received by staff, this application was shepherded by Ms. Karen Pate from Save Our Arkansas Valley. In her email, she stated that they were offering somewhere in the neighborhood of $30,000 to $40,000 per year for this. Staff denied Princeton Holdings geothermal lease application. Primarily because the application was incompatible with the existing lease on the property, and we were prepared to recommend to the board that you extend that lease. Staff understood that the goal of the Princeton Holdings application was non-development, and we could not verify the compensation being offered via email. The important thing about non-development, we have a precedent at our at the land board for non-development through no surface occupancy agreements, for example. And if we did want to walk down the road of non-development, structure this very differently than a traditional lease, and we would price it in a way that would compensate us for the abandoned resources. So recommendation number 2 is that staff is recommending that the board uphold the staff decision to deny a geothermal exploration lease to Princeton Holdings LLC. So if we're denying both of these leases, the question is then now what? So staff view this as an opportunity for the board to initiate to explore, let me put it that way, a competitive bidding process for this parcel and perhaps geothermal on our lands more broadly. One of our state land board goals is financial trusteeship, and within this goal, we have a goal to, under our reoccurring revenue, to increase renewable energy leasing on the state lands in order to contribute to the state's greenhouse gas goals and renewable energy goals. Geothermal certainly offers an opportunity for us to do some of this work. Colorado also has an energy roadmap and greenhouse gas goals, which geothermal would surely support. The Governor Polis chaired the Heat Beneath Our Feet initiative as part of his role at the Western Governors Association. And recent legislation in Colorado has given the ECMC a regulatory framework for regulating geothermal and protections for hot springs facilities like the Mount Princeton Hot Springs Resort. The result of this and an overall increased interest in geothermal nationally is that staff have seen a dramatic increase in interest in leasing for geothermal in our state, and particularly on state trust lands, and even more particularly on the Mount Princeton parcel. So what we're thinking is that this is an opportunity to go cast a wide net for requests for proposals. But I think it's important to understand here that we have some competing ideas about the highest and best use for this parcel. So we think it's appropriate to solicit proposals for geothermal development, for sure. We also think it's appropriate to solicit proposals for geothermal non-development. And by doing so, we'd be able, at a future moment, be able to bring those to the board and present them to you side by side and say, here's now the information we have about this option, that option, and maybe some third options, and see where we want to go, making a even more informed decision at that point. Importantly, by denying the 2 requests for review today, you are not denying the 2 organizations an opportunity to participate in this process. On the contrary, staff would certainly encourage Mount Princeton Geothermal and Princeton Holdings to submit proposals as part of whatever the process looks like going forward. So with that, staff is making 2 recommendations as part of this proposal, which are wrapped into a single board order. We are recommending that the staff uphold the staff decision to take no action with respect to renewing Mount Princeton Geothermal's lease 113192. We're also recommending that the board uphold the staff decision to deny geothermal exploration lease to Princeton Holdings LLC. The result of upholding both of those staff decisions will be that the Mount Princeton parcel will be unleased for geothermal as of July 1, 2025. Here is a slightly smaller print than we wished, but board order for your convenience. So I'm happy to do this however you, Madam Chair, think is appropriate.
I think it would be great if we could ask questions just about your presentation as commissioners, and then we can hear from others just for clarification, technical issues, etc.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, this is Christopher Smith, Assistant Director for Energy Innovation. It occurs to me we have sort of an apples and oranges thing here with an RFP where we've got the actual exploration lease, which is not a production lease. It's sort of to get more information to see what the resource is, and then a non-development lease. And so I wonder if there's sort of an interim step from a request for proposals, more like a request for qualifications from industry to understand, sort of their interest in this before we actually put it out for proposals, and to maybe learn more about this parcel and other geothermal parcels on our land throughout the state. Kind of cast a little bit wider net and ask them for qualifications and to kind of look at our land before we go to a request for proposals.
That was actually going to be my question for Ben, was, there's that figure that was very helpful. And this geologically looks like a hotspot for sure, but we have other lands, and this is an emerging, evolving industry. And so your point is sort of like, well, now seems to be the time, should we look at all of our, the first phase of our holdings that might be included in this, and learn from the market and the industry what the possibilities are. So I think what I'm understanding from Ben's or staff's recommendation is we need to take an action first to clear the way for then a follow-up process. And so that process hasn't been determined, and we're suggesting maybe some other ideas about how to approach it.
Yeah, exactly.
And we have time if we don't have lease encumbrances. And we then can create process and invite non-development and development. At another point, after the RFQ or the industry feedback, I'm very interested in industry feedback on our process.
Yeah.
Okay, no, thank you for that. Other commissioners have some thoughts on the staff recommendation and or the follow-up processes that we might pursue.
Ben, any sense on that map of that rift, how much of it would be productive in geothermal? I mean, I looked at the map just briefly as your slide went up and I couldn't tell how far down it.
It's hard to say.
Uh-huh.
This is a macro structure. I mean, this goes all the way from central Colorado, all the way down and into Mexico,
Mhm.
right? So this is, big. It is not homogeneous by any stretch, we understand it geologically from this macro level, and in places at a more sort of medium level. There's sort of an expression in the mineral exploration world that drill bits are the truth tellers.
Mhm.
And so until we've drilled a hole, we're doing educated guessing at that point. So that's the type of work that would need to be done next in order to determine whether there is a sufficient resource here to warrant whatever is next.
And I'm curious about the water implications. Does the engineer of that water district have to approve the drilling since it does hit water?
Yeah, so this is a great sort of regulatory piece of the puzzle. And so the geothermal water resources were linked to the heat resource in the legislation that brought it under ECMC's permitting authority. As the short version is, we've heard from ECMC, unfortunately, just prior to but the short version is that ECMC ends up it becomes basically the lead agency on the permitting, and they bring in Division of Water, they bring in other agencies that would have sort of a purview here as well, because this is not a simple process. This requires a lot of different analyses from different experts with different expertise, including water and the water rights associated with the water being used and how it's being used. Right. This is a little bit further down the road, though, because there's a very important interim step, which is, again, getting back to the drill bit being the truth teller, is how hot is it and how much water is there? What does it look like? Right. There's a lot of questions like that. What are the flow rates? That could this even support any sort of geothermal development of any kind, whether that's all the way from electrical power generation down to district heating, cooling, or whatever.
And does say there was a geothermal plant there, does that affect Princeton Hot Springs, or we don't know, or that's a question for them?
Yeah, so it is in the permitting legislation. It is incumbent upon the geothermal energy developer to show that they would not be
affecting
affecting the rights of the
Hot Springs.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Certainly.
Was your proposal, Chris, that we would solicit applicants to just explore geothermal on any state land?
Yeah, yes, it was. It was it's sort of before the request for proposals. There's this interim step where we ask the industry to look at our land, and they have an interest in it, right? We have a lot of land, and there's a lot of people that would like to tap into some of this resource. And to look at not just Mount Preston, but everything we have, and give us an expert opinion on and what are our best sites. You know, it'll help us hone into a request for proposals.
And then that match with the true drilling gives you that real idea. Is it realistic to expect those agents some insight if they weren't able to do anything else?
From a technical standpoint, I'll defer to technical.
I think it's reasonable to expect the industry to tell us what are the parcels that we have that are receiving industry interest, right? If we said we were gonna put some of the parcels out, ask them, which ones would you be interested in? And I think a follow-on step to that would be, which ones would you be interested for what, right? Because geothermal energy development ranges widely, all the way from, there are, the IKEA building is geothermally heated and cooled, right? With some fairly shallow wells, all the way up to, electrical power generation and greenhouses and, district heating and, resorts and recreation. I mean, there's this huge swath of what geothermal means. And both the technical and permitting spaces would change potentially depending on what is being proposed. So I think it's reasonable to ask industry, what parcels are you interested in? And what do you think is likely there that you would be sort of aiming at as a development opportunity on those parcels? Does that seem like?
Yeah, I think that's a great answer. And I think, the part that you mentioned is not just technical, but the permitting, which, it kind of, these are permitted at a state level, but there's also zoning regulations and things like that the industry would have a better handle.
So Chris, is your suggestion an amendment or an addition to what Ben is suggested, or is it just a explanation of what Ben is?
It's not an amendment, because what Ben is suggesting is that we denied both of these requests for proposals in order to sort of go back to the drawing board.
You're not disagreeing with that?
I'm not disagreeing with that.
No, you're supporting that.
You're more illuminating what the next step might be.
Yeah, exactly.
And
right.
Point of clarification, then, an RFQ that I'm used to as well is it helps us be interested geothermal developers when we need it within the qualification for expertise,
yes,
financing who they are, so it allows us to understand. Are there 2 entities out there that might be interested in unqualified, or are there 50?
Yeah.
And what are the qualifications? So we know we kind of have a universe of resources to bring to our portfolio. So that's the other part of it, right?
That's exactly right. And I would add that Washington State Land Board, I believe, has done something recently kind of similar to this, but we need to dig into that. So we're going to look into what they've done and see if any of that is applicable to us. We'll reach out for a contact center.
So I think now, just to clarify what you're suggesting and rationale, I think it would make sense for us to ask members that are gathered here of the public that have something to say about, or
May I recommend that we have the 2 requests for reviewers present in advance of doing public comment?
yes, that makes sense.
Who first?
Probably makes sense for Mount Princeton Geothermal to go first, since keep the same order of things. I'll introduce Hank Held and Michael Albrecht from Princeton Geothermal and TPA Power.
Good afternoon. I have some handouts here. And they have copies of these. It certainly goes fine. Good afternoon. My name is Hank Feld. I'm the project developer. Those part of it. That's it. And I'm born and bred in Colorado, grew up in Salida. couldn't wait to get out of there when I was 18. 65 started to look pretty good again. So this is all my backyard. My parents and my grandparents had a cabin up Chalk Creek, which is in the Mount Princeton area. So I grew up with playing in the hot springs up there. I'm joined this afternoon by Michael Albrecht, geophysicist, who will be our project manager on this project. And hopefully by Dr. Henderson, who is hopefully joining us by Zoom. But if not, I'm going to go ahead and ask Michael if he would present a short PowerPoint, during which time we will take questions. After that, then I will make my presentation.
This is basically the presentation at first. Thank you for having us. I'm Professor Michael Albrecht. I'm a geophysicist and look back at more than 30 years of international geothermal development. If you ask for the industry being present, it is here present, sitting at the table. I'm also a lecturer for economics and business management at the university, where the community is very impacted, very focused on tourism, similar to Colorado, that is located in Indonesia. Here about Mount Princeton Geothermal. This is a presentation that we were planning for June. And Hank and I have been working since 15 years together. Next slide, please.
I'm
okay. Oh, perfect. Perfect. So the visual team reduced to the two entities, Mount Princeton Geothermal, presented by Hank and Fred, and TVA Power, presented by me. I was a minority shareholder before because I was pulled into the project as an equity holder late in the process, sometime last year. And due to the organizational changes, my involvement became larger. I will give you an overview about where the project stood and stands until the state land board staff made a business management decision to decide about who can be a project partner and not, without being informed about whereabouts, the conditions, the terms, the agreement details. We are in the process of permitting the science well, or science wells, 2 wells. We work, that was always a concern. We work with all state partners, ECMC, DWR, Park and Wildlife, and I myself worked with all those individuals. And the pre-application consultation is required with various state agencies. We are in the process of this pre-application. Western Geothermal will submit a Form 2G. We are now going to submit that form. All the permit activities, so explorations, were done by Mount Princeton for the prior years. And Princeton Geothermal, with the individuals, invested already about $2 million into the resource, into the exploration. So you're talking about an industry partner that already invested $2 million into a project. And if the lease is not continued, that will be a lesson for the industry, for other industry partners that you might be looking for. As an example, for the exploration phase, you see at the top left data that are usually not shown public. The red zone shows what indicates a water resource. That was quite an extensive and expensive survey. In the middle, you see the initial drilling area that was defined. In this area, we located two drilling locations. We worked with Colorado Park and Wildlife to determine the ordinary high water marks. The colleagues from Park Wildlife went out, gathered the data, shared them with us, shared them with me. And we are in a good location that we maintain the buffer zone to the ordinary high water marks. And in the southern part of the area, we don't have an ordinary high water mark. We just have to consider the requirements for wildlife. All that has been discussed with me in person as well. The permit process, and we learned a lot over the past 4 hours sitting here. The permit process does not rely on a former state employee now being able or not being able anymore to charge $500 an hour. This communication goes directly with me personally now. To the right, you see the well construction for the science well as we plan to submit it for the permit. The submission date for the permit is July of next year. We are currently internally discussing how to construct the last 2,000 feet. I prefer a different approach out of different reasons. But that gives you an impression of where we have been in the work as a lease was pulled. What happens after the science wells? Renewal of the Mount Princeton geothermal exploration lease allows Mount Princeton Geothermal to explore the geothermal resource potential at Mount Princeton. If the science wells support finding that there is a hydrothermal resource capable of supporting power generation, Mount Princeton Geothermal would come back to the State Land Board to discuss a geothermal production lease. A hydrothermal production project could only occur at Mount Princeton if State Land Board enters into a geothermal production lease with Mount Princeton Geothermal. Mount Princeton Geothermal goes through the ECMC permitting process, and MPG obtains the necessary approval from Water and Resource. As you see, we are very much in the detail of establishing not just an exploration plan, but also moving towards production through knowledge obtained from the science well. When you talk about suggesting to bring industry knowledge to the table, that has happened over the past 10 years. The one who has the most knowledge about Colorado in specific is sitting next to me, or who has driven that process is sitting next to me, a private citizen of yours who invested $2 million. How does a power plant look like? You get what you pay for. To the left, you see a 400 megawatt power plant in Iceland. You see a very modern, nicely looking shell built around the power plant to please the eye, to fill into the surrounding. To the right, you see a 12 megawatt power plant in Turkey, and this shows you a very naked power plant without a shell. This is basically how a plant looks like, and this is how the plant in Mount Princeton, it would look similar from the inside, but not from the outside. You see air cooling, meaning you do not have power plant water cooling towers that were concerned from the community. In this image, you see to the right a dirt hill, a little, yeah, it's a hill, not a mountain. If you have the original image where they put the plant visibly hidden from the surrounding. Similar, it could be done at Mount Princeton. Financing. To date, more than $2 million has been spent and committed to these exploration efforts.
This is an industry review that you asked for. Your suggestion means you would like to go 10 years back and start all over. That would also mean that you lose at best only 3 to 5 years. Given what we heard today from the Coffee County commissioners, I do not know if that is in the interest of the counties to wait 3 to 5 years to get to the point where we are today. In the meantime, we will talk about that. The jail, one of the 2 largest employers in the county, might not continue its service. We understand that the district heating that's possibly provided by Mount Princeton Geothermal is one of the reasons deciding whether the prison continues to operate at that location. That discontinuing the project, putting it on pause for 3 to 5 years would certainly put additional risk on that prison, again, on that one of the 2 largest employers in the county. The Colorado Energy Office awarded Mount Princeton a $500,000 grant to be used towards the cost of drilling the science wells. Efforts are underway to continue to raise capital to fund the potential productions phase of the project. This sentence was written in June, where Reykjavik Geothermal and Western Geothermal were still on the possible partner sheet. During their existence, efforts were underway to continue to raise capital to fund. They were not the funding entities. So we were in the process ourselves to raise more capital, what's a normal business activity. And in the package that you received, you see, among many other letters of support, a letter of support from Ormat. Ormat is the world leading geothermal developer with developments in over 30 countries, over 50 years, and more than 3.2 gigawatt installed. They would like to continue the conversations with us about their involvement, what they cannot do if you pull the lease. We have Pulpis Systems, that is the founding individual, one of the founders of AltaWalk. AltaWalk is, it's hard for me to say that because there's some competition, but they are the leading entity in the United States in engineered geothermal systems. So you have the industry wanting to work with us and pleading to you today to renew the lease so that they can continue the evaluations that you were looking for with us, together with us. AltaWalk itself, or the founding partners behind AltaWalk, have collectively raised for geothermal development over $500 million. And then there are some more details in this letter of support. That are the 2 biggest industry entities in the United States. Then here, another letter of support from Berendo Energy, located in Boulder, Colorado. Berendo has successfully developed 850 megawatts of operating wind energy assets and is currently advancing 225 megawatt of utility scale solar projects and is interested in geothermal as well. I've been working with Berendo since I was active in New Mexico. You have the industry there. You can ask them again the question, there will be another question coming, and maybe we talk about it when I'm done with those few slides. You wanna go?
Yeah, I want to jump in right here just to highlight some things that come up in the conversation. But this is a model that's been put together by NREL. Talk about the local economic impacts. You can see in terms of construction, everything on the left side with an estimated project value about $45 million, which will be basically the largest commercial project done in Chaffey County ever, single largest. But the important thing is I want to draw your attention to the lower right-hand quadrant. And I've calculated the royalties based on the BLM formula. I know that the State Land Board has not determined a fee schedule yet for royalties, but I suspect it'll be somewhere on the mark, which I consider to be BLM. And once again, it's going to K through 12 education. But using the BLM formula, you can see years 1 through 10, 123 million or 123,000 a year. Years over 10, 247,000. There's a second consideration that we need to think about in terms of school. That is that the equipment and the building itself will be subject to Chaffey County property taxes. And depending on how we get interpretation from the state IRS, that really means between $535,000 and $800,000 a year that you're paying in property taxes. And of that, the Buena Vista in Chaffey County, share of that is 64%, or somewhere between $342,000 and $512,000 a year. It goes directly to the school just as a result of property taxes. Of course, local spending on that, I'll just touch on that. It's over $1 million per year, local spending plus 3 or 4 full-time employees. Go ahead.
Community engagement. I'm sure we will hear some voices after our presentation. I'm certainly happy. Both of us are happy to comment on that. There a lot of things have been brought up in different hearings and meetings. Geothermal is an established industry. Me personally, I always use this as an example. I grew up in the coal mining industry in Germany, meaning in the R&D section of the coal mining industry. We were mining 3,000 feet under an area that looks like Los Angeles. Certainly, as the coal seam was moving forward in 3,000 feet depths, you had a little shaking at the surface. But with proactive community involvement and interdependencies, such issues were resolved for generations without any problems. Everyone who talks to me knows that I condemn corporations who have the attitude of sue me if you can. For me, it's about cooperation, being partners. And in this case, for example, it would mean to establish monitoring networks for different parameters from water to seismic, to establish baselines, and then be responsible if something should be picked up, and prove that one is not responsible if the data shows that is the case. It's a different philosophy on how to do things. I left former employers because I didn't like their approach to development, especially geothermal development. We certainly noticed different things over the past hours, and I think if you're okay, I share a couple, 2 or 3 of my observations, and then you can jump in. Our day-to-day work with the state partners on the permits have not been affected by Reykjavik Geothermal and Western Geothermal leaving. Period. Nothing changed. I continue talking to the same people. continue to try to solve the same technical and business problems as before. Staff made the decision that when a foreign entity from the country of Iceland that could not or would not be able to live up to what was agreed on, when that entity left the project, that foreign entity, Mount Princeton Geothermal should be closed, because that's basically what we're talking about here. And that entity comes from a country, the governor's office has close relationships and good relationships. Okay. That in addition to another argument we heard today, I haven't heard that before, that a past state employer is not being employed by the project. There are certainly conflicts of interest here. And that should be considered in the recommendations that have been made. We have not just pulled all those letters of support from Ormat and all the biggest players in the United States. We just didn't pull them out of our drawers. We have been working on them for months. Some contacts like Ormat for years. That happened independent from whatever Reykjavik Geothermal and Western Geothermal did or not do. Staff has not been privileged to the insight on why the separation took part. And as I said before, the day-to-day work has been done by Mount Princeton Geothermal and me representing TVA Power. So I have a problem with that. Now let me give you a feeling about timelines. I'm doing this for a while, since more than 30 years, on multiple continents worldwide. I was a consultant to the Renewable Energy Transmission Authority in New Mexico 15 years ago. 15 years ago, we sat down and we're planning the transmission corridors for renewable energy in the state of New Mexico, bringing together all stakeholders, from the military to private individuals to wildlife, park and wildlife, to environmentalists, everyone, and we planned the corridors. More than a decade later, took a little break. And wind projects are sending power to California, what is the highest paying market in the United States to date. Those planning activities from 15 years ago took about 10 years to manifest a result. New Mexico has now one enterprise that wants to build, I think it's a 150 megawatt geothermal power plant. I have technical questions and have my doubts, but regardless, it has been picked as a country, as a state, to place a 150 megawatt project there. The same happened to Utah. Utah made the decision 20 years ago to go geothermal. It was a very rough start. And I know that Hot Springs Resort knows about it and refers to it. And I can certainly provide insider information on what happened at that time, because I'm one of probably the only individual who back then did not sign an NDA. But regardless, the power plant in Beaver County has been providing 10 megawatt of power since 2009 to the city of Anaheim. If you go today in California, if you go to the website of the city of Anaheim, you will see they list all the resources, all the locations where they get the renewable power from, and the power plant from Beaver County, Utah is listed there as well. Due to Utah's decision to go geothermal, Utah became a testing ground for a federal geothermal testing site, Forge. There's also now another 150 or larger megawatt project being planned using new technology. Again, from technical perspective, I have many questions there, but regardless, geothermal is booming in Utah. So Colorado is 10, 15 years behind if it comes to the transmission lines. It is 20 years behind in regards to geothermal. The gentleman who created geothermal in Colorado and put the geothermal power production in Colorado on the map using $2 million of his own money is sitting next to me, and you are getting ready to pour him out with the bathwater. Where you said before you wanted to attract businesses, new technologies to come to Colorado. It doesn't feel like that. And I don't talk the way I talk because I'm a partner now in this venture, but I would talk the same if I would be your consultant or employee. Some people like to fire me or don't like me. I don't care. I'm old enough. If I would be a developer and look what's happening, look that one developer spent $2 million, gets ready to have some signs, well, then under all those questionable scenarios, things are being poured out with the bathwater because some foreign entity pulled out or was pulled out, and the American companies are not given the light of the day to continue the conversations with the developer in Colorado who invested so much time and money. I would wonder if I want to develop with you. I would really do. I would keep looking into the state of Colorado, but not state land. Because there's a technical information, if there's a resource, this is all there. He took care of that. Him and Fred took care of that.
Professor Albrecht, you have shared a lot of really good information, and I've learned a lot, and I think my fellow commissioners have. I would humbly request that if your partner has more to say, we'd like to hear from other voices in the room just out of equity. And I think we have a really good idea of your point of view, and thank you for that.
Thank you.
Well, I'll bifurcate mine. And just to say that our project is not simply geothermal power. Now, the numbers that we showed you up there on the table in terms of royalties and things like this is only for the geothermal power component. We're looking way past this, and I think the state land board should be looking towards this too, because the second phase of this basically we have hot water between 300 and 350 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, that's what turns the turbines. When we finish with it, it's still 200 degrees. So our plan on phase 2 is to actually pipe that water over to the prison. Because right now they're desperately deciding where they're going to keep that prison. One of the big problems is the heating and cooling situation in there needs to be updated dramatically. We can do that with this, both heating and cooling, which would answer that issue. During that period of time, we are also working with Colorado Mountain College on a vocational training program which would allow these offenders in the prison to be educated both in building the actual pipeline to the prison and then in the conversion of the heating through HVAC, which is one of the highest paid I should say blue collar, I shouldn't say, but one of the trades that there is. So it gives them something to do. Once we finish with that water, it's still 100 degrees Fahrenheit. So the game plan is as we bring the water back to be re-injected, and by the way, this is non-consumptive pump and dump, according to the state engineer. It's a closed loop system. Bring it back. There is a beautiful parcel of land owned by the Colorado State Land Board individually, just north of our lease site, that is owned by the Colorado State Land Board, held for the benefit of Department of Corrections. And one of the biggest problems that the Department of Corrections is having there is that the rents are way too high because it's such an outdoor recreational type community. So our project plan is to bring that hot water back at 100 degrees, build a 100-unit workforce housing project rental on your property and sell for the benefit of the Department of Corrections. So we can give some of these correctional workers a place where they can have nice quality housing at basically a subvented or a lower rate that they can't afford. And we think that that will help, that plus the modeling of the heat and cooling will help keep that facility in Buena Vista, which is the second largest employer in Chaffey County. And oh, by the way, the prison contributes 90% of the greenhouse gases in all of Buena Vista. So we'll be converting from natural gas to geothermal. And so we would, in effect, from that standpoint, reduce greenhouse gases by 90%. Let's see. Housing.
Fascinating use, by the way, as you look for that, meaning using the water once it comes out of the generators is a great opportunity for economic development, increasing employment opportunities by thousands or thousands if done properly and if supported by the state entities. The power plant itself only employs a few employees. But if you make use of the water for hydroculture, aquaculture, even possibly helping the spa like hot springs on Princeton Hot Springs Resort, their expansion would not be hindered by us but supported. If you do all this, you have a real boost for new industry in the county. So we talk about substantial economic impacts that we heard before. Staff say would be put into an exploration phase. I would not call it exploration. I would call it a gamble. You gamble with job opportunities in the county in the amount of thousands, besides all the money that's on the table.
I do have a question.
Yes.
So is it your sense that the opposition to geothermal is from the appearance of the apparatus that is above ground, or because of the drilling that's going down beneath the ground?
Both. By that, I mean, we have attended every meeting that we possibly can. The first one took almost a legal pad full of notes. And we've systematically gone through engineering and I think been able to respond to the concerns that they've had. They certainly centered around noise, vision, and I would say probably water. So noise and vision, we've actually shown scientifically how we reduce the noise levels to the point that they wouldn't hear them. We have located and found a location which is down in a valley, which once again was shown by photos where you could virtually not see it. And our architect has basically painted a power project of base type brown and superimposed it into the trees. You barely see it. So from a visual standpoint, it's not that big. Concern that some have had with regards to water. And the first thing is, as Ben indicated, state engineer who works for Department of Water Resources had 3 regulations. We can't affect the quality, the quantity, or the heat of the water. So we have to show them we're not going to do that before they'll issue us permits to drill. Okay, this is a concern which, if I were Mount Princeton Hot Springs Resort, it's probably very real. I think our hydrologists have been able to our satisfaction, indicate that we can proceed forward, but ultimately it would be ECMC who would determine whether we can get the drilling permits. So they are the ultimate arbiter of that point. One of the concerns about water and drinking water is, first of all, we're going down at least 6,000 feet. When you get down that deep, you start getting into non-tributary water, which basically has no effect on the water table above it. I would be going down that deep, and it's encased in cement between 24 inches and 7 inches down 6,000 feet before we even start taking water in. And that avoids any leaking of groundwater or water tables into our water. We don't want it because it's cold water. We want to keep the water hot. So it's in our own best interest to make sure we don't do anything to stay in that hot water.
So in the illustration of the plant in Turkey,
Yes,
where you showed that, that you said it could be done completely outside of view. The illustration, obviously, are you looking down into that? Because it
Yes.
still looks like it's above ground.
that was not the view from our standpoint, not what our architect put together. In the presentation that we have made to the community and that we've made to state land board or to ECMC, we've actually shown pictures of where we expect to locate it and what the vision lines would be. And we showed because it's in such a valley that you cannot see it from the two residential areas that are about 1 mile away from.
Or from that road that goes by?
Yes, we have those pictures.
It would not.
No, not Highway 50, no. There's another complete ridge between Highway 50. You can't see this at all because that is one of the special scenic area designation.
Right.
You cannot see it in Highway 50. You cannot see it at all.
Thank you.
It's down below ground. Yes.
I'm curious, a couple things, the intangible drilling costs, what was that, $2 million or something?
Yeah.
So that's one question. The second question is, how far along are you in your research? As in, what do you know and what would you still need to know to go forward? I know nothing about geothermal and simplistically, I think you drill down, you find out if you have hot water or not.
Sure.
But
Well, the simplistic answer is it's $1,300,000 to drill a well.
Mhm.
And so you never know what you're gonna find. So we spent our money using a process called magnetotelluric, which is something we borrowed out of the oil patch. It's wonderful technology, and in a proper array, you can look 7 kilometers into the ground, which is how we identified this location. So we've done what they would have done several years ago for a couple $1 million. It's now we have an idea of where we can go and we reduce the drilling risk.
So no drilling has been done yet. It's just this
No deep drilling like that. That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, we've done a bunch of surface type stuff.
Temperature gradient wells have been drilled. And the exploration has been done, surface exploration, similar to oil and gas exploration. Some seismic data has been evaluated that were originally oil and gas data. The GAD magnetotelluric has been done similar to, you can compare it to ultrasound or computer CAT scan in the hospital. And we are now in the process of applying for the science wells that cost a few millions more. And once you, based on the information like from the magnetotelluric, we picked locations for the wells. And once you drill, you know for sure what you have, similar like oil and gas.
And when, remind me when this whole process started, was this roughly 10 years ago?
Oh, 2007.
Okay, so if it's so attractive to all these other companies, why aren't they throwing money at you?
Because that is a really good question. Okay, and the answer is somewhat complicated. And the first answer I'll give you is Colorado water law. Okay, when we first started this project back in 2007, there was a massive conflict between federal law, which said that geothermal was a mineral under the Steam Act in 1970. Colorado said it's a water right and geothermal belongs to the citizens of Colorado with an obligation to develop it for the benefit of the citizens of the state of Colorado. With this conflict, nobody wanted to come in because there was a real problem with what they called split estates. By this, I mean, going back to 1872. Yes, it was President Grant that issued a bunch of these homestead grants. And in those grants, the federal government retained mineral rights for that property.
Yeah.
Okay, if geothermal was a mineral right, then the federal government retains the rights to that. So in all the area around where we are, that is not on state land or property, it was that split estate. So everybody's saying, well, wait a minute, is this federal law or is this Colorado state law? And with this conflict, we went through hell negotiating between BLM and the state of Colorado to get a memorandum of understanding to bring this forward. So that is the biggest and simplest answer to your question.
And there are two more answers to that question. Is a main one. So one is the transmission, sending the power out of state, because everyone over the past 15 years wanted to send power to California. It's the best paying customer. This is just not economically feasible with power produced in Colorado. That is changing now, not due to Colorado's planning, but more a side effect of the activities of other states. Like there's a large transmission line coming from Wyoming for the wind that goes through northwest Colorado down towards California. And as I mentioned before, New Mexico has been very proactive. So the transmission topic is changing and making it now economically feasible to transmit power out of state. And then last but not least, it's competition. First was California as a main geothermal location. Then came Nevada for a long time. The small network of experts in the United States was focusing on California and Nevada. Then came Utah about 20 years ago. Utah was put on the map, and the group of experts in the United States is not huge. The group of service providers, all of them work in oil and gas as well. That is a large industry. But the geothermal experts is not such a large industry group. And Colorado would be the next state if it is welcoming to geothermal. And as I think sufficiently said in my statements, saying that the state is supporting geothermal is not enough. It actually needs to be done. So when a project like this has a weak spot for a few months, I think the proper question would be, how can we help you? And not how can we pull you out with the bathwater.
I might just point out too that at request earlier, and you'll find in the state land board file somewhere, at request to me, I have identified state land board parcels of land throughout Colorado, and I superimposed that on another slide that has known geothermal hotspots. Because there are two other locations that we're looking at developing right now that would involve state land board property right there in Chaffee County. So we've already done part of that for you already. I don't know if anybody's ever looked at it or not. But just to wrap up, if I could, my cover letter is basically saying that under the circumstances, we had the unfortunate situation where we could not come to agreement with our previous partners. After 2 years, it became evident that they're unwilling or unable to commit to what they had said they would, basically the technology and additional funding support. And with that, I can understand why the state land board and why staff recommended not approving that based on losing those two components. But we've had long conversations with state land board. When I say we, Fred Henderson and I'm 78, Fred could be 89 his next time. We both agree we need to turn this project over to some young blood like him and some new developers, some new money to come in with some new technology. And so for 2 or 3 years, we have been looking for this new blood, which we've acknowledged with state land board staff that we need to get some young blood in here, do some of these things to make sure we complete this project once that we've started. And now we're in a situation where we've located just in a brief 2-month period of time since they bailed out some very serious and very significant potential partners. And what we would propose to the land board is that we go back to the recommendation that staff made back in June, that we approve this new extension 5-year lease based on the increase in the lease rate, which we had previously negotiated with staff and which they were fine with. We'd like to go back to that initial proposal that had been supported in June, but for the departure of Reykjavik Geothermal, which turns out it wasn't Reykjavik Geothermal, it was the guy's son. But be that as it may, the whole thing didn't come together, but we're in a position now, which we think we can in the next few months, to get that additional commitment. And we have the momentum going right now. It took me 2 years. I am the only approved geothermal operator under the ECMC in Colorado right now. The only one. It's taken me 2 years. Okay, anybody else that comes in is going to go through the same issues that we looked at before. One of the other elements that Michael was talking about, Mimi Martin, Mimi Larson, who was previously with ECMC, was with one of the major law firms in Denver, and she was not a partner on this development at all. She was very helpful and will continue, as long as there's no conflict of interest with the previous clients, continue to work with us going forward.
You know,
that's.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but you all have illuminated and given us a lot of new information.
Yes.
About both your abilities, the progress you've made, and the current momentum.
Yes.
And we want to thank you for that. Commissioner Preble, did you have a question or not?
No, I just wanted to state, you've had more than 40 minutes, perhaps longer.
Oh, thank you.
To state your case.
Yes, thank you.
And it took that long for Mr. Held to say, we want you to object to the staff recommendation.
Right.
Okay, so, but that could have been said in a lot less time, and it might have served you better, quite frankly.
Thank you. Actually, that was the first thing on my list.
Well, thank you very much for the information and the presentation. And I think, Ben, you had in mind now to have.
I believe it makes sense to have Tom Warren from Princeton Buildings, the other report for.
Right.
Speak.
Okay. Yeah.
And he is online, I believe.
Mr. Warren has been promoted to panelist and will be able to open his camera and unmute and address the board. Good afternoon.
And
Can you guys hear me okay?
yes.
Yep.
Thank you very much. And I apologize, a little bit of technological difficulties up here at altitude, but it does appear to be working. And I promise I will not take too much of your time today. Just wanted to briefly touch on who we are, what our history is with this project, where we stand on it, and our feelings going forward. Quickly, I want to make sure everyone here understands that our organization actually was supportive of geothermal development, not only in our area, but at the specific location from inception. And it was not until the advice of legal counsel who recommended to us to do some of our own modeling to assure that we were protected, did we find out that there was huge potential for impacts, not only on the temperature of our water, but on the production of our wells. That engineering and hydrology was done by Neptune. Neptune finished their original study in the spring. We then commissioned them to do a deeper dive into that engineering and hydrology, which they have also completed, and now are in the process of the peer review process. So we, again, were supportive and actually have known Hank and Fred for many, many years, and like to think we have a good relationship with them, and we're supportive of geothermal development in Chaffee County. And not until the last 16 to 20 months, when we realized that there was the potential for damages to our operation that would be detrimental to us being open, did we take a different position of more of trying to get to a place where, one, there had to be some more protection for a business such as ours in place. And secondarily, perhaps if we're doing exploratory drilling,
that could have effect on a 160-year-old business that is a significant impact locally, maybe there's better locations in the state for this project to happen. Again, we think our qualification to be leaseholder of this land is we have already been the steward of this resource for almost 160 years. So I think that, nearly 2 centuries of experience with operating this resource is speaks for itself as what the qualification is. I do appreciate, Hank's $2 million investment in trying to do engineering and understanding what this costs. But let's put that into perspective. That $2 million over how long they've been at this, we didn't ask for any of it. And I'm at $800,000 in the last 9 months in hydrology, engineering, and legal fees. So I'm nearly at half of what they've spent in 20 years in less than 1 year. And this is a small business that's trying to survive in a tough tourism environment where the economy is in and out and people are nervous to travel. And I'm being forced to spend all this money and time and effort to try to ensure that we're protected and or something doesn't go next door to me that is detrimental to our business. There also seems to be some questions on distance. Just wanted to clarify that our northern edge of our holdings is less than 1 mile from the proposed drill site. So we have an entity called MR16390 that is part of Mount Princeton Hot Springs. It is a divested interest of Princeton Holdings, which does put them within less than 1 mile of our facility. I do appreciate some of the stuff that they are offering. The prison is absolutely a significant impact on the county. They do have lots of issues with workforce housing. But boy, it just seems like there's a lot of stuff that's being promised now. Now we're talking about running miles of pipeline back and forth to the prison and building units. And this is a lot of new information. And I just want to point out that, we are an enormous local impact from both a taxation and employment standpoint. We're also a serious provider of workforce housing, and it's not a proposal. We already do it. We have employees from Valley RV to the Topaz Motel in Buena Vista to 41 people housed at Mount Princeton directly. It's 73 people in that county that are already being housed as I speak to you. Again, Neptune showed that there was potential detrimental impact to our resource. Also historical precedent, and Hank's partner there did mention that we had some historical relevance, and we were participating in the Razor technology plant that was in Utah. These things sometimes underperform. They have huge impacts on view corridors. They're noisy. Is this really the best location for it next to 2 residential subdivisions and a 160-year-old business that predates not only Chaffee County, but also the state of Colorado? The Hortense Hot Springs opened up before the Colorado 76. We are nearly finished again with the peer review of our modeling. And if this was something that did not allow me to lease it at the $30,000 to $35,000 a year rate to keep it in its current state, used for hunting and agriculture use, as well as potential expansion for our commercial use of the well as well, or the spring as well, rather, we would definitely be able to present all of our findings and its peer review in a formal application in the future in the aspect of non-development. I wanted to end with a very, very smart county commissioner that we had several years ago. Once was standing close to the site, looking towards the chalk cliffs, and said to me, this is such an unbelievable place. This is really Chaffee County's national park. And I just implore the state land board to please think about this property as it is a national park, and ask yourself, if you're standing at the front of Yosemite or the Grand Canyon, would you put a geothermal industrial power plant in that location? And that's all I have. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I wish to make a motion. And I make a motion that we approve the staff recommendation to deny both applications and go through the process as outlined by Mr. Teschner, by staff.
There is a motion by.
It's a second.
Will you second that? I was about to say that. There's a motion in front of us from Commissioner Pribble to call for the vote. And I need a second for us to consider the motion.
Are there any other, people?
We'll get to that. So now this motion requires a second for us to then see if there's public comment on the motion. That motion fails for lack of a second.
I want to hear.
We will get
What you
into
think-
some public
just-
comment on this
I'm-
issue.
Excuse me, I don't think that Mark understood. You said the motion needs a second before we get public comment. I think he wants to hear the public comment.
We're going to hear public comment anyway as part of process of the review of the matter.
So I'm not, point of order. I think that my understanding of Robert's rules, with all respect, Madam Chair, need to have a proper motion, then you have discussion and public comment. You don't do public comment before you have a proper motion.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So we have a motion, and the way we do it is not exactly necessarily the way Robert's rules are.
Apparently.
Yeah, we generally have a motion and a second, and then we open it up for discussion, and then we have a vote.
Well, I understand, but public comment comes in after you have a proper motion.
I know, no, well, we have a motion and a second typically. And we, seek public comment.
So,
So in order to get public comment, we have to have a proper full motion, so it needs a second.
I thought, okay, so
And this would be public comment on the specific new motion that's just recently.
okay, I assume,
Otherwise, we'll be moving towards public comment on the general matter in the agenda before we take a vote on that. You know, get a motion, have a vote on that. This is a sub motion, if you will.
okay, so I assumed there are Chaffey County people here. I assumed we would, you know, before we voted or even thought about voting, that we would hear from these Chaffey County people.
Right.
So I don't quite, I guess, I don't know Robert rules of order enough to understand why there'd be a motion, second, and then public comment, and then a vote. I thought it would be hear from them.
Yeah, that's what we were
that's
planning to do.
Okay,
And now we motion to go.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
No. Motion for.
I'll
the
Can I just
Robert's rules.
Who's that?
could I interject?
Yes, please.
Generally speaking, we do like to hear from the public before we offer any motions, just so that we're completely informed from all parties before we have a motion in a second.
If I may,
Has
that's
been her- has
not
been
my
her
understanding of
practice.
Robert's rules.
Right,
It's-
That's
it's-
neither here nor there. If that's what your protocol is, fine.
Yeah,
The board needs to understand that.
it's our practice, Jim.
Yeah.
Well, it'd be well to be informed of that practice ahead of time.
Yes.
So maybe, and I think that's an option we can discuss later, but right now, I think the motion fails for lack of a second.
Right,
Right,
correct.
and so, yes. we
I just want to move
proceed-
this along.
I know, so what we want to do is, we've heard from Mr. Warren. And is there anyone else, Ben? That we need to hear from?
From any of the
Princeton
project
Holdings?
proponents, I don't believe so.
Madam Chair, I just want to point out that we did receive a number of public comments via written submission on this item. We want to make sure we just say that on the record.
Yes, thank you for all the written comments that we received and read and considered. Thanks for the reminder, Nick. So, do the commissioners have any questions for the prior speaker for Princeton Holdings?
I have one, I'm not sure it's for him or for you, Ben, but you referred earlier that ECMC relied on legislation that said that there would be protection for historic hot springs. And what kind of protection is covered in that?
There was legislation that passed as part of the geothermal rules process. I believe it was actually multiple pieces of legislation as a whole, but part of that included when geothermal energy developers were permitting their projects, part of that permitting process was ensuring that they were not impeding upon the rights of historic hot springs.
Literally ensuring, so the damages, for example, or that.
I don't know if it's insuring with an I. I'm not sure if that's the case or not. I don't know the answer to that. But it is certainly a technical piece of that review by ECMC.
And Josie, Commissioner, my mind is going the same thing as to Mr. Warren commissioning some very technical and in-depth analysis of potential impacts. It seems to me that that is the kind of input that would be considered in that ECMC permitting process.
Precisely.
Again, so that it could meet the goal of protecting existing hot springs.
That is
And
also
you know,
my understanding.
where we are, really, we are on the cusp of something that the state has told everyone that we want to do. And yet we're here in a very preliminary way, trying to explore what are the real issues when you move forward on a vision.
Yeah, the very front of the.
We're at the spirit, yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
So, we would like to hear from the public who's taken the time and made the effort to travel here and who has comments on the lease review request that is in front of us. So, if you want to raise your hand, we come forward and then move back.
Thank you. My name is Alan Sealing. I live in Buena Vista. I've been a geologist for 73 years, both in oil and gas and in environmental regulation. I have been familiar with this set of projects that have been going on concerning the hot water in Trout Creek. I knew Fred when he first started looking at the hot water there. In fact, I helped him map the hot water wells that were drilled early on in the 60s and got interested in it. Fred went on to contact a geothermal company to develop possibly a method for installing a plant. At the end, they backed out because they didn't see any way. There are other issues, but one of the main issues was they didn't see any way to recover the costs. Fred's been a geologist for a long time, as have I. He was very instrumental in Landsat, so he was involved in mineral exploration. When I went back into, well, I was working closer to Buena Vista so I could work with him, but when I stopped doing that, he continued his exploration into this. He had the School of Mines do some seismic work, which was good because we didn't really know anything about the Ark Valley, how it fit together with the mountain front. So he did that work, and everything slowly kind of wound down, actually, as far as I could tell. Now I've been a geologist in exploration. I've probably sat, well, you guys are too young, but I sat before the Oil and Gas Commission many times in Denver. And one of our last wells, or one of the last fields I worked on was on top of a high temperature anomaly out in East Colorado, northeast of Lyman, called the Irregular Field. Being that as this way, I'm pretty familiar with how you look for hot spots and the value that they have for not only oil and gas, but for geothermal as well. One of the things that Fred and I had discussed, and he specifically discussed, was drilling a deep well into the bottom of, well, not the bottom of, but into the lower area of the Antero magma chamber, because that seems to be where the hottest water was. It's the newest intrusive, the Saguache, Antero, Princeton, and made sense that that's probably where the hot water was coming from, but we could never figure out how a volumetric well could be produced or drilled economically. And we knew that the water coming up through the fractures into the valley, flowing down the bottom of the valley out into the Arkansas Valley, really could be determined without a lot of investigation. Specifically exploration wells to see what kind of water was there, how hot it was, what the volume was, what the rate was. Now, in an exploration project, especially a geothermal project, there are certain things that you have to do. I had them listed here. I'm just going to run through them really quick. The normal accepted process is to identify the resource. Well, hot water. We know that there's hot water there, so that's good. And then, as the people who are investing in it, as you progress, you have to make sure that the people you have doing your drilling and doing your research provide you with the information that they're finding in a timely fashion. They have to also tell you what they expect to find, so you can compare what they're finding with what their hopes were. Then after that, you have to do some field studies. Well, what are field studies? Well, the basic ones are to go out and look at the physical manifestations of what you're looking for, in this case, hot water. The only physical manifestation of that I've seen is in this bag, the rocks. Now, you all know what chalk cliffs look like, right? Chalk cliffs are very white because that water coming up from wherever it's coming, whether it's Antero or Princeton, has been dissolving the black minerals in there, and it leaves kaolinite, which is a clay, but it leaves everything real white. And the rocks that aren't affected by that vertical migration of this hot water stay like they are. And if you go over to Cottonwood Hot Springs, you see the same thing. So here's a typical rock from around Mount Princeton, not in the Hot Springs area. Here's one in the Hot Springs area. You can see the significant change. These came from up dip of the Dry Creek zone where they want to drill. No alteration. This comes from the chalk cliffs where there's alteration. So that's the first thing that should have been done, and it wasn't. It's strange, huh?
We've got about 2 more minutes, so
okay.
I hope we can.
Well, then you do other certain things like magnetotellurics. They did magnetotellurics, which looks at the resistivity of what's under the ground, and they found higher resistivities. Well, that could be due to a number of different things, not just hot water. So the diagram that they showed on there showing really red hot spots going down, we don't even know what that's from. There's another problem with that, is that if this hot water is coming down the valley out into Arkansas Valley, hot water coming out, it's supposed to cool in the Arkansas Valley, you're supposed to drill into it, get it. All that water in the Arkansas Valley is all headed south towards Salida. Cold water. There's nothing to inhibit that going down. So any water coming in that's hot, it's probably been diluted by the cold. So that's an issue that no one knows anything about, but it's presumably. You should do surface infrared. See whether the hot spot under the ground is radiating upwards, which of course it would. That hasn't been done. Like I said, there's no wells in there, so we can't tell what the water flow is or what the heat gradient is. So many things have not been done that in oil and gas, we just assume that you don't even take it to, your boss until you find out at least some of these questions.
And so if I'm following the
Yes.
line of the commissioners, your point is that from your experience and the examples you've given us, that the proponent for the geothermal drilling has not done sufficient work to prove up whether or not there's a resource there.
They haven't done enough work to even put in a exploration well. There's no sense in throwing that money away. Now, the point for the land trust is that you're taking these lands away from someone else who might be able to provide you with a source of income. We're talking about 6 or 7 years that you have any income coming out of geothermal application. So you should think about that. This may not be the best use. One of the reasons that you guys were all leased is that
you're the only place they could lease. Why didn't they lease down in front of Trout Creek? Because their leases weren't available. They took you because you're big and you were there and you're the easiest target. I'm really upset about this whole process. And I think you're having a look over your eyes like there's no tomorrow. And you guys have been in the oil and gas business, or at least been around it. You should have seen these things happening all the time in oil business, as I certainly. And you've got to be really, really careful about who you believe in. They have to provide you with information, not just speculation. So far, this is all speculation. Absolutely, all of it is speculation.
Thank you. That's a different point of view.
Good luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I
wish we had more time for the
I
illustration. I really do. I really do.
Oh, and I would like to say too, that there is no interest in this, except for that initial program in the mid 2000s, until grant money came available. All of a sudden, people crawl out of the woodwork.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for allowing the public comments. I'm Jane McCracken from Buena Vista, Chaffee County, speaking on behalf of the people of Chaffee and Save Our Arkansas Valley, a non-for-profit against a geothermal industrial plant in front of Mount And as Jody from Colorado Outdoor Strategy was introducing the 3 North Star goals to the board, I couldn't help but notice on her PowerPoint that it was a picture of Mount Princeton. Anyhow, we wish to preserve our beautiful Mount Princeton. We could use it as a resource hub. It should be in the front of all of our concerns. Here's a photo of our county mascot with a 40 megawatt power plant, which is the goal of Mount Princeton Geothermal, pictured in front of us. This is Blue Mountain plant in Nevada. You see these are built in a modular fashion so that they can be enlarged. They can put more and more and more out there. And that's kind of the goal. This particular plant, which is a 40 megawatt, is not producing over, it's not even at 30, I don't believe. So they don't always produce what they say they're going to produce. So they build those in modular fashion so they can make them bigger. Chaffee County is a tourist community and a desert. Our industry is tourism. Mount Princeton Geothermal wants this industrial plant right in front of our mascot. Last year, I was at a community town hall meeting, and Hank Held was speaking, and he said that this location is the absolute best location in the state for his industrial plant. And I was able to raise my hand and ask him a question in the meeting and said, how many other sites have you reviewed? And his answer was none. Hank Held has made a lot of statements regarding prison workforce. I was involved with prison workforce about 3 years ago when Governor Polis stopped it because of some, I don't know if it was some escapes or drugs or what it was, but he put an end to it and he never restarted the prison workforce program. So there's no prison workforce program available in the state. The 10 to 40 megawatt power plant that you see will only have 18 to 50 employees working at it. It's not going to be a big work hub for our people. And the people that work there are going to have to know what to do because there's a lot of highly flammable fluids that are in the plant. And that's something else we should talk about. There's no one real in the state that's qualified to work in this plant. So nobody in our valley will work there. The isopropane gas that they will be using in this plant to cool or to heat up and to cool and stuff, that has a flash point of below 0. That's very explosive. So they'll have it in the turbines going through, and they will also have to have storage, kind of like we have oil, for our cars on hand. they'll have to have thousands of gallons of this. There is a major natural gas line going through that property right there. I don't know if you know that, going over to I forget the name. What's the name of that subdivision? Maud Lane. So anyhow, I just wanted to mention that. They also talked about Lightning Dock. The people from Lightning Dock in a little town away from Lightning Dock, 5 miles away, say that the noise level has ruined their lives. Now, Hank Held talks about putting silencers and mufflers on this particular plant, that it could be done. Well, we don't know for certain that it could be done because mufflers are extremely expensive to put on those turbines, extremely expensive. And because of the natural gas, I don't know if you can cover that because it could be too explosive. So these are a lot of ifs and ands that I want to just point out.
If you could take just 30 seconds to wrap up, that would be great.
Oh, I haven't even started. Okay. I do want to wrap up with this. This is not the best location. Colorado Geological Survey did a recent investigation and found that there are 3 other ideal and better locations. So write these down. Sterling, Trinidad, and Mesa. Better locations. They're going to be way better than this, and they already know it. They did the exploration, they know it. Also, Rifle is asking for one of these in their area because they had to close their coal plant. Also, we have a petition with well over 1,500 signatures opposed to this. And this does, I want to talk about fracking real quick because this is considered a similar technology to fracking, which has potential for water contamination as well as seismic activity. And if I quote the seismologist, David Oppenheimer, who is Dr. David Oppenheimer, who is a well-known seismologist, says that this is like drilling down into this granite is like opening a soda pop bottle. He says that when geothermal activity starts in Sonoma Valley, earthquakes start. And when geothermal activity stops in Sonoma Valley, earthquakes stop. Now, my house is within a mile of this well site, and there are over 1,900 personal wells within 5 miles of this well site. The town of Buena Vista is within 4 miles, and there are 8 hot springs that have tourists come to them within this area too. So please reconsider those other spots that are really better.
Thank you very much for coming and sharing that with us. Are there any other speakers beyond the current one who's coming up? We've got how many more?
I think we have 2.
2 more, okay. So
including
let's aim for 3 minutes. 3 minutes for each of the next speakers because we.
Yes, I will speak very quickly.
Thank you.
I've been involved with this for 3 years. And as part of Save Our Arkansas Valley, I'm Blaine Clark, say from Buena Vista. And we helped collaborate with the ECMC to put on a town hall meeting March 12th. And I got to meet Bryce Carter there the first time. And we met at the Maxwell gate there. And I explained to him that the U.S. hydrological map, which I attached to my comments, so you got that. The Dry Creek actually flows from a wetlands area in the Lost Creek subdivision, where there's moose. Jane, who just spoke, had 5 moose walk through there just recently. We had a lynx spotted in our neighborhood 3 years ago that we reported to the CPW. But Dry Creek is a tributary of the Arkansas Valley, or excuse me, the Arkansas River. The Arkansas River is a national waterway. And I was in contact with Tucker Fader, who is part of the Army Corps of Engineers out of the Durango office, which oversees Chaffee County. And he's told me that if any leasing activity goes on or exploratory well, I need to inform him so that they can make sure there's not, that they meet the requirements of an environmental impact study. In talking with Ben, I got this Colorado Geological Survey map of what the hot spots are in Colorado. And I got those from Mike Rigby. A little bit, I think yours is very similar. The tail end of it is through Alamosa County. One of my former clients worked or owned the Gator and Reptile Park up the road here. But in this, they're the three hot spots, and I compared the state land-borne properties with these three hot spots. Grand Junction is a hot spot, but there isn't a lot of state in Mesa County. There isn't a lot of state land board there. However, in the Raton Basin is part of this. Okay, the Raton Basin near Trinidad, that's in Orfano and Los Animas counties. There's a lot of state land there. Okay, also the Colorado-Kansas border, there's a hot spot that Alan, my friend, talked about, and that's in Yuma and Kit Carson County. So there's a lot of state land up there near the hot spots. So, and then finishing up, I'll talk real fast, is that, you know, there's a new House Bill 251332, okay, which basically says that Colorado's great outdoors, wildlife, and recreational opportunities, which are among the state's most treasured resources, this statute requires the board to protect these values. Please honor the letter and spirit of 251332 and delay any further action on this parcel until the independent work group, without any political agenda, has an opportunity to carefully balance the interests at stake here. Okay, I live near this 3/4 of a mile. I drive into Buena Vista all the time. Sometimes I see 300 to 400 elk down that national corridor. I try to get a hold of Parks and Wildlife. They won't get back to me. They know this is a tricky area for them. But I'd love for you guys to come see that, because Bryce Carter, when I met him there, Pronghorn was walking down. I turned around and I said, wetlands is only 3/4 of a mile that way to the west. So why is that even considered? So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Your comments.
My name's Tom McCracken. I live at the Star Bullseye. That my wife Jane, you heard from Jane just a minute ago. Ben, great job. Could I pull up your slide? Is that on here handy? No, all right. Nice work though.
Thank
you. Yeah, his talk was very informative. I'm a former school teacher, retired principal, currently a real estate agent, and I promise I am not going to go long. But when I had the reassessment, you remember a couple of years ago, Colorado gave out the new reassessments, and everybody just got hammered. Mine doubled.
Can you just speak a little more slowly?
I'll try.
Never make it fast.
Okay, I'll slow. Okay, when they did the reassessment a couple of years ago, my county, Chaffey County, sent me my reassessment, and they doubled the price of my property. And I thought to myself, that's interesting. That it's double now, and I looked at Redfin, and they said it was about 3/4 of that price. I looked at Zillow, and they said it was about 76% of that price, and so I sent a letter to the county and said, well, Zillow says this and Redfin says that, and if you put a geothermal plant in the front, it's going to be worth even less than that. And the county said, okay, we agree, here's your 75%. So in other words, they saw my perspective when I said, this is what my value is going to diminish to if they go ahead and do that. Now, I don't know, you've heard some great science. This is now on the target. I met with another contractor 2 weeks ago, and he was looking for, get this, 675-degree water. Now, water boils at my elevation at 9,000 feet. My water boils at 190 degrees, not 212. So to keep that water from bursting into steam, we have to have it under pressure, and that's called PV equals nRT, the gas law, which talks about the specifics of the gravity and how much pressure we need to have on it. If we put a hole in there, somebody called it a soda fountain. tourism. When you think about the phrase, this is Colorado, this is the picture that's the first thing you see when that banner is on the side of the road. It says, no, this is Colorado, and you get to see that, less that mock-up. Water, we do not call it bath water. We don't worship the water, but we know what the phrase water is for. Fighting, there it is. And whiskey's for drinking. Sir, what are you doing in the car?
Drinking.
Sorry. And so we really are careful of that. We are budgeted by our water permits to get about 90 gallons of water a person a day on our well augmentation plan. This uses, some geothermal plants will use about 50 gallons a minute. Just to give you a perspective of the site. Now, I don't know exactly, I haven't studied, I have not into the middle of that. And that I guess is my takeaway from this whole conversation, because I got, as the state land board, we need to figure out where our role is. Is our role in the water? Is our role in the energy? Is our role in the cutting edge? Your point, it was fabulous. Let's get some more information, because no, we don't have enough. You know, and what you're saying is about, we need to know what's going on, because we can't rubber stamp, well, let's put that in there. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Let's just go do that. Not to say that we're not experts in the field, but I mean, I'm on the board of my HOA. There's 40 residents that have the same exact story that I do. And there's another subdivision right next to us that has another 30 and another subdivision. So that's happening. So this is not just oh yeah, let's just go do that. I've been in the Valley since 72. No, I'm sorry. I've been associated with the Valley in 72. We floated the Arkansas from Granite all the way down to the Royal Gorge, 3 nights camping on the river. And wildlife came by. It wasn't wildlife then, it was parks or something different. What are y'all doing? Is this illegal? No, but nobody floats on that river. In other words, I've been so in love with this valley since 1972. I feel like I'm a steward. I'm a caretaker. I'm one of the persons that can stand. What was that? Horton hears a hoot. That's who I appreciate. That's who I want to be. Thank you. Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
We've got lots of stuff, but I don't want to. We've won our well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Karen Page, and you've seen me a lot on Zoom. I'm here in person. I have some comments prepared.
Can I keep it to 3 minutes?
I'm going to do my best. Okay, I've practiced. Okay. That being said, I'm still a very nervous talker. So thank you all. I know that there's a lot that you have to consider here. I am here to ask that you ask staff, Ben, you've done a wonderful job, to help determine a long-term solution and disposition, in my words, not your disposition, of the land that aligns to mission goal 2. It's all been about mission goal 1. And I would love to see what are the options for goal 2 to protect this land the way it is for the county and for the citizens and for grazing, for hunting. You heard from the commissioners today how important it is to them. That's what you see with us. It's so important to maintain that for the county, because it's disappearing. It is disappearing so fast. And what we have, yes, it's dependent on tourism. The hot springs is a huge aspect of our community. We're trying to protect what we have as much as we can while facilitating some development and growth. But that comes in balance, and it's going to take time. And I think that the risks of the long-term damage that even drilling will do are too significant on this precious land when there's so much other opportunities there. Why aren't people doing it on private land? Because it's expensive. It's the most expensive form of energy there is. Land is expensive. The technology is risky. There's just so many barriers, and I understand the governor's trying to knock them down by throwing money at it, but let the deep pockets, like Excel is talking about, Hayden, go and pursue this first. I just don't feel that this small community, this dot on the map now has brought us a target on our backs should be first. And it just doesn't seem like the right time either. So I'm asking, so that, let me scroll down because I've totally gone off my thing. That I've been trying to find a win-win, right? So I did help bring Princeton Holdings to the table, trying to find that win-win where we can get money for K through 12 that's more competitive than $11,000 a year that they've been paying, and doesn't provide destruction to the land. So that to me is a great win-win that I'm glad is hopefully still on the table for you all. Maybe we could move the land directly to a stewardship classification. I've asked several staff about what mechanism is there to protect this land, and I don't get anywhere with that question. So I'm asking the wrong question to potentially the wrong people because their goal again is goal 1, not goal 2. I'd like the focus to be goal 2. Let's see what spaghetti sticks and maybe just figure out what can we do that will be a win-win for this land. It is a wildlife corridor. Drilling alone will impact that. So let's see. A couple things I did want to point out. The rift picture is there because there's a fault on this side and there's a fault on this side. And there has never been development at this level that deep with 2 faults right there. That is a huge, huge red flag for me that I continue to try to bring up. And I have done an earthquake study and it is on the website and I have sent you guys that in the past. So there's that. Water rights, Hank Held said in a meeting, the only public meeting, that who drills first gets it. So be aware that that is the story, that my understanding for deep well drilling into the deep aquifers like that, who gets it, who drills first gets it. I also wanted to talk about the income numbers that Mr. Held presented. There is nothing in there about the negating effects to tourism, to homeowners' property insurance. It only takes 42 properties to make up the difference in what the taxes he would be giving to the county. That's it. We're talking 277 homes within 2 miles right now that are existing, not that are planning to be built. I have visited 3 plants in person. I've been spending my own personal time trying to understand this technology. It does make noise. It does create vibration. These are truly located in areas where people do not live and do not commute, and where there is not wildlife using that as a primary corridor, which is the case here. The wildlife maps have been developed and updated since the initial permit lease was granted. So that is my source of information, those wildlife maps, and they clearly show that it is the corridor. So hence some of those concerns. There was one more about the prison becoming a cascading beneficiary. Gotta tell you, doing a local geothermal heat system is much more cost effective than relying on a utility plant being built and piping water all the way down there and back. The prison can go out and do their own system, get their own money, and do it much more cost effectively. So that's all I have to share. So thank you.
That was a lot, but you did.
Well,
thank you.
My main thing is my 3 asks. So yes. I just wanted to clear the air on the others. So thank you so much.
We have one more.
Hi, my name is Pat Arnold.
We have a hand online too.
Okay.
Was it? I'm not really good speaking in public.
Sorry, who are you?
I'm Pat Hummelbeek. I live in Chaffey County.
Need that for the record, thank you.
Okay, so I know that some of you have visited Maxwell Park. I have a simple request to ask of all of you, if possible, on your way back to Denver, drive north to Chaffey County and take an extra half hour and visit Maxwell Park. It's only a few miles out of your way, not really a big ask. When you get there, look around and take a look at the beauty that you see. Depending on the time of the year, you might see a large herd of elk. Most likely you'll see some antelope. You are standing on the edge of a large migratory path for the elk herds in the area. If you look off to the east, one of the things you'll notice is plain view is US 285 heading out of Johnson Village towards Truck Creek. This means that this location is in plain view of people driving down into the valley from US 285 from Denver, Colorado Springs. Look out to the north, you'll see a large expansion of Maxwell Park. I've been told that Maxwell Park is the largest continuous section of land in Chaffey County that has been untouched by development. Along with the elk and antelope, there's also moose, deer, bear, mountain lions, bobcats, fox, coyotes, and at least a few wolves that are known to have passed through the area. If drilling is allowed in this area, even a test well, all of this will change. The noise caused by the drilling will have a huge effect on the wildlife in the area. They most likely will change their migratory patterns, avoiding the area altogether and might not ever return. Deep well drilling is not cheap. Any company that is willing to put forth this investment will go to great lengths to try to make it a success, including enhanced geothermal. If they do succeed, this large area of untouched recreational land will be forever changed. Every company that has expressed an interest in geothermal drilling here has also talked about the expansion of utility plants up and down the Arkansas River Valley. Along with the geothermal utility plants comes transmission lines, infrastructure changes, larger switching stations, etc. And none of it will benefit the citizens of Chaffey County, as the electricity will be sold to the highest bidder so that the geothermal companies can recoup their investments and make profits. And our valley, which is one of the most beautiful valleys in Colorado, before it changed. Please ask yourself, while looking around at this beauty, is it really worth it to open Pandora's box and gamble on the beauty of this pristine valley? There are many other locations in Colorado where it makes much more sense to experiment with geothermal. I implore you, let's work together to try to find a solution where Maxwell Park maintains everything that it currently offers and does not change in the foreseeable future. Before you leave, looking, you might not realize this, there are 177 households within a 2-mile radius at this location and will be immediately impacted, and everybody in Chaffey County will eventually be affected. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one line.
We have two online, ma'am. If I reiterate the Zoom protocol that attendees need to raise their hand in order to be considered for a public comment.
And they will be limited to 3 minutes.
And you will be limited to 3 minutes. David Ford, I am promoting you to a panelist. You will be able to unmute and address the board.
Okay, can you hear me and see me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'll be quick. I'm going to come at this from a different angle. My name is David Grush. I'm a Chaffey County resident. Credentialized myself. I have several degrees. One's in physics. I worked for the federal government for 20 years, including time in the intelligence community, doing technical analysis on a multitude of interesting federal programs. And I currently work as a part-time professional staff member for the House of Representatives in DC, where I actually specialize in analyzing energy products and products that have a national security flavor. So I sent a 50-page paper I wrote as part of a capstone process in University of Colorado to your group inbox a few hours ago, the one that you get, when you register for this call. And I came at this from a technical feasibility and a return on investment perspective. So in my day job, I also do technical due diligence for private equity and venture capital. And I look at, corporate business plans to actually make sure that this is even a feasible product from a return on investment perspective. That's something I have not seen from Mount Princeton Geothermal. There's been no cost analysis on capital and operational expenditures. However, luck be have it, I sent you guys my paper, which has macro-enabled Excel sheets that actually calculates all those estimated costs and everything as well. And it shows, in a nutshell, that Chaffee County actually has a very, very poor return on investment because of the expenditures and the requirements to build the infrastructure and the power lines. And then the other thing to point out in Chaffee County is the Mount Elbert hydroelectric plant has a 200 megawatt capacity. It's only being run at 30 to 45 megawatts per year based on current BLM statistics. So you have a renewable resource up in Leadville that's not even being utilized, and it's really just there to load balance the grid. So really, when you look from like an energy justice and equitability perspective, the residents of Chaffee County are not really going to be, or the surrounding counties are not really going to be benefiting from a project of this type. They're going to have to send the power out of state. And like I said, we have 150 plus megawatts of renewable hydro energy that's not being utilized from the Twin Lakes power plant. So I just wanted to come in closing. I just wanted to come at it from a economic perspective. In my paper, I analyzed that the Pagosa, Rico area and Grand Junction area actually has the most feasible locations, both from a scientific perspective and an economic viability perspective, as the more ideal places to put a geothermal energy plant. I'm not against it, but it doesn't make any sense from an economic feasibility perspective, nor does the Sangre de Cristo Electric Association even have a requirement for additional power. And the plant, if built on the location, will not even provide power at a lower, per megawatt hour cost to really benefit the community at all. So I just wanted to bring that up to your attention. Like I said, talking fast, 50-page paper. I did all the math, did all the science. There's also seismicity risks by drilling on the Rio Grande Rift. Look at the Geysers power plant in California if you want to have a nightmare tonight. So there really is a lot of concerns I have professionally with the product, and I just refer you to my 50-page paper I sent you guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We haven't had time to read it yet, but we'll look at it.
Oh, no worries. I was, tardy and forgot to send it in on time, but it's in your inbox now.
Okay, thank you. Alec?
Yes, Elizabeth Bear, I will be promoting you to panelist, and you will be able to unmute and address the board with your public comment. Second.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, it's my husband that's going to be speaking.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you. My name is David Bear, B-E-A-R. Longtime Colorado resident, 35 years, started coming to Colorado in Buena Vista Valley, actually Arkansas River Valley in 1972. So very familiar with it. It is a spiritual place and a beautiful place at that. I appreciate all the comments. I appreciate how nice and rosy everything sounds. I also consider myself somewhat of a practicalist. It all sounds great, and there's a lot of seeming advantages to geothermal, and I fully support heat under my feet initiative of Jared Polis. But as a practicalist, I focus a little bit more on what could go wrong, not what could go right, and what are the risks associated with the property. The recirculation of water, I don't know how many miles down the road it is from Maxwell Park to the prison, but it's several miles. I'm not sure if that would be above ground or below ground water circulation, and then rerouting it a second time to reclaim some heat for another facility. There's probably some disruption there, again, either above ground or below ground. We've had a Superfund site just up at the headwaters of the Arkansas River. It's finally been mostly mitigated, and that was a 30-year project to get that Superfund site mitigated up at the mine on Fremont Pass. We've got another Superfund site under investigation or trying to get listed as a Superfund site down at the smelting plant in Salida. And it just seems like the economic or the environmental impact to the Arkansas Valley is probably endured enough over the years, at least between Fremont Pass and Salida, and there's still more to come, obviously. So the risk is just too great for me to support it, especially when there are other sites in Colorado, as people have identified, that have been identified as more practical, more feasible. I mean, just the sheer impact of trying to truck. I'm sure there's some big pumps, there's big equipment, piping. There's a lot of equipment that has to come into the valley to do the project. I'm not sure which mountain pass it's going to come over, but there are 7 of them surrounding the Arkansas River Valley between Salida and Buena Vista. I'm not sure how you're going to get the equipment in there without airlifting it. There's just too many, and the impact on traffic. We drive that road all the time, and a lot of those roads all around, and there's the impact on traffic just to get the equipment in there to construct the site would be very dangerous at best.
David?
Anyway, thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration, and have a great. We'll stay on the call and have a great afternoon.
Great, and thank you for your insights. So,
Madam Chair, if I may, I'm not going to be able to stay for the vote unless you call it.
well, we are going to call the vote right now.
Okay, that's fine.
And
Did you want to make a motion? I'll make
catchy.
the same motion I made
Please do.
previously to support the staff recommendation to deny both applications, to enter the process described by staff. That's the motion.
I'll second it.
Okay. Ed, is that a good enough description? Right.
Just to clarify, you are moving the recommended motion from the packet and adding a request to start the process of evaluating potential
options. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of the explanation provided by Chris.
Thank you.
So let's have a vote. Yes. Commissioner Harvey.
Aye.
Commissioner Scanlon, are you on?
Yes, and I vote yes.
Okay, Commissioner Pibble?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes.
Let me just say, look, let's go, we're done with that action. I know you go.
Thank you all. Sorry. Well, I'm here, just is, but.
Understand totally. Please go. I know you've got some other needs you need to meet. We're gonna be in this. And we need to spend some really serious time figuring out how we move forward. Because this is not the end of this.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely agree.
I would like to.
Yeah, 60 seconds. Thanks.
I would like to add to that really the central issue here is at this time, there's way to back to this time, but at this time, with the facts in front of us, I believe this vote reflects the state land board's awareness of and intent to look more fully and expansively at the opportunities for this type of development in our portfolio. This is not necessarily a vote that says
I apologize. The meeting has just cut. The Wi-Fi has ended its session.
well, okay then.
Reconnecting your screen.
I got myself a lot anyways. Anyway, I wanted to say that this is not necessarily.
So hold on just for a moment to see if we can reconnect so it can be recorded.
Well,
I believe the recording is still going and caught what you had said, but I do not believe that the public was able to hear that. I fortunately think there was a timeout on the amount of Wi-Fi that we were able to use from the public Wi-Fi server here at the.
Well, the public in the room is actually.
The more board audience,
I
yeah.
may forget what I had said.
Oh, we are recording?
Yes, sir.
So I just want to say that I believe this decision reflects more this organizational intent. Make sure we're acting in our fiduciary capacity and understanding the range of options that we may have in front of us for our assets that we didn't probably realize a few months ago. That is not to say that the good work, the expertise and the knowledge and prior investments by prior lessee is really the issue here. The issue here is we need to understand and expand upon the opportunities we have. And I do think that it is important for us to move post haste in understanding and developing that process. So if there are no other comments. We will move on to the final acts.
Wonderful. And just to clarify, staff will begin working on the process on your behalf and bring something to you when we meet on that and figure out kind of how to wrap our heads around it a little better. We'll bring something to you at a future meeting.
Okay, good. Well, I know we're behind time. Commissioners, are you okay for the meeting or you want to take a 5-minute break?
I'm okay proceeding to the last thing in the minutes or,
No, the last thing is a final action.
okay.
We've got about 5 more items that are allocated for about an hour, but I suspect will take less time.
I suspect they will. Is you okay? Yes. All right, so on the final action items. Mindy?
We go next month. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Mindy Gottsagen, Conservation Services Manager of the State Land Board. I'm here to present 2 policies to you today. One is a revised policy, the Ecosystem Services Leasing Policy, which was first adopted in 2016, revised twice, and now this will be the 3rd revision. And the second is a brand new policy, the biological department policy. So I'll wait for those to be brought up for you today.
Which one are we doing first, Mindy?
Ecosystem Services Leasing Policy.
Review.
You know, Mindy, in light of a abbreviated time, could we just focus on kind of the material changes in the policy? That would be perfect.
Did you mean to say the material changes in the
In the-
biological one or just?
No, the leasing. Yeah. System.
I kind of summarized.
Tack.
Perfect. I was hoping you all had done that. I'm just going to focus on a couple of changes and go right through.
You're driving.
And then poke that one. Okay. So this is the Ecosystem Services Leasing Policy. It was first adopted again in 2016, then revised every 3 years since then, and this is the 3rd revision. In your packet are 3 attachments, the existing policy, the red line version, and then the final version. This is really going to focus on the regulatory, the regulatory ecosystem service leases and biodiversity. It's to promote the development of ecosystem service projects and generate market-based revenue from the ecological function of natural systems. The key changes are 5 of them. I moved the forest carbon leases to the new biological carbon certification leasing policies. I included more information on voluntary biodiversity projects. I slightly increased some of the ecosystem service lease rates, and I also simplified. We used to have a more graduated tier system. It was very difficult for staff to keep changing it every single year. And so they're more simplified. Planning leases are not required. There was some confusion among staff that every one of the ecosystem services leases had to go through a planning lease. That's not the case, especially now with these markets coming into more maturity and also the regulatory process in the state very streamlined. And then finally, clarifying that some conservation easements may be of limited term and not permanent. This goes through the policy kind of piece by piece, but I don't really want to take your time to do that. I do want to just say for both this policy and the others, obviously, these policies set the sideboards from what staff is allowed to approve and what you will be approving, or what we will come to you to approve. At any time in any of this information, if anything falls outside that, it would still come to you for approval. Staff would bring it to you and explain the circumstances. So with that, I will just hear the different elements of the policy. If there are any questions, you can come back to this or go to your packet. But the recommendation from staff is to approve the proposed modifications for the ecosystem services basin policy 300-009 as outlined in the cover sheet. And questions to move the board order.
Commissioners, any questions? All right, and again, in keeping with what I believe our policy is we usually have a motion and a second about the board order, and then we have our public conversation.
Okay.
Public input. So, may I have a motion?
I know there's been some jumping around on this over the last couple months. Because you're a small body, it's Robert's rules is loosely applied to meet the goals of understanding what's going on. The governance manual for the board does provide that you have staff presentations, any other outside presentations, then public comment, then a motion, and then commissioner discussion is the order that's outlined in the governance manual. I'm not saying you have to follow that, but that's the order. And if I recall correctly, the rationale for having public comment, of which I doubt we'll have any on this, having public comment before the motion was in case there was any comments made by the public that the commissioners wanted to incorporate into the motion to make it easier to just make one motion if that was going to be the way. So that I think is the approach. I know it.
Yeah, you know what? I'm fine with that. We've gone back and forth.
We have, and
I feel like it's more transparent to the public if we really wait and hear all the comments before there's a motion.
Yeah.
Again, however you guys want to, however the commissioners want to handle it is fine from my perspective. Clearly, it will be helpful to have some further communication with the commissioners to manage expectations. And I can almost guarantee you that Director Rose Marino will either do that or ask me to help do that.
I'm guessing which.
In the near future. So, but that's how I'd suggest you. We go ahead.
That's right. So I did not second because of lack policy that we've had previously. Yeah. But I frankly prefer this over that.
Yeah, I felt like I needed to hear from these folks. Yeah,
It's really just.
makes it simpler, I think.
Yeah, no, it's great. The whole intent was to hear from the public as we have devoted most of our afternoon. So, given that, we've had a presentation from Mindy. Well, no commissioner questions. Does anybody online or in the room, public comment to offer on this particular matter?
Attendees listening online, if you'd like to make a public comment on this agenda item, use the raise hand function on.
Go back to that slide that you had up there. I was gonna make a motion, but I needed to see the slide to make it.
Just make it as presented in the packet.
Okay.
Madam Chair, there are no hands.
Thank you.
I will make a motion that we approve the proposed changes to the ecosystem services leasing policy 300-009.
Thank you. Right, let's have a vote. Commissioner Scanlon?
Yes.
Commissioner Harvey?
Yes.
Commissioner Heath? Yes. Chair votes yes. Carries.
Are you gonna do it?
Oh, do you want me to do that?
You are.
Sorry. See the blue.
So we're rolling into the next one.
Which is
One below it. It's the one below it. Then
Summarize. Thank you all for making the trip. You know, I think at Commissioner Pribble's motion, like in the middle of people talking, I wasn't sure about that.
Completely, and caught me in the same way and wasn't able to interject and help guide you. So I apologize for that failure on my part, because I should have been able to help you navigate that whole process a little bit smoother. And like I say, we'll manage expectations going forward, and everybody will be on the same page.
So now.
Wonderful. Well, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present the second policy, the biological carbon sequestration lease policy. This is a new policy, and this is kind of a bookend to our other carbon sequestration policy for geological carbon sequestration. This policy, there's only one attachment to your cover sheet, and that is the policy as proposed. 7 pages, so it's a little bit long. But it basically puts into practice the framework that I've reviewed for the last few months. I know that some of you are new, but I also reviewed this slightly last month when we looked at carbon project developer. So with that, I'll proceed. This. Okay. This is, again, the purpose of the policy is revenue stewardship and long-term resilience, meeting climate change goals. It's basically to generate revenue, consistent income for implementing nature-based carbon management practices, to capture and sequester biological carbon through improved forest, agricultural, and other land management practices. This is a new policy, it's a new program, and it's reflecting the maturing market. It is one that has been around for a little bit, but it's still evolving and changing. And therefore, I expect that I will probably be back before you before 3 years with some change. It's a new policy for us as well. I mean, in the process, we'll be rolling it out in the next, kind of ramping it up in the next year. It's possible we'll come back before you with some changes. This will set, excuse me, criteria for the biological carbon projects and leases. The process for application review, just to say, it will follow our normal line of business review process, whereby line business managers and district staff will review the proposed projects. The eligible participants, there'll be lessees in good standing. Staff is still developing criteria for participating properties. Well, I think that will begin to come into focus in the next few months as well. It describes the various biological carbon agreements that we're using. Some of those are existing, like our ag lease, and some of those are like master services agreements. It also sets the lease terms and minimum pricing. Just as with our other leases, we have a standard kind of base ground rent that's modest, but does reflect the lessee's use of the land, both our ag producers, but also our carbon project developers. And then the real revenue we hope is to come in through the sale of carbon credits. And then it really divides our lease management, what actions are delegated staff, and what will still come before the board. And again, projects outside these public policy funds will always still continue to come to you. So we're going to do our best to identify those sideboards, but every one of these is a little bit different. So you'll still see those. So before I move on, and I'm not going to go through the available questions on any of these policy provisions. There are 2 key decisions that I want to reflect the 2 recommendations that are changing in what is contained in the pilot project that we brought before you in April involving the Chico Basin. And those are the carbon credit revenue split. You may remember that we proposed and the board approved 25% revenue of carbon credits for the board and 75% for the lessee. Just in the few months that have passed, we've kind of felt we probably left some money on the table. And going forward, we're proposing in this policy to have a 50-50 split. Again, if there are any changes from that, you will see that because that'll come before. Question?
Just clarify, a minimum of 50%.
That is what our policy says. Yes, a minimum, so that we would potentially get more than as well. And there's different factors that we'll look at, but those are not outlined in the policy like at this time. And so that proper balance is what's the balance between revenue and the revenue share that we'll be getting and our fiduciary responsibility to get that. And then what are the stewardship outcomes that we're hoping to see on the different properties? And then how do we assign that revenue or split that revenue based on those outcomes? And again, I just mentioned between our fiduciary responsibility and the lessee contributions, how much are you engaged with making those decisions? And then the second one is really the long-term commitment to remain, to retain the participating properties in agricultural use. You may remember in April, our standard lease practice, our standard leases are only 10 years. These carbon lease agreements are 30 years. The lessee currently takes some amount of risk. It's one reason that the split was so low for the state land board, because it recognizes that the Flying Diamond Ranch is taking some risk in not being able to have certainty that that the land will remain in agriculture. Well, certainly that they may not get the agricultural lease, the second and third 10-year terms. They don't even know if we'll keep the land in agricultural use. And that reflects some risk on their part. So staff has come back to say that, okay, we're recommending to the board that we do agree to retain the properties, that we do agree to come before you in agricultural use. We will not develop those. My cover sheet outlines some of the mitigating practices. We're going to increase the percentage of land to not be involved in the project to as much as 5% of a property instead of the standard 2%. There are ways to mitigate to replace properties that might go beyond it for what's called avoidable conversion, the conversions that we make happen that aren't like acts of God. But other than that, we're going to step up and make a larger commitment to retain the property in agricultural use. And it's in exchange for that we want a higher percentage of that revenue. We're reducing the lessee's risk. We're taking that on. And so we feel that at minimum, we're required to at least 50% of that revenue.
Would you say 50 or 60%?
50. And again, we're trying to time this biological carbon coming before you at the right time. We've got the framework set. We want to give some certainty to our lessees and the carbon project developers. And at the same time, we want to have that flexibility. We may still continue to bring projects before you. So, and then finally, there is also the practice for avoided conversion. That was the carbon project developer that you approved last month was AgriCapture. That involves a 40-year commitment. So with that, it's really just going through the carbon policy, the carbon program, the proposed policy, and if you have any questions for me.
So we would be getting 50% of the money from the carbon credits plus the leasing value?
Plus we'll continue to get the agricultural lease, the standard grazing rate. We will also get a small ground rent from the carbon project developer. And then as credits are sold and carbon credit revenue comes in, that's split between us.
Okay. And I guess I didn't quite understand why I missed something there, because if we have a 40-year non-conversion deal, what was the 30-year again? Above that or below that? I think I missed the layering there.
30 versus 40.
30 versus 40, it's the kind of carbon project.
Okay.
There's ones that involve a change in grazing management practices, typically one that's akin to regenerative grazing. That's a 30-year program that's based on a change in grazing management that results in increased soil carbon capture, like in the soil.
Okay.
The other one is just a straight avoided conversion. We promise not to we don't have to change like ag practices.
Yeah.
It can be as good or bad.
Okay.
But we receive carbon credits for agreeing not to convert.
Okay, got it.
Two questions. Previously, we had discussed a little bit about the opportunities where should there be unforeseen opportunity for us in the future, that there were usually breakup or nation options with a lot of fees and payments. What are you thinking about that now? And is that something that we would expect to see? And perhaps there's a property that you normally wouldn't select for this kind of program because maybe you could see 20 years out and maybe, but we might feel comfortable that would be with some kind of termination clause. And that's what you would bring to us, is that?
I think two things are gonna happen. One is that we're gonna pay very close attention to what properties we agree can participate in this program. Not every single one of our properties would be a good candidate for different reasons, whether it's in the path of development or through our line of business review, just has so much opportunity that we don't feel comfortable making a commitment of that kind. The second is that there are off-ramps, and it's not, our participation and our commitment even to keep the land in agricultural use is not a deed restriction or a conservation easement that is reported necessarily.
Right.
Those lands can be replaced by us enrolling new lands, and they can also, the carbon credits can also be repaid. I think that will happen less because we're going to take greater care in what
on the front end.
Yes.
Right.
And
So we're going to limit maybe the portfolio of opportunities by selecting.
And the reason I think it's important to do that is that the greater commitment that we can give, I mean, it gives greater security to the ag producers, of course. They are still taking on some risk, just as we are, but it really bolsters the integrity of our program, of our agency, of the quality of the carbon credits.
And our reputation.
Yeah, and our reputation, and those carbon credits are going to be worth more. If we say, well, we can always get out, and there's this off ramp here and off ramp there, really it's going to diminish our integrity, and that's just going to be carbon credit.
So start slow and look.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Remind me again, are the carbon credits federal carbon credits?
No, they're not. This is a voluntary program, so there's no federal involvement at this time. If there were ever to be a new administration that was embracing and developed a national carbon cap system or something like that, that might be a regulatory system. In Colorado, there's no such program. In some states, there's kind of state level, modified programs.
Do they get?
They get it from companies and corporations that are interested in offsetting their carbon impacts, that have made a carbon impacts and that wish to offset it. I will say that the carbon market has softened some because of the withdrawal of a lot of federal support. Companies have responded to that worldwide, or especially nationwide. That said, there are still companies that want to do this. Colorado is really looking to be a leader in several ways, but one of these is our commitment to kind of moving forward. These are long-term projects. We're looking at 30 years. Climate change is not going to go away. And so I think getting this program started, we'll see some ups and downs, but I'm confident that there'll still be interest in a market for carbon credits.
Yes, so definitely everything Mindy said, but the actual issuance of the credit comes from a registry. And so there are a variety of registries.
Oh, right.
So we follow the protocol, the registry issues the credit, and then the credit is sold to a company, often a corporation looking to achieve net zero goals. And I completely agree that there are sort of ups and downs in the market, but overall it's strong, with high integrity credit like we're thinking about with co-benefits such as supporting public schools, sustaining native ecosystems. I think we're in a really good position.
And our projects, any project would have to be accepted and approved by the registry in accordance with their protocols and methodology.
Exactly. There are these very strict protocols and methodologies. So,
any other questions? Is there any public comment in the room here or online?
Folks listening along online, if you'd like to make a public comment on this agenda item, the raise hand function. See any hands?
All right, then. Therefore,
I move that the board accept biological carbon sequestration leasing policy 300-013.
Thank you.
I will second it.
Motion and a second. Let's have a vote. Commissioner Scanlon,
Aye.
Mr. Harvey,
Aye.
Commissioner Heath. Aye. Chair votes yes. Motion carries. Thank you, Mindy. Good.
Thanks, Mindy.
Thank you. Okay. Director Rosarino has a comment?
Yes, Mindy, before you go, I just wanted to point out to everybody that what we learned at the national conference is that we are a leader in the ecosystem services and biological carbon space, and it is thanks to the incredible work by Mindy Gutsy.
Right.
And the support from the board. Thank you, Steve.
And actually, I just have to add on that I said it before, but that you've created this program like from thin air. Back when I was first hanging around the state land board, there was nothing, and we talked about it, and you have just slogged and toiled and made this incredible program that now shows such leadership. So congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right. Let's have the policy review, director review, Mr. Maston.
For the record, this is Deputy Director Nick Massey, here to present to the board on a policy review for the director review policy, policy number 200-001. I do not have a presentation on this.
Good.
Indulge me, I'd like to take a 60-minute deep dive into how we got here. Watch this. We've as staff and as the Board of Commissioners, we've wrestled with this policy a couple of times now to get us to this vote. We think the draft that's in front of you reflects everything you were asking to see. I want to, just for the record, I want to highlight that the policy now includes some standard language and policy language from DNR and DPA, the Department of Personnel. We modified a word in there that puts a little bit of oomph behind our insistence that the board be collaborative with DNR's executive director in the review of our director at this division. And there was a comment in there about something along the lines of peer review, and the easiest way to handle that piece was just to eliminate it completely at the guidance of DNR. Wendy Padilla had joined us for a little while. I think she had to drop off, but she was available to answer questions. I don't think we're going to have any, so I welcome a motion at your pleasure.
Any questions? Great. Any public comment?
Anybody listening along online wanting to make a public comment on this agenda item, please raise hand function. No hands raised.
Righty then, may we have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the policy review, director review 200-001 statewide. I can read.
Okay, let's have a vote. Commissioner Scanlon,
Aye.
Commissioner Harvey,
Aye.
Commissioner Heath. Aye. Chair votes yes. Motion carries 4-0. Thank you, Nick.
Again, this is Deputy Director Nick Massey presenting on the board leasing agenda for August. We'll do a 45-minute deep dive on this one. You've got 2 ag leases presented, 2 rec leases presented. One of the ag leases was by competitive bid. Some interesting numbers in there. Usually raises the question, why did the second place bidder bid more than the first place? And that's just reflective again of our balance between community impact, stewardship of the land, either previous leasing or private held owned land. And so you see here where it wasn't the biggest number that came out on top. And then we've got a couple of new rec leases that are pretty common to the kinds of things we use our lands for in rec. So happy to entertain any questions. I don't imagine there are any.
I'm happy to work. We don't have any questions this month.
Happy to have a motion when you're ready.
Any questions, any comments from the public?
Folks listening along online, if you'd like to make a public comment on this, use the raise hand function on Zoom. Not see any hands raised.
Okay, great. May I have a motion?
I move the board leasing agenda August
2025. Thank you. Do I hear a second?
Seconded?
Very much. Let's have a vote. Commissioner Scanlon,
Aye.
Commissioner Harvey,
Aye.
Commissioner Heath. Aye. And chair votes yes. Carries 4-0. And we will now approve the minutes by acclamation unless somebody has any change or modification.
One slight change on, I guess it's page 145.
Okay.
Fourth bullet point down. My comment, blah, 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 blah. Sorry.
Was it where you abstained?
No, it was just, I was saying, I was commenting on the, nationwide, the fact that a lot of oil companies don't plug their wells. There's like 2 million unplugged. This has it saying, in fact, the way it reads to me is me saying it that occurs on state land. And I think if you just stuck asked right in there, the cleanup and asked, if that is generally the case, I don't know who would write this down, but that's what,
We're on it.
yeah. So I asked that I didn't state that it happened on state land.
With that small but important modification. And the minutes are, if they've been changed, do I need a motion?
I think you can still accept it by acclamation, but again, it's somewhat up to the rest of your commissioners. If any of the commissioners prefer to have a motion and discussion beyond that. But the key element here is that we know what you've done. I think we understand the change, and if all the commissioners agree with the change, then I think you can still do it by acclamation. But again, if any of the commissioners, if at any time when there's a correction to the minutes, if any of the commissioners take issue with the correction, perhaps disagree that that correction is accurate. Not saying that that's happening here, but that can happen. And so at that point, it may be more appropriate for a motion and discussion to hammer that out.
And in this case, I think that we will consider the minutes approved with the modification approved by acclamation. Then apparently we have a board officer election, and two things before that. One, Commissioner Scanlon, I want to tell you how are you on there?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, I wanted to express my gratitude for your extra effort in joining the call today. It's a big ask, and I just want to say I personally, and I believe the other commissioners, really appreciate you making that effort.
I feel needed.
Oh, that's terrific. And the other thing I'd like to say is, my apologies to all the commissioners here. In the matter of the motion and the orders, I was very discombobulated when the motion came in the middle of the presentation. So I lost what I remember now was the way that we do these. And so I wanted to just make sure and open it up for comment that everybody, all the commissioners are on board with the process that Ed just outlined earlier of, we have the presentations, the external presentations, commissioner questions and comments, the public questions and comments, and then we have a motion. So we're all clear.
Yeah.
And the second thing I'd like to ask my fellow commissioners.
With a discussion after the motion.
A discussion.
Which again, I'll explicate, but
yeah,
I don't want to. The commissioners' deliberation of the wisdom of the action occurs after the motion, typically.
Yes, although we would generally have given a lot of input prior to that. And the second thing I wanted to ask quickly was, today there was tension between our the way we've embraced public comment and being accessible and approachable by the public, both online and in the room, particularly on sensitive issues. And so I struggled with how to manage that and either limit the conversations as I end in the beginning or start it with a more strict outline that we would stop conversation after 30 minutes, as we've also stated in prior cases. I'm bringing this up because I'd like to hear from the other commissioners their sensibilities on the amount of time devoted to public comment when we have sticky, sensitive issues as we had today with geothermal. So if anyone had any comments on that, I'd really like to hear it.
So I guess my question was, if these folks come up from Chaffey County or whatever, whatever county they're coming from, why don't we entertain all that first so they can get on the road rather than making them sit through our discussions on leasing and all the other stuff?
You know what? Thank you, Commissioner Harvey. And I was going to approach Director Rosemarino about putting the agenda together before it's published. We've been speaking after it's published, and I completely agree with you, whether it's DNR, the public, whatever. I think we can do a better way of efficiently arranging the agenda so we can target external parties, not target, highlight external parties, and then put our internal business later.
And then the other question I had was, it seems like there's your principals. So today it was Princeton, whatever they're called, Princeton Thermal.
Yeah.
What's it? Geothermal. And then you have citizens of Chaffey County. And so maybe the principals get 5 minutes each or whatever, and everyone else gets 2 minutes each. I don't know. But I think 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes and pretty hard and fast seems like a good thing to me. Plus, if we do it earlier, we'll all have a little more patience.
And I was unprepared for the extent of the Princeton geothermal
presentation.
I mean, I just had not imagined it would be that long. And once they were going, it was I was trying to figure out ways to
get
cut them
in.
off in a nice way so that other people could be heard.
Yeah.
So I think too, maybe when we have proponents, I'd like to ask the staff, is it reasonable for us to share with them ahead of time if we know they're coming to express an opinion, to share, to limit or set an expectation on how long they'll take?
Emily wants to deal with that.
Well, before you do that, I want to push back. Certainly, we're talking about timing, and that's important, all of it. But I think we can anticipate issues on which we will have public comment and issues that have significant policy impact. And therefore, I honestly think saying 5 minutes to somebody who spent $2 million in 7 years, is too restricted. And yes, they've come before us before. Yes, he had a new partner who wanted to explain many things. But I think limiting public comment, whether it's a person who's presenting a proposal or a person wanting to comment, is not in our best interest. I think we limit it based on the chair determining what you think is the right amount of time, generally. But 2 minutes for public and 5 minutes for presenter, I think is not going to be enough. I want to say another piece, which is I try to read the online comments, but they come late. And we often don't even get those. And so even though I want to try to read them, they don't always come as soon as I can get them and read them. And so I think that maybe at some other point we ought to talk about how we legitimately deal with our time constraints vis-a-vis being really open to the public that's also spent a lot of time driving here or taking off work or doing whatever to comment.
I appreciate that too. And I think along with reviewing the agenda format and structuring, I wonder if we might be able to put a different timeline on for comments to be considered before the public meeting. They should be in maybe a little earlier.
Yeah.
Because I read them all, but it's been really hard. Yeah. Commissioner Scanlon, it's always hard when you're online. Do you have any thoughts on?
Just a couple things. When we get a request for review, I do think those folks deserve the time they need. They're asking for that review. I don't recall us ever limiting their time, even though it was long today. Public comment, just one of the things we did when I was in the legislature, you can ask for people who have similar comments to try not to be repetitive. And you can get a feel for how many people want to comment and put a time frame of, we're going to try and limit this to a total of an hour or so. I don't want to totally cut people off, but we did often say, you have 2 minutes. Try not to repeat what other people in front of you have said, just so we can hear from everyone. Because what you don't want to do is not allow them to be heard, especially when they made the effort to drive. So I think you can manage it with some of those kinds of parameters. But frankly, request for review is a big deal. People spend money. These leases are really valuable to them. And when we go a different direction, I think they should be allowed to have their case made, even if it's long.
Good, that's helpful. So you're differentiating just standard final action.
Yeah, definitely. This was a special case. I mean, we made a decision, it didn't go his way, and he wanted to make his case with us. And that doesn't happen all that often, but when it does, it's really important to that lessee.
Yes, and I think that's where I was leaning into to allow it to keep going. There was some new information there. There was other expressions. There was new information in that presentation. For sure.
And you can ask him to say, we want to hear from the public, who also, you can ask, do some facilitator kind of facilitation of it. But with the public, I think 2 or 3 minutes, most people actually can be more succinct and get their message across. Most people don't need 10 minutes, just to be honest with you. Yeah, if you say, we'd like you to put your comments to 2 or 3 minutes, they can kind of be really succinct and direct if you give them some parameters.
And I would like to add to that your suggestion that public comment be in by a certain time prior to the board meeting. And I think we can say it's to allow the commissioners to really have full opportunity to review those comments.
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
Again, it's completely acceptable to do. One of the things that over the years have been tried to be balanced and often don't balance, but when the comments come in writing, it's also easier to shorten comments verbally. And so, for example, the gentleman who sent the 50-page, again, I'm not saying you couldn't limit him and address that, but at least he had the ability to say, I've submitted a 50-page and I'm just trying to give you a couple minutes of summary. If he hasn't had that, he shows up, I've got this 50-page, I'm going to read you my analysis type of thing. And it's, again, there's no hard line of what's okay and what's not okay. And you want to give these people an opportunity to hear. I'm just saying that it's been my experience that when staff puts a harder deadline of when comments are due, you get more people. I missed the deadline, so here I am to talk to you in all my glorious Ciceroian rhetorical joy. And so it's a balance. There's no right answer.
I might try it. Emily, if you had a comment.
One, Commissioners, Emily Barbo, Public Information Officer for the record. I help in partnership with Rachel Myage manage the public comment process from the staff side. One thing we tried in June when we had quite a large influx of public comments is Rachel and I batched them. And we sent you one email about a week prior, I think it was the Friday prior to the board meeting, with a bulk of comments that he had already received. And then we closed the public comment form at noon, the day before the meeting. When we're touring, that can be quite challenging because you're spending the day on the tour, we're spending the day on the tour. And so when we did that in June, the evening before the board meeting, we sent you the last batch of comments, which were a handful. And we figured that would be easier to do it that way, so you'd have more time to read the bulk of the comments, and then the remaining few that come in, and we do have the majority of our comments come in about the hour before we close the forum.
I suspect that would happen if we moved the deadline up too. I think that actually for their comments to be most effective, it's actually as I'm reading the materials, you know, so I don't know if my fellow commissioners would support us. I would love to move it back a day, and it's mostly when we're touring, but we can't say, well, these months it's this. So if we could move it back one day and take our chances, and if it turns out we end up with people in 50-page presentations, then we'll take a look at it.
Absolutely.
That would be, and maybe you could do a phrase at the beginning to assure that the commissioners have the time to read this.
Yes.
Yeah, to consider, yeah.
And we also provide on our, anybody who comes to our meetings, it's also posted on our website. I've provided public comment guidance. And in that document, we suggest that public comment be limited to 3 minutes. So that's an expectation that we have expressed. And so it would be the chair's prerogative to hold to that time limit if you so choose. Rachel's handing them out.
Great. Okay.
And
That's
so
all I had.
great. So we'll try closing the form earlier and sending you those online public comments.
Thank you, Emma.
Thank you.
Did we do the election of public process too? Do we do it in the main meeting? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, and if I could, Commissioner Frobe.
Yes.
I just thought for Commissioner Harvey's benefit to give a little background on how we came to some of our thinking on this. As the past president or chair or whatever I can't remember our titles. I think it's president and vice president that we elect.
Yes.
So and Ed, you could chime in. We've had past presidents of this commission prior to term limits, who were president for a while. And then myself, I assumed that after our prior president, Gary Butterworth, was around. And then I think we were the first set of term limited folks or Gary was, with Hickenlooper setting term limits. So then we had to kind of come up with some terms. And so I did that with the past director, and we kind of settled on 3-year terms and always up for an annual consideration. And we sort of settled on that number, just a year. It takes you a year to figure out how to run the meeting. And then it takes, yeah, just to say. And with term limits, we wanted to make sure folks had an opportunity to serve, but also an opportunity to be in the chair spot long enough to actually get to know the staff and work with the staff and be effective in that role. So that is a loose way we have done this, just from our perspective as we tried to put together some guidance on how to do this. So I just wanted to share our prior thinking, and for Nicole, you as well. That's sort of how we have landed on this, with my serving in this role prior to Commissioner Frobe. Now, not that any of that is set in stone. These were loose guidelines, but frankly, we had to figure something out because everyone all of a sudden was term limited. So that's where we ended up.
Mr. Scanlon, did you then serve 3 years?
I did 3. Yeah, and I don't remember, Ed, how long Gary was in prior to me, but he was at least 3. He might have been longer. He might have been 4 or 5.
Yikes.
And I think when Director Rosemarino and I were looking at the governance manual, we noticed that the vice president, I believe, actually specifically states a term limit, but the president doesn't. I'm not sure that did we put together, I was just trying to look through, did we put together any material here? But it seems, it would be good to make those consistent. There's no reason for one to be term limited and one not. I'd actually forgotten that there was Governor Hickenlooper directive about term limits at all for officers. But again, I think you've got a pretty full discretion to decide what those are for yourselves as an organization.
Well, he didn't say term limits for officers. All of a sudden our boards were term limited, boards and commissions. So people were leaving in the chair role who had been there for a long time. So we had to kind of figure some things out, being the point.
How many officers, is it just president and vice?
President and vice president. It is, you know, and I mean, we could come up with more officers, but given with a 5-person board, that becomes a participant.
Social secretary.
Right.
Rejected, can't.
That's Nick. A 3-year term limit, again, legally, so I'm gonna be quiet. Legally, you have the full range of deciding what you want to do. So whatever wisdom you guys tapped.
The one thing I was thinking about with 3-year term, if you have a president who has 3-year term and then is not reappointed, you actually don't have vice president who has a chance to have more than 1 year before they move into that role. I'm just kind of talking out loud, thinking about it should have been 2 years, or 3, so.
I think that could happen at any point, given how the terms just happen to fall, you know, and or you're termed out, you know, when things happen. That I think the bigger concern was we had chairs who had been around for multiple years, and that just wasn't going to be realistic anymore with term limits.
So I guess the other point I would ask Deb and Christine, I think it's a lot to ask someone to do the chair role. And you all have been really superb at giving the extra time that it takes. Does it feel like 3 years would fair request of somebody? I mean, you've done it, Christine, while working full time. You're now doing it. Christine, what's your sense?
I thought 3 was good. It took me a year to learn the job, I'll be honest with you, and just to get to know how to work with the director well, and to prep for the meetings and that kind of thing. And then, you know, at least 2 years, I wouldn't go less than 2. And I thought 3, and if you worked with we never really done succession with the VP, Josie. That certainly is a consideration that could be. Yes.
Going to funerals.
Yeah, we could do that. I mean, candidly, Josie and I are both term limited next, so you know that's something, Deb, to think about. I think you've only been in the job a year, though, right, Deb?
Not even. I think it happened in October because we hadn't really gotten around to elections. Or maybe we voted in September, but
it might have been September. Yes.
Yeah, but it didn't happen until October meeting or something. Whatever.
Yeah.
But, so I guess today what I'm trying to figure out is, do we need to make a decision about the term of the 2 positions as well as the individual?
It almost doesn't matter because we have to do this every year, right, Ed?
Yeah, so the process is there's an officer election every year. So certainly a officer can step down. Or you know, typically there's not much controversy in the election, but should there be, an officer could be, you know, a different person could be voted in. And so from the term limit of holding the president or the vice president, frankly, we can adopt that anytime or adjust that anytime that you want. It doesn't have to happen today. It could happen today if you guys are ready to settle on something. If not, then you know, we can come back and revisit that in a month or two and say, you know, we put this on. This was a discussion in August, and you guys have had a chance to think about it. And where would you like to have your term limits land?
Can I make a suggestion to that we take this up again in September when we're a little fresher and?
Yeah. And frankly, it's not entirely, I mean, the schedule of your meetings is to do an officer election in August, but there's no legal requirement. No one's going to say that you have failed your duties if you were to postpone the election till September.
Oh, the election, yeah. I suggest we move it to September.
Yeah.
Sure, that's good.
Do we need a motion or just do it?
I don't think we know. I mean, we just don't get to it today. You would do it until September.
I think
Two people that are-
I think that's fine.
Then, I think we can declare this meeting completed.
Great.
Thank you all for your patience.
Thank you.
And welcome.
Thank you. Yeah. I like these short meetings.